scientist specializing in technology and socio-economic development. She studies the relationship between technological development and financial bubbles. In 2020, Forbes named Carlota Perez of 5 women economists worthy of our attention. She came to the conclusion that every technological revolution follows the same cycle. It all starts with an eruption, followed by frenzy, lots of ideas, lots of money. Then a crash and a turning point. At this stage, government step into to regulate. And then comes synergy and maturity. According to Carlota Perez, we are still living in the era of the fifth technological revolution, the age of information and telecommunications. And we have not reached the turning point yet. So, the question now, what could be the turning point? What will happen after? What should be the institutional recomposition? What might synergy and maturity mean for the internet? Can we influence this process and how? Each technological revolution causes many changes in society. The fifth one gave rise to Web 2 and digital empires. However, the national state system has not passed away since the internet advent. While our virtual lives are in full swing in the digital empire's vastness, our real life still take place within the sovereign state borders. So, the questions are, could the growing confrontation between sovereign states and digital empires be responsible for the turning point start? Do we need a mature internet? And what should it look like? We have not got proper answers to all these questions, but we are confident that we don't want many fragmented splinternets to overrun the mature internet. Internet fragmentation had a myriad of verbal definitions. Sometimes emotional, sometimes sophisticated, but never precise. Some form of fragmentation can be useful for the entire internet. Google's Quick is a case in point. But no definition can answer one important question. The question is, where is the very red line that crosses the boundary between fragmented and unfragmented internet? The problem is complicated by the fact that fragmentation concepts treat the internet as unfragmented, pre-existing whole. But that's not true. The internet is a structurally fragmented but interconnected set of autonomous systems. Thus, the following question arises. Can the threat of fragmentation be quantified in figures, and how? As I said, today we see different verbal definitions of internet fragmentation issues, which everyone can read in their own way. So we constantly bump into various forms of Miles' law, which states, where you stand depends on where you sit. To make it sure, look at the contribution of the Global Digital Compact from various stakeholders. Perhaps a concise, precise, and unambiguous mathematical model could help, but it has not been created yet. So the question is what needs to be done to reach consensus. It seems that in trying to find a fragmentation formula, we have both good news and bad news. The good news is that we have internet invariance defined by ISOC in 2012. It is a great foundation. Any breach of any invariance could be considered a form of fragmentation. But we also have bad news. If internet invariants are always constant, then fragmentation is a variable value depending on various options. Here they are. Fragmentation can be deep, structural, affecting the entire internet. For example, any attempt to confiscate all IP addresses of one or more states would have dramatic consequences for the internet. We will account an example of deep structural fragmentation. We will get a chance to see real splinternets without trust, unique identifier, globality, and much more. A similar case almost happened in March 2022 when some officials sent a demand to deprive Russia of all allocated IP addresses. But the technical community made the only correct decision not to do so. And this saved not only Russian users, but also the entire internet. When someone tries to punish someone by stripping them of the internet's core values, we risk punishing the entire internet by stripping it of its core values. But how many people think it's obvious? So, while this case shows that only the existing internet governance ecosystem can protect Russian internet users, I'm afraid we will have to prove it. And probably the only way to do it, to create a mathematical model of risk assessment. The entire internet is similarly impacted by sanctions that limit the ability of market participants to make payments for the facilities and services necessary to provide global internet access. The question is how to prove it. Filtering and blocking undesired content and platforms is a political development. All states, without exception, do it. Each sovereign state has its own undesired content blocking policy. The concept of undesired content is read by each sovereign state in its own way. Some sovereign states may apply similar blocking policies for a certain period of time. If you want to see for yourself, check out Blocking Website as Proxies for Policy Alignment by Nick Merrill and Steve Weber of the Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity at the University of California, Berkeley. In March 2022, access to some global platforms was blocked in Russia. Some of internet traffic disappeared, and we were sure we would never see it again. Fortunately, we were mistaken. Customers were looking for an alternative. Finally, the Russian customers changed their preferences and started using other platforms. The graphics shows the very relocation of Russian customers with their content from one platform to another. What do Metcalfe's law and Dunbar's number have to do with this case? Metcalfe's law states that the network influence is proportional to the square of the connected users number. Metcalfe's law is constrained by practical limitations such as infrastructures, access to technology, and bounded rationality, which can be defined by Dunbar's number. Dunbar's number is a suggested cognitive limit on the number of the people with whom a person can maintain stable social relationships. This example allows to suggest that before March 2022, there were several Russian clusters on these platforms connected to each other and to other clusters by Metcalfe's law and Dunbar's number. Links to the other clusters have forced Russian users to look for global alternatives. However, the limited number of such links prevented fragmentation of the user experience. The blocking did not have a significant impact on the content and user experience. The blocking had a significant impact on some platforms in some region. The good news is that some bans may affect individual platforms, but not content. The bad news is we cannot predict how many resources need to be blocked to reach the border of the unfragmented internet and cross the red line. Today, we can only analyze ex post facto, but we need an accurate prediction. Experts suggest 4 ways to avoid internet fragmentation. The questions are, which way is right one, and how to reach consensus? Look like we can't do without dull figures. We have a set of technical, political, and commercial developments that may have an impact on fragmentation. Each development can be quantified in terms of its distribution, intentionality, impact, and nature. Each case can be viewed as a function of these variables. The function value can be used to quantify one or more key dimensions. The question is, why don't try to define a formula for fragmentation? We seem to be in dire need of scientists and science centers. Has anyone ever tried to define a formula for fragmentation? The good news is that the answer is yes. A part of this model in front of you. The bad news is that the model was created in 1997. The internet has changed incredibly since then. So we don't know if we can use this model or not. We need to check up. But verbal descriptions are not always convincing. Sometimes they are complex, full of emotion, and virtual versions of Mills' law. Dull figures have a more powerful impact. Let's put aside irrationality. Let's get scientists involved. Let's get started trying. Thank you, and Here are some important references that I use to prepare my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Olga. That was a very interesting and comprehensive analysis. Thank you so much. I hope it will serve as a good basis for not only this discussion but for many other deliberations on the topic, because what we value usually in the Russian position is the comprehensive and inclusive approach with all the points, and we just witnessed the very profound approach to the topic. Thank you so much. We have Barack Otieno online. If you can continue, so from the region of Eastern Europe, which is Russia, belonging to, according to UN classification, even though it's 1/8 of the world's surface, we can move to Africa. And Barack, if you are with us, can you please share the approaches of the technical community from your region?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's 2 a.m. in Nairobi, but the beauty of the internet is that we have a common platform to be able to share in discourse, especially on matters of global importance. I think looking at the subject and taking up from where the previous speaker has left, I would like to um, look at this from a perspective of global south, especially in terms of the issues that we are dealing with insofar as internet development is concerned. My background is largely in internet infrastructure and internet policy development, both at regional and at policy level. And I'm a believer in the mantra of the Internet Governance Forum of thinking locally and acting globally. I think internet governance is more important if it is relevant at local level, despite the fact that it's a global public good. And what I would like to stress insofar as internet fragmentation is concerned is that especially for global South nations or developing South nations, it's important that we take into consideration internet design principles. The Internet Society has continuously emphasized on the right internet design principles as it is most of the regions in the world, the global south not limited, are using a system or a solution that was largely designed in the global north. And I think when I say design, context is very important because even when we are looking at designing of buildings, you may find, for example, in parts of the global south, some designs which take into consideration environmental factors as such that people don't live in permanent houses, for lack of a better word. You find nomadic communities that build temporary structures that consider the harsh or the hot weather in those particular areas. If I just juxtapose this or compare this to the internet, what should be the recommended design principles that each of the region should consider? I'm saying this because design is key because it inevitably affects the structure of the internet and can easily result in fragmentation. We have seen the rise of internet shutdowns, especially in global south nations, where probably the design is not robust and there are single points of failure or single points where infrastructure can very easily be controlled or taken advantage of. Again, when we are looking at countries that have been affected by uh, internet shutdowns, and I think the Internet Society and other organizations have actually done extensive studies on the cost of internet shutdowns on the global internet economy. We also see a scenario in which areas in which we witness a lot of internet shutdowns do not have established internet governance mechanisms. When I say internet governance mechanisms, I'm looking at national fora or opportunities such as this that bring together stakeholders to discuss on equal footing matters that affect internet governance in those particular jurisdictions. When I add to this, it's also important for all stakeholders to pay careful attention to their roles and responsibilities, because this also inevitably affects internet, or rather affects the issue of internet fragmentation. When I look at, for instance, the technical, let me just look at the stakeholders in a local internet governance ecosystem. I'll start with private sector. When private sector does not invest in the right technological competence, you find that we have half-baked engineers who then build infrastructure that can easily be captured, for lack of a better word, or that can easily be compromised. When I say compromised, it can be compromised either locally, or it can be by state actors, or it can also be compromised by non-state actors. We have seen situations in which cyber criminals take charge of internet infrastructure that affects various publics, or that affects various private sector uh, interests. I would also like to consider, say, the role of government. Government is key because it creates a level playing field for all actors. So you find when governments don't pay attention to internet governance conversations, there's a likelihood that there'll be a wrong impression or feeling that they are under threat, and they are likely to respond wrongly whenever they feel that they are under threat, by creating scenarios that result in internet shutdowns. And as I have mentioned earlier, internet shutdowns have a profound effect on local internet economies, leave alone the global internet economy. Uh, let's bring into perspective the role of academia. Academia shapes the skills of the engineers who build the local internet and those who build the global internet. So if academia is not paying attention to internet architecture, to best practices, there's a likelihood that we will end up with wrong architecture that can very easily result in fragmentation. And last but not least, I will talk of, again, two important actors, and I'll look at the media and I'll look at the technical community. The media is an important watchman, and the media should continuously point out whenever any of the stakeholders is not in step with what they are supposed to do, or whenever any of the stakeholders is misusing the privileged opportunity that they have insofar as internet governance is concerned. So this would be my initial comments with respect to the subject of internet fragmentation. And I must say that especially for global South countries, there's a scramble to implement various technologies, whether satellite related, whether fiber optic cable, which if we don't pay attention to important internet architecture development principles, it's likely to result in a lot of internet fragmentation. So I'll stop at that and return the floor back to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very comprehensive and interesting speech. And I believe that the Global South perspective is key when we are speaking about fragmentation, exactly to avoid situations when fragmentation may be a result of the lack of technologies and critical infrastructure in the countries of the Global South. And that's why we need international cooperation to ensure that all countries in all regions have the same level of technological equipment. And I believe that we will continue with the Global South perspective now. And Roberto, please, we are now moving to the LAC region. Can you share the perspective of the technical community and civil society of the LAC region, and tell us your insights? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roman. And also, I want to say hello to everyone in this panel and attending the session, and in the distance to Barack, a very close friend as well. Well, I would like to maybe review a little bit of the history of internet that many of us will know. And if we remember back in the, well, at the end of the 60s, the first and most important motivation was to get together everyone. I mean, in that moment, what I'm calling about everyone was the scientific and academic community. So nobody was thinking about security, nobody was thinking about sovereignty. No, the idea was to actually try to everyone get connected to this network that was starting to grow. It reached some other places in Europe and Asia, and well, as we all know, these big networks that started to be called as internet then tried to connect everyone. And then in the 90s, that's another fact that we have to remember, is that when the private companies, of course, started to put this kind of services, not only for the scientific community, but for the citizens as a whole in all our nations, once again, it was important to get everyone connected. I will say that the people wanted to be connected. The people wanted to have these services that we had, like email, access into information, etc. So suddenly, many people started to join to this network. We are talking about not tens of thousands, but maybe hundreds of thousands and millions. And something that increased this growth was the invention of the HTTP, the protocol that allows to navigate in internet. But then, of course, some other issues started to appear as well. Security issues, people that was taking advantage of this kind of infrastructure to do some bad things. And I think that's where the society initially, of course, started to worry about these issues, and then, of course, the governments. And they deployed some sort of actions that perhaps could be understood as various ways of fragmentation. We all know that now. And but I would say that those are not the only actions that we could witness about. I will say that in terms of technical dimension of internet, claiming that we can have a better internet, maybe a more secure internet, and that we may actually be, let's say, putting some other features to current protocols, we could actually we could have some better way of connections, more secure connections, more efficient connections. And then we can see in this other technical dimensions that could also threat to the way internet was supposed to be from the beginning, as Barack was saying, to think about what the architecture with the principles of the internet as we know and as we want it to be in the future could be threatened by this kind of new initiatives. And one reason for that is that if we remember as well, back in those years at the beginning of the internet, one important entity coming from this technical community was IETF, which is currently the one organization that works with this large technical community and allows, of course, to come up with very clever, very interesting, and very evolved protocols during all these years. And I could say that from the information that I got, even recently, because there are some interesting options that we can find now in the boot, talking about these new protocols. Of course, they didn't came up in a community or from a community in this way. Those new protocols might be interesting, might be good, but again, it's difficult to think about the results of these initiatives if we don't see a community behind this, a big community that can have, in this case, technical decisions coming from the bottom up. So that's another thing that we need to reflect on. And finally, another way of fragmentation that I think, and particularly this affects us in the global south, is related with business models for providing internet services, of course. So in this case, I wouldn't say if it's an action that actually any of the multi-stakeholders is doing that might be actually another way of fragmentation. But in this case, I think it's a lack of actions, actually. A lack of actions, if independently, if this is coming from the government or from the private sector, or even from the civil society when they have to require, when they have to demand this kind of services. The problem is that this lack of action is preventing that many people, that I will say in the global south is more than half of the population, is still not connected. That's another big problem. And of course, at least for me, that's another important way of fragmentation, if we're trying to analyze all these different ways. And finally, we were listening a lot about the other approach, and I understand very well about sovereignty. I understand the position exercising the rights of using its mandate. I mean, I'm talking about the different governments in different places, and in the ones particularly that, of course, in the way to maybe face some particular problems regarding security or some other motivations, finally they decide to define laws that could be understood as another way of fragmentation. And that's something that I started to reflect on during the last year. If we consider internet as an entity, as once some years ago we started to consider the world, the mother world actually, or the mother earth, better said, as an active entity, as an entity that we need to respect, as an entity that we need to exchange with. And if we go and analyze internet as another complex entity in which we actually, part of our lives, we spend in this kind of entity, then we also need to respect some sort of rights. And I will relate those rights with the principles that internet was designed from the beginning. And we all need to keep them also in the future. And we also need to talk about internet sovereignty as well. And I think with that concept, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. And I think it's time to go back to Europe. And Dr. Jovanovic, who also was a speaker in the previous edition of this session, can you please tell us something new, maybe, what you didn't mention last time, and maybe reflect on those interventions which we made before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Churko. It's my pleasure to be here in Kyoto to discuss these, trending topics. When we speak about internet fragmentation, the whole idea is that the internet may be split in some cyberspace segments, and we see, and I will agree with common approach that when we speak about internet fragmentation, we see like three types of fragmentation. It's technical fragmentation, governmental fragmentation, and commercial fragmentation. And speaking about geopolitical perspective, because I can't separate all what's happening and speaking about internet fragmentation from the geopolitical perspective, I would put focus on governmental fragmentation, because I think it's important. We speak about policies, about actions which prevent some group of users and certain users of the internet to create, distribute, or access information. So it's all about information. And you, Roberto, mentioned internet sovereignty and information sovereignty and so on. And so it's really important to discuss this. On another hand, we have technical fragmentations and an aspect about conditions which underline infrastructure and some systems to fully operate. We saw some accidents in the past about it, and of course we see commercial fragmentation, speaking about business practices, which prevent also certain users to create some, informations and, to spread information across, their own, across the globe, speaking about their own interests and what they think is right. So when we speak about technical fragmentation, there are many aspects, speaking about routing corruptions, for example, which is really important. So blocking of new GTLDs, in aspects, some alternative DNS zones. This is really important, speaking about DNS system and who controls DNS system. When we speak about sovereign internet, which there are examples in China and other countries they developed, like sovereign internet. It's all about how we route our traffic inside of country. And speaking about small country, I'm from Serbia. I think we have a challenge, regarding our inter routes, and all what's happening right now. And it's all about how we want to think in a way, how we want to secure our own infrastructure. Because when we speak about technical aspects, we usually speak about critical infrastructure, and it's crucial for, I would say, sovereign internet of every state of the United Nations. After that, we came to some different approach, speaking about, Tor anonymization services and VPNs and so on and so on. This is also part of technical fragmentation aspects. On the governmental side, there are also different points of view, and I will start with filtering and blocking services with some kind of censorship. But we shouldn't say that it's censorship if some governmental organizations say, okay, this is our right to protect interest of our citizens. So that's a good example, and we see what's happening right now in geopolitical perspective, speaking about fragmentation processes, between east, west, north, south, and, for example, China is a good example. You can't, access many Western, I would say all Western services in China. When we speak about Russia, it's also about Roskomnadzor and who protects, rights of citizens of Russian Federation. All data should be stored, and so on. And so this is a part of governmental aspects, and that's normal, because when we speak about internet, I wouldn't say that there is someone who has the right to say, ownership of internet is in our hands. So it's a decentralized network. That's how I see, from logical perspective. There are different aspects, speaking about attacks on national networks, cybercrime, architectural and routing challenges inside of every country and between continents. Last year when we were in Africa, we discussed, lack of connectivity in some parts of Africa. It's a less connected continent. So that's also an issue, because if you speak about fragmentation, we should, see some parts of the world where people do not have access to the internet. So after that, when we discussed in last years and in different forums as well, there are international frameworks. We should speak about common approach, how to solve some challenges. Nevertheless, of what's happening right now in, we'll say, geopolitical perspective, because if we want to achieve sustainability, which I think is really important, we should focus on building minimum common framework, how to deal with such challenges. Because, living in a 21st century, many people do not think, and they don't think that such events are possible. And I would say geopolitical confrontation and, fragmentation and so on and so on. But I think it's crucial to understand that it's very important to think how to sustain, to make this sustainable, and to grant all people across the globe to access services. And we also have from governmental side, when I said accessing different services, many people would think about social networks, about controlling information channels, traffic flows, and so on and so on. But I think it's a sovereign right of every state to control their own information flow. And in these circumstances, we should think about minimum common framework and how to make this all sustainable, because there are different interests of every player in this global arena, including global East, global West, global North, global South. We should focus on building sustainable approach, and that's my perspective. Moving back to commercial fragmentation, this is, challenge speaking about interconnection agreements, about policy, interoperability, speaking about Internet of Things and emerging technologies, speaking about artificial intelligence, blockchain. There are different, approaches and aspects and so on and so on. So blocking discriminatory, discriminatory aspects. Speaking about net neutrality, what is neutrality, geo-blocking aspects, content, potential cyber attacks on critical infrastructure as well, because if you use some, they would say non-secure equipment. So for example, in Serbia, in a country where I belong, we have some agreement and our government signed that we will not use equipments in our critical infrastructure which is from non-secured countries. So what that means, this is also part of commercial fragmentation, And for example, I will give example from the United Arab Emirates. They signed a contract with Huawei speaking about 5G. So speaking about commercial aspects, about infrastructure, about hardware, about, I would say, all what is critical infrastructure in every country, it's also part of fragmentation on some, I would say, industrial level. So it's a huge discussion, if we want to use, for example, some Western hardware equipments and so on, do we belong in, I would say, geopolitically to some, aspects, I would say, and policy, and so should we respect this or not? So that's always about, what's happening right now, speaking about NVIDIA microchips and some different server equipments and so on and so on. So I would say that we see internet fragmentation processes. From my perspective, it's all started, 2015, 2015 year, 2014, But now we are going deeply in these aspects, and we see three segments. I would say technical, governmental, and commercial fragmentation. And it's not only about, I would say, theoretically how we see it. It's about technical. And this forum, I mean Internet Governance Forum, there is, as Roberto mentioned, a huge technical community. And in the last days we discussed some techniques speaking about anonymization and so on and so on. It's also about how to secure your own information channels. So we speak about encryption techniques, which is really important, and another topic which is very important is about how to secure metadata of communication. So this also includes ISP as a providers and other stakeholders in this process. So yeah, I want to conclude that right now I see, and I always mention this, colleagues know, and Dr. Chukov and Mr. Glushchenko also knows this, as I always conclude, speech with what we see right now as, evidence, as a real thing, that we see three technical and I would say technological zones. We see a Western European zone, we see Russian technological zone, we see Chinese technological zone, and it's a good example when you visit China, you can't use Western services. In Russia, there is a strict laws, all data of Russian citizens should be stored in the territory of Russian Federation. In a Western part of the world, it's a huge discussion about Huawei equipments and the non-secure equipment, ZTE, Chinese initiatives. We speak about 5G right after. I would say that China won 5G battle. And right after that, American companies founded the 6G Alliance, where they bring together all American companies in a position to try to win a 6G battle. So it's all about automation, about new emerging technologies, artificial intelligence. But this is good. I always ask this, who can define what is artificial intelligence exactly? And a few days ago, actually, I think on a zero day or first day, Windsurf proposed that artificial intelligence is machine learning. So when we speak about artificial intelligence, we speak about different algorithms, techniques, machine learning, data mining, and so on and so on. So speaking about only artificial intelligence, I think it's useless. So we see some emerging technologies, of course, machine learning, AI, blockchain, different processes, but it's all about wider aspects. So it's all connected with 5G, 6G, automation processes, smart city, sustainability, Agenda 2030, and so on and so on. Global approach, speaking about fighting against, against pollution, for example. China is a good example. 15 years ago, you see how Beijing was, and now. So there are initiatives in this, how we use technologies to fight against real problems. And I want to add, at the end, as a conclusion, that these fragmentation processes will continue. I don't see that we are going in a direction of as I proposed, before, of minimum common frameworks, how to deal with such challenges. I see, strong direction in a way that these fragmentation processes will continue, will deepen, and this is all connected with geopolitical and strategical processes, which definitely started. And I would say that this is, speaking about internet technology and all aspects, it's just a part of, shifting of power from the west to the east. And of course, we see some tendencies and some processes of global north-south cooperation, because there are a colleague from Africa, they mentioned the challenges and so on. So yeah, this will continue. I don't see that internet fragmentation will stop, and I mean technological fragmentation and all. So, and I see this as a part of multipolar processes, so the processes of rising of multipolar world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Milos. This is indeed a very insightful presentation, and as we see, even judging by the attendance of our today's audience, this topic is still more interesting for Global South representatives. We do not see Global North here, and when Global North countries host discussions on the topic of fragmentation, they discuss completely different things. Global South representatives tend to discuss the fundamental aspects of functioning of the internet, because they are still struggling to ensure internet as their basic human right. And so this is the difference between approaches. And it's not only in the sphere of internet, in the sphere, even in the sphere of the values, I would say, because very different level of development always causes such, let's say, existential disputes. And we are happy to continue to convey the points of view of the Global South countries, even though Russian Federation is the geographical north country. At the same time, after the commonly known events in 2014, when Russia withdrew from the so-called G8, me as an expert in this topic, in the sphere of G8, G20 and BRICS, I believe that it was the transition period of actually a turning point of Russia to go into Global South, which is quite interesting. We will see historically what it will lead to. The history seems to be repeating. I asked my colleague Yes, yes. I asked my colleague, His Excellency Vadim Glushenko, to summarize the discussion and share his vision and the vision of the expert community who participated in stock taking of GDC process conveyed by the Center for Global IT Cooperation, please.
Hello. Yes, good morning, everyone. Roman, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I would like firstly to thank all our experts that expressed their very valuable and interesting views on such a hot, I would say, topic as internet fragmentation. Indeed, we have been discussing this topic for quite some time, if I'm not mistaken. The substantive discussions of internet fragmentation started at the IGF of 2019 in Berlin, and since then, really, this discussion has never stopped. Well, for me personally, I like the expression of, I don't know which expert, but he or her or she said that indeed, the internet has never been unfragmented. So there has been always a problem of fragmentation. And this is why the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, just decided to suggest a global digital compact, and one of the priorities of this future document of the soft law is avoiding of internet fragmentation. Really, it's difficult to say at the moment that the Global Digital Compact is can do something to stop the fragmentation of the internet, but it's quite capable to formulate the universal rules and principles of decentralized development of national segments of the internet. This document, I hope, can launch the international dialogue on the future of internet on the basis of a common vision, if it contains provisions with clear criteria for the responsible behavior of all interested actors in the digital sphere. To my mind, in the most optimistic scenario, the Global Digital Compact should define the framework and criteria for the operation and accountability of global digital platforms, ecosystems, and metaverses. And it should also ensure that respect the right of UN member states to independently determine the parameters of the circulation of information and content within their jurisdictions. And this will greatly reduce tensions in the international discourse on the principles of freedom of expression and self-expression in the digital age. It will make it possible to demonopolize the right and practice of individual countries and IT giants to censor the flow of information solely in their own interests. So it was sort of a quote from the contribution of the part of Russian expert community. I'm not, of course, I'm not representing the whole Russian expert community, but the organizations that took part in the discussion of the Global Digital Compact. And I'm sure that the discussion on the internet fragmentation will of course continue, and to my mind the name of today's session, You Snooze, You Lose, is very well characterizes the state of discussion around internet fragmentation. I'm sure that the IGF community has been doing very good work in this sphere, and specifically I would like to thank the public network on internet fragmentation for very substantive discussions and very interested outcomes. With this, I would like to thank again our today's speakers and experts, and wishing all of you a very fruitful IGF. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vadim. And to be time efficient and not to delay the session, let us please conclude here. Thank you everyone for this morning exchange of views. It was very, very insightful, very interesting. I believe that those experts globally who will watch the broadcast and who were online with us and present in the audience had the chance to make their own conclusions about some new ideas our speakers presented, and I imagine that this is certainly not the last discussion on this important topic, and I kindly invite everyone to continue enjoying these beautiful forum sessions and have a productive experience for the next workshops and sessions. Thank you very much. Have a great day and good ending of the forum. Thank you. And thank you, technical team.
Test, test. Test, test.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start shortly. Good morning, everyone, and good day for those people following online. My name is Deniz Susar. I am coming from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I'll be the moderator for this session. The session entitled Beyond Universality, the Meaningful Connectivity Imperative. The objective of this session is to inform the audience how universal and meaningful connectivity is defined, how it can help reaching underserved communities, which are some of the targets and baseline indicators needed to assess where a country stands, and the importance of including the concept in national policy plans. The session will aim to answer two policy questions. One, how can governments and stakeholders ensure universal and meaningful digital connectivity for all people, particularly those in underserved and marginalized communities? And two, how can policymakers establish robust measurement frameworks and indicators to accurately assess the progress, impact, and effectiveness of initiatives aimed at achieving universal and meaningful digital connectivity? We have a great panel today that will give us the perspectives from very diverse countries, namely Lithuania, Brazil, Bangladesh, and we will also hear from the European Commission how they partner with other parts of the world. Before introducing the panel, I would like to first give the floor to ITU, which is organizing this workshop. We will first hear a recorded message from Dr. Cosmas Zavazava, the director of the ITU Telecommunication Development Bureau. After his message, Mr. Martin Schepper on my right, senior ICT analyst in the ICT Data and Analytics Division, will give a short introduction to the project on promoting and measuring universal and meaningful connectivity. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Denise. Good morning, everyone. Also on behalf of the ITU, good morning here in the room, good morning online. As Denise has mentioned, I would like to start with a small video of our director, Dr. Cosmas Zavazava, who would like to say a few words to the audience. Can we have video number 1, please?
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all at this Internet Governance Forum workshop on universal and meaningful connectivity. I'm not able to join you in person today, but I'm confident that this session will be very productive given the caliber of the speakers before us. We have a common goal here, to enhance the Internet experience for those already connected, to make it accessible to the 2.6 billion people that are still offline. Our goal is to get everyone connected and enjoy the benefits of meaningful connectivity. We are committed to universal and sustainable digital transformation through our initiatives, research, technical assistance, and the tools. Undoubtedly, we can do more working together. Our work at ITU is enabled through partnerships and collaboration. One of the key partnerships of interest to you is the one we recently forged with the European Union. Through this partnership, we aim to adopt holistic approaches that help enhance the statistical capacity of countries to measure multiple aspects of meaningful connectivity. On this note, I call upon all to work with us to make universal and meaningful connectivity a reality. I wish you successful deliberations at this workshop, and thank you for participating.
And now I would like to shortly introduce the product that was mentioned in the video of Dr. Zavazava on promoting and measuring universal and meaningful connectivity. And again, we have a little video, so if we can have video too, please, to give a general introduction, and then I will say a few words about it. Thank you.
Universal and meaningful connectivity is the possibility for everyone to enjoy a safe, satisfying, enriching and productive online experience at an affordable cost. It enables access to educational resources, healthcare and government services, job opportunities and much more. Universal and meaningful connectivity is the new imperative to enable digital transformation and meet the Sustainable Development Goals. To meet this imperative, we must also address the measurement challenge. Data tells us where we were, where we are, and where we ought to be, and enables individuals, policymakers, and businesses to make better decisions. The International Telecommunication Union and the Office of the United Nations Secretary-General's Envoy on Technology established aspirational targets for universal and meaningful connectivity to help monitor progress and galvanize efforts. In addition, ITU and the European Commission launched a global project to promote and measure universal and meaningful connectivity through advocacy, measurement and research. To support the project's advocacy and measurement efforts, ITU's Telecommunication Development Bureau maintains an online dashboard to track progress towards universal and meaningful connectivity. The dashboard lets countries know where they currently stand, where they ought to be, and compare their performance against peers. The dashboard allows us to assess global progress toward each target. Let's join forces to achieve universal and meaningful connectivity and unlock the transformative power of connectivity for everyone, everywhere.
If I can have the first presentation, please, then. Thank you. So, as you can see in the video, 2 years ago we launched a number of targets on universal and meaningful connectivity, and that's really the genesis of the project that we're talking about. So we launched a number of targets as part of the Digital Cooperation Roadmap of the UN Secretary General. But of course, just having targets doesn't mean anything if there's no action around it. So we were very pleased that we found a very good partner in the European Union, and we've launched a project for 3 years for 3 million euros to promote and measure the concept of universal and meaningful connectivity. So basically bringing the targets and the dashboard that you just saw to life. First of all, what we really mean with meaningful is not that we are telling people what they should do once they have an internet connection. It's the possibility that everyone can go online at any time they want to in a safe, satisfying, enriching, productive, and affordable experience. So the quality of the connection should be good. People should have an affordable data plan with enough data on it. We have a little diagram that shows what is included, what is excluded, what is in the middle. You can see universal and meaningful, so everyone should have a connection, and it should be meaningful for everyone. What we kept out of the project is how to get there and what comes out of it. It's of course very important, but if we want to go into that aspect, it becomes too complicated. We first want to focus on first getting the connection to people and getting a good quality connection to people. I don't want to go into too much detail of this diagram, but we have some papers that explain it if you're really interested. What we're doing in the project is promoting and measuring. So we have 3 work streams. There's an advocacy work stream that is bringing the concept to as many policymakers in the world as we can, so that there is an increased awareness of UMC, the short for Universal and Meaningful Connectivity. Then we have a work stream on measurement and capacity building. And I'm from the ICT Data and Analytics Division, and that's really the bread and butter of what we do on a daily basis is collecting the data and disseminating the data. But we also have a capacity building aspect in all of this because countries often need help in understanding which data are important, how to collect those data. So the output of that work stream is an improved data dissemination, but also an enhanced statistical capacity of countries to measure the concept of UMC. And then finally, we have a research work stream. Basically, we want to do every year a publication, the Global Connectivity Report, that shows us where we are, but also where we should be going, and also how we could be going there. And the expected output is that there would be better policies for achieving UMC. So this is in more detail, these three work streams. The event we are at today is in the advocacy work stream, so that we get the concept out to policymakers. We want to do more events like this. We also want to prepare briefings that policymakers can use, that they can understand what the concept is, how it should work, coupled with websites and social media campaigns. Then on the measurement, the capacity building, we have a large data collection already going on as part of our daily work. We have a UMC dashboard that you saw in the video, and I will show one more slide on that after this one. Then we want to do a number of regional workshops to explain the concept to countries and how to collect the data. We're going to create an online course for this. We also want to look into new data sources, see if big data can be of help, for example, and how it can be of help. And then finally, in the research, looking for a solution to accelerate progress towards UMC and the Global Connectivity Report. So this is the dashboard. You already saw a bit of it in the video. So we have a number of targets, and every target has an indicator attached to it. So if you're interested in one specific indicator, you can click on that indicator and you see where all the countries in the world are with respect to that indicator. But if you're more interested in a particular country, then you can just go to that country and then see for all the indicators of that country how they are placed with respect to achieving the targets. They may have met it already, they may be on their way, or they may be far away, or maybe there are no data, which is also an important indication. So that really is in a nutshell the aim of the project, and I think it's now time to listen to the voices from the various countries in how they include UMC in their policies and how they measure it. So thank you, and back to you, Denise.
Thank you, Martin. That was a very good introduction, and I used the platform before, and it's really helpful. This workshop is hybrid. We are online in Zoom, and we have an online moderator, Mr. Thierry Geiger, head of the ICT Data Analytics Division. I don't know what time is it in Geneva, but he's there monitoring the chat. So we have dedicated people for this project, which is a very good sign. And if you raise your hand in Zoom, he will make sure that relevant questions are being channeled to us. The first panelist is Ms. Agne Vechikevičiūtė, Vice Minister of Transport of Communications, Lithuania. Lithuania is a country that in a relatively short period reached most of the targets of UMC, Universal and Meaningful Connectivity. So we would like to hear from you, Vice Minister, if and how policy played a pivotal role in getting there, and also how important digital connectivity to policymakers in Lithuania. Can we learn something from you so that we can pass it to other countries? The floor is yours.
First of all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I like how we presented here in Japan. And thank you very much for having me in this panel. I think that ITU did a very good work. I was analyzing the dashboard before I came here to this discussion, and I was elaborating a little bit with my colleagues. So, are we so good as it says in these charts? And we were laughing that obviously when we speak about universal, meaningful connectivity, it's never enough. It's never enough. There's always a lot of work that could be done. So in Lithuanian perspective, we look into meaningful connectivity through several aspects. Obviously, it's through the broadband connectivity. I think we have quite a unique Lithuanian approach and model. Lithuania model has also ensured the affordability of being connected, because in Lithuania we do have a non-profit organization under the ministry who basically invest behind that organization lies the biggest investments to the broadband deployment, and only the last mile is left to the operators. So this is the way how we can keep the, and I speak about rural areas, so this is the way we can keep the affordability prices within the whole country. I think it's a very successful model, and I'm proud to say that we have the lowest prices for the end users in all Europe. So that is one way of looking into. We need to be connected in order to create more opportunities for the meaningful connectivity to appear. And then the other part which we're really focusing on is our state digitalization development program, which is created for the whole country, but every ministry has to take a part on it and has to create and initiate its own plan how they will reach all the digital targets which were raised for each sector, if I may put it this way. And now I would like to share with you several aspects of the also critical part is skills and knowledge, which are very much necessary to take advantage of digital technologies. And there's another key factor, such as involvement of other ministries, other institutions, civil society, and so on. One type of institutions that is particularly important for the spread of digital skills and literacy are public libraries in Lithuania. These libraries run a network of 1,200 public internet access points in both urban and rural areas, and operating in a decentralized manner. So this is one of good examples how we try to reach those segments of the society that is not reachable so easily. Also, we have a lot of NGO initiatives in Lithuania, such as Safer Internet Week, All Digital Week, Senior Online Week. So there's a lot of NGO work and implications towards creating more opportunities and more skills within the different society groups. And I do believe that there's also important to represent some particular programs to women, and we have a very well known in Lithuania program, Women Go Tech, where people who are already in their career path has a possibility to go into the tech world, IT world, and I think it's very well corresponds with ITU goals, how to involve more different society as part in the tech IT world to get the awareness of how it could be helpful for better future in the countries. And obviously I did not mention here, but a huge part of it belongs to the private sector as well. So the collaboration between governments, private sector, civil society is necessary here. And from the government perspective, just to highlight one more time, what is really, really important, that whatever digital strategies we would create, that it would go horizontally through all sectors, through all ministries, and I think this is quite common in different countries as well, that there is someone who is owning the policy in the area, and then the others are just trying to implement it. So what we're trying to do in Lithuania, that everyone would understand the digitalization process and meaningful connectivity as a part of their job, as a part of their targets, and be not only involved but actually really a part of the process. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vechikevichute, for that presentation. We have some time now to get questions from the people here around us or from online. Please just show yourself to me, and I can pass the microphone to you. In the meantime, I have a question for the minister. You highlighted about sectoral importance of digital strategies. What about at the local and regional level or at the municipality level? Do you have any strategies in that regard?
I think municipalities and regional levels are at the most important and key level, because these municipalities are the closest organizations to people. I myself belong to the council of Lithuanian capital, so I'm well aware of how municipalities can affect digitalization process within their cities. So I think that obviously this is the layer which should be distinguished and recognized as a crucial part of the digitalization process. And all these initiatives are taking place firstly from maybe more dense cities, and our job is to attract it more into rural areas altogether. So I think that municipalities level here is playing a crucial role as well. And in Lithuanian case, majority of initiatives are taken by the municipalities in this area as well.
Thank you so much. Let me look around if there are any questions. Yes. Can we please pass the mic? Or you can come there. I think people will be able to see you, yes. The people online. Please introduce yourself and keep the question short.
Thank you. Giacomo Mazzone. I'm one of the co-chair of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access that will gather this afternoon in the main hall at 5:30. Finish the advertising break. The two questions are, one for the statistical research made by the ITU. I see that you do these efforts, but these efforts are limited to the technical part. While UNESCO, for instance, with the Rome indicators, evaluate other qualitative parts of the offer that is available on the internet that is equally important. There is any coordination between these two efforts, or if not, would be wishful to have it in the future. And about the minister from Lithuania, the question is, the access to the internet doesn't finish at the moment that you get the connection. The problem is how much of the services and contents in local languages are made available to the general people. Are you also considering this as part of your policies? Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo, for that question. If you allow me, Martin, let me give the floor to first Ms. Vechikevichute about the importance of local content.
Thank you very much. The question was absolutely on good spot, because Lithuania takes a lot of attention on the e-governance solutions. You know that the accessibility to different type of services would be very easy. I think we just recently were placed, according to the World Bank, digitalization for the public service index on the 8th place worldwide. So in our case, I think it's quite helpful that the country is relatively small. The majority of services could be accessible very easily through the digital service approaches. We highly use all the technologies newly adapted within the society, and you basically can do, especially COVID, all these processes even enhanced everything so much that now I would say that you can basically do everything through the internet very easily, and obviously there is a gap between aged people, and but I think it's quite common everywhere. So we need to find different ways to reach them. But the majority of the society very well aware of the digital solutions and can do mostly 90% of the activities, necessary activities, through the internet. So this is a very good point, and we put a lot of attention out there. We even have, GovTech initiatives to create more like sandbox regimes to create more digital solutions, to overtake the gaps within this services which cannot be reached yet, through the internet. So it's a very successful project as well, award-winning project, and from 2019, it showed that it's a very successful way to involve civil society together, with the public sector and private sector, to create some good solutions that would fit Lithuanian environment, because you cannot just take it from somewhere. You need to adapt to the circumstances you live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Martin, quantitative versus qualitative.
Yes, that's the short summary of it indeed. Yes, the ITU indicators, I mean, it's not just technical, it's quantitative, because it's not only about the pipes, the internet, the subscriptions, but it's also about the use of it. So we have two types of indicators, the supply side indicators and the demand side indicators. And on the demand side we have how many people use the internet, what they do when they use the internet, how they feel or how the connection is, the activities, the skills, etc. The UNESCO indicators, they use also our indicators. There's a part that is really in common, and there's a collaboration in the sense that they use our indicators. And at the beginning of the project, we also have been talking together about this. But they go much further. They have many more indicators, and a lot of them qualitative, which doesn't really fit very well in the type of work that we are doing. We like to collect quantitative indicators. So UNESCO goes further, and what they do is also more for an individual country assessment, where you really need to go to the country and do the assessment, whereas we just use the indicators that we collect for all the countries and put them there together. So I think the efforts are complementary. We are coordinated, but maybe not perfectly. But I know now there's a project going on in the Pacific where ITU is directly involved with UNESCO. And again, our data are free to use for everyone, and UNESCO uses them, and we certainly work together in that direction. There's the Partnership for Measuring ICT for Development, which is an international collaboration between international and regional organizations, and both ITU and UNESCO are both member of that partnership. So in that framework, we're also coordinated. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Martin. Not only UNESCO, but UNDES also uses your indicators in our e-government survey. We've been using it since 2003, so that's very helpful. We may get one last question to the minister, if there is. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nils Brock from Rhizomedica and DW Academy, and I have a question about the methodology. So with the local network initiatives working a lot about the needs of communities, and I saw this as a category in the methodology, which is really great. I was wondering when it comes to services, so services that give meaning to specific connectivity, and how far this is measured in your categories, or in how far, and that would would be the second question. If it's not foreseen as such, it is possible to enhance the statistical capacity on this side, because this was mentioned, and also the identification of new data sets. So maybe also a question how far this methodology is open also to add, or if it's now also for the time frame closed in terms of the categories that are established, because I think from a community perspective, broadband access is maybe not an option for many rural communities in the next years. So the services that are meaningful can depend and can be quite different, because big platforms or data-hungry applications may be just not giving meaning because they're not accessible. So what from their view gives meaning to connectivity? So turning around the question a bit. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a question for ITU.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a type of question that we had before, but we're actually staying away from this a little bit. I mean, to start with, when you saw communities in the framework, but communities from the point of view of universality, that means we want all communities to be connected to the internet and using the internet. The problem is that we don't have any good indicators there, because there's no good quality data on what a community is, how communities are using the internet, and how to survey that. That is very difficult. So we have to do with proxies there. As to the services done on the internet, what people do on the internet, we actually quite specifically on purpose left it out. We had a very long discussion about that in the beginning, and everyone was saying it's very important. Local content is important, and I fully agree. Local content is extremely important. But once you start there, then you have to take choices that we don't want to take. E-agriculture is very useful for farming. E-learning is very good for people to get skills. Absolutely true. But does that mean that we don't like people to watch a video on YouTube while they're waiting for the public transport to come? So to really put a value on what people do on the internet, that is too hard for us, and also to draw the barrier. So we decided to focus on people should be using the internet, or if people want to use the internet, they should be capable of using the internet with good quality infrastructure, in an affordable way and in a safe way. And then what they do on the internet and what the impact of that is, those are extremely interesting and important questions, but we kept them out of our focus, because otherwise our focus would be too wide and we wouldn't be able to do anything meaningful, if I may use that word. So.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Miss Minister, would you like to? Okay, so I would like to now move to the next speaker, and I think for the second question, I also encourage we can discuss after the session in more detail with the person who asked the question. But let's now go to Brazil. Mr. Alexandre Barbosa, Head, Center of Studies for Information and Communication Technologies, CETIC.br. How can solid data inform policymakers on where the country stands with respect to UMC, and where are the digital divides in a country and with the vulnerable groups? So, Alejandro, you have 7-8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and thank you the previous speakers for giving and setting the stage for what I'm going to speak about the Brazilian case. May I ask our colleagues from the technical support to, yeah, thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. The intention here today is to share a little bit how Brazil is adopting this concept of meaningful and universal connectivity and put this concept into practice, and how we are measuring this concept. It is important to mention that in case of Brazil, policymakers and the regulator, policymakers from the Ministry of Communication and the regulator in the country, they have embraced this concept of meaningful and universal connectivity. And from our side, CETIC is an ICT statistical data producer that provides measurement to policymakers. let me start by saying that for us to understand how we can move from the previous concept that we have in terms of digital divide, because we are not more interested in having or not having connectivity. We are more interested in providing a more meaningful use of internet and enhance the internet experience for the users. So this concept of meaningful connectivity and universal connectivity is a critical concept to understand how we can achieve broader objectives in the digital age, so that we can understand not if you are connected or not connected, but what are the digital inequalities and how can we bridge the existing gaps, especially in terms of device and skills, safety, etc. So this concept allows us to understand how we can reduce inequalities in not only in the access, but also in the use of internet and digital skills as well. So it is a critical concept. This concept also help policymakers to understand the needs and the gaps, existing gaps, to promote sustainable development, so that we can really ensure that no one is left behind in the digital era. And through this critical concept, we also can highlight the need to address these issues within a more comprehensive global digital cooperation framework. So having said that, it is important that we understand inequalities in 3 different levels. At the level of infrastructure, I mean connectivity, if you have coverage, if you have access, not only at the household level, but also individual levels, and the quality of this connectivity is really connectivity that provides high speed, that there is no data caps. So this is very important. And also, what type of device are you using? I come from Brazil, and although we have a high penetration of broadband, most low-income households, they only access the internet through mobile devices, which is really limited. So in this first level, we are talking about infrastructure, connectivity, and quality of access. In the second level, we are talking about the usage, how citizens are using internet, what are their digital skills, what are the barriers or motivations, and at the third level, which are more, I would say, proficient usage of internet, we are talking about really tangible outcomes, like content creation and promoting well-being through the use of internet. And the level of analysis that we can provide through the adoption of this concept of meaningful and universal connectivity, we can analyze at the micro level, including individual demographics, understanding educational levels, understanding socioeconomic income, age, gender, and many other socioeconomic variables. At the meso level, we are talking about the offline networks, the communities, and the neighborhood effects. If you are internet users in a poor community or in a remote community, what are the neighborhood effects that will affect this user? And at the macro level, we have other components which is very important, mainly related to regulation, competition, coverage, and affordability. Those are variables or dimensions that will affect this concept of meaningful and universal connectivity. Well, I think that Martin has already gave a very good background, a conceptual background on this concept. I'm not going to discuss this again, but what I'm going to do here from this slide onwards is to understand what are the universality metrics that we are using to describe how people are using, how households are connected, community and business. And in terms of connectivity enablers, I will share with you indicators that we are using to discuss infrastructure, affordability, device, skills, security, and safety. So I will start now showing some indicators that will cover those universal and meaningful dimensions of this concept. Here you have the universality metric related to people. So as you can see, by the way, we have a very long track history in terms of data series in Brazil since 2005, which coincides with the launch of the Partnership on Measuring ICT for Development, which was in 2004. But since then, Brazil has every single year several surveys, not only household, but also others. But I just showing in the last 8 years what happened in terms of internet users in Brazil. You can see that we had a very significant growth, but we still have some challenges in breaching some gaps, like, for instance, the urban-rural gaps. Rural areas is 10 percentage points below the total access. If you move only for urban areas, the proportion is still higher. And we can see that in terms of households, this universality matrix is now, I moved from individual to the household level. We have 80% of the Brazilian households covered by broadband connectivity. And also, this slide is very interesting to see when you have disaggregated data, what type of analysis that you can provide to policymakers to design effective policies to address specific issues like socioeconomic gap. The low-income households in Brazil, which represents the majority of the population, we have only 60% of households with internet access, whereas in the high-income households, you have it already universal, 98%. In terms of infrastructure, now I call your attention for the infrastructure as a connectivity enabler for meaningful and universal connectivity. Here we have an equal penetration of fixed broadband in households in Brazil. If you go to the south and southeast regions of the country, which are the richest part of the country, we will have most of households having broadband connectivity. But if you go to the Amazon forest region, we have a higher proportion of connectivity covered by radio or satellite. In the northeast of the country.
Alexander, you have around 2 minutes. I know the indicator will go very fast.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so in terms of, so this again shows the unequal penetration of fixed broadband in Brazil in terms of urban and rural areas by different types of connectivity like fiber, radio, satellite, etc. Someone has mentioned about connectivity networks. We had conducted a study specific on community networks in Brazil that also provides policymakers with important insights to design policies in terms of meaningful and universal connectivity. This in terms of, again, connectivity, fiber optic in Brazil has really grown very fast in the last years. In terms of affordability, I just would like to highlight that high-income households spend over 30 times more on ICT services when compared to low-income households. In terms of major use in mobile, you can see again that low-income households use a very large proportion exclusively on mobile phones. This is almost the same, but with another disaggregation. Here is important to mention about skills. This concept is skills plays a very important role in meaningful connectivity. If you don't have digital skills, you are not going to use the internet in a meaningful way. And here again, you can see comparison, what happens when you go to activities performed online. Most of higher proportions are related to communications, whereas more sophisticated activities is very in lower proportion. Here again, related to the use of access by mobile and by computers or by both. And what the message this data shows is that when you are internet users using exclusively mobile, you have lower proportion of digital skills. And here is a very important mention, reinforce what I have said. Mobile users, they develop less sophisticated activities when compared to computers and mobile phone users. I'm going to reach the end of my presentation just to show that Brazil has implemented a privacy and personal data protection survey to measure how individuals and organizations are aligned with the Brazilian law on personal data protection. And here, I would like to highlight the fact that stakeholder engagement and cooperation is really very important in this process. We have been working with the partnership members, such as ITU, UNCTAD, OECD, UNDESA, UN-ICLAC, in terms of defining and implementing these measurements. And my last message is that indicators for measuring universal and meaningful connectivities, they are critical, and we need to have them in a disaggregated format. We may have different type of different level of disaggregation, but based on different variables. And the target for meaningfulness use of internet may change over time. What is good today may not be enough tomorrow. So again, national average without disaggregation may not be able to capture inequalities in the country. And I think that my last message is that ITU plays a very important role in fostering the increase of data production among member states. We do have a lot of data on infrastructure, but low data availability in skills and other key dimensions such as security, safety use, as the concept impose those dimensions. Thank you very much, Dennis, and sorry for taking longer time. Thank you.
No problem. You took time from your Q&A section, so you will. But thank you. This was a very comprehensive presentation, and you mentioned many things. I will again invite people in the room to ask you one question. And if you have a question, please, you can walk up to the mics behind me, and you can ask your question. Yeah. While waiting for questions from the room, let me just thank our online moderator. There is Catherine Townsend from Measurement Lab. You can also, Catherine, if you would like to ask a question, you can ask after the question in the room. And also, I would like to read very quickly. These are not taken from Alexandra's Q&A time. We received the feedback from Bangkok ITU working on the Smart Island initiative in Asia Pacific, that one of the things they are establishing is universal service obligation policy, if people are interested in to learn more. But yeah, let's take the question now.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. Carlos Rey Moreno from the Association for Progressive Communications. Really interesting effort, I mean, moving from universal access to meaningful access, and all the indicators and the work that has been done there, coinciding very much with Alexandre and the presentation on the need of accuracy, not accuracy, but maybe granularity, because if we have advanced from 75 to 95% and a target being met from 95 to 100%, you are leaving a lot of people behind on that granularity. There is indicators such as affordability that is looking at a very low amount of data. There are many studies that say that the trend of consumption of data is going higher and higher, and those indicators are remaining a bit low if we are considering how much data people are going to be using in 2030 and the affordability for that and the granularity when there are huge inequalities inside countries. That would be one thing. The other thing, and whether there is an opportunity to reconsider those indicators. The other one would be about the accuracy of the data. There are exercises by civil society and universities, at least in Malaysia and Nigeria that I know, that are creating tools to challenge the data, in particular around coverage and around the quality of the coverage in rural and remote areas, because it's way less than the one that is being reported. So what is the quality of the data that you are using? What is the source? And how could we work together into improving the quality of the data that is being used to actually measure against the indicators that you are using? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. I see we may have one more question. Let's also take that one, and then Alessandra answers two of them at the same time.
Great, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Farzan Abadi. I'm doing some research for USAID, and they are working on human-centered approaches to digital transformation. So I was wondering if in your definition of meaningful connectivity, you also consider this kind of like human-centered approach, and if there are ways to discuss with the different communities that you work with and build the network, what their needs are, and just looking for best practices and best approaches about that. Sorry if it's not relevant, but I thought I'd raise it. Thanks.
No, thank you. It's very relevant. Yeah, Alessandro, first you, but if the other panelists would like to respond to second question, they can.
Yes. Well, thank you for both questions. The first one related to data quality. This is an issue. We have been discussing this issue of data availability and quality in the international forums such as the ITU forum, which holds two expert groups on ICT statistics. In case of Brazil, CETIC conducts, so those are primary data. We follow strictly the international methodological recommendation with a probability sample, a representative sample in Brazil. And the sample is designed so that we can provide disaggregated data in the variables that was foreseen in the design of the sample. So those data are high quality data, and most of them demand-side data, but every member state also provide supply data, statistical data on the offer and coverage of infrastructure, and those data are particularly provided by regulators. So regulators compiles the data from the operators and submit it to ITU. And the data that ITU, maybe Martin can speak with more legitimacy on that, but member states, they provide consolidated and aggregated data. But every member state should be able to disaggregate that data so that we can understand inequalities at the different levels: education, age, gender, regional, urban versus rural. So the quality is a very important issue. The second question related to human-centered approach. This is a very relevant question, but it is not considered in this design of this or implementation of this concept. I don't know if Martin wanna.
Considering the time, Martin, you can respond briefly. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for reminding. So can we go to Catherine online? So Catherine Townsend, if you are still online, please take the floor. And I don't know if the online moderator can help us to make Catherine and also Anir Chaudhry presenter.
Hi, Thierry here. Catherine cannot unmute herself, so I can now.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Great. Thank you all so much. So yeah, Catherine Townsend, thank you for this session today. I run a nonprofit called Measurement Lab, which provides the largest open data set about the speed and performance of the internet and interconnection points around the world. And primarily the way that people experience how well their service is by running a speed test. And speed is not well defined, and it's sort of an imperfect proxy of what a user's experience is. There's a lot of investment right now in broadband infrastructure, and even broadband is not sort of a universally recognized goal of what connectivity should be. So all of this background to say that we're trying to improve our own metrics for what means meaningful connectivity, or since you all have defined this, then we have this internet quality barometer. And so I wanted to ask you all, when you think of additional information that you would have liked to have in developing the meaningful connectivity metrics, particularly those the technical community could add to and support, what are the gaps and what are the sort of specific measurements that you would hope to see? Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I think all the panelists can think about that question. What component of meaningful connectivity do we think we can get more help from the technical community? But respecting time, I will go to the next panelist now. European Commission, Mr. Peter Marian, Director General. He will be talking about Global Gateway, which is a program through which the EU is strengthening connections between Europe and the world. So let's hear from that, but please keep in mind Catherine's question, all panelists, and we will go back to Martin as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And maybe we can come back into the questions a bit later. So my name is Peter Marian. I work in European Commission, Director General International Partnerships, and I am Head of Sector for Digital Governance. So first of all, I'd like to underline the EU support to this development and further development of this work on universal meaningful connectivity. We started thinking about such needs a few years ago, and we were also inspired by the EU's approach, which is, amongst others, the Digital Economy and Society Index. It's not the same thing, but having robust data, we do consider that as an essential condition to be able to measure, what we and our partners are doing, whether we are achieving objectives, and of course to set policy to achieve those objectives. And as I could see from previous speakers and the questions in the room, this need for data is essential, and we are very happy to work with ITU on this. So I've been asked to elaborate on the EU's experience with global partnerships and also with the Global Gateway. So I will go through a few slides in that context. So the Global Gateway is an opportunity for partnerships between the European Union and partners around the world. The European Commission has foreseen investments of around 300 billion euro in the next couple of years. These investments will come from European Union grants, but of course, as was also mentioned by other speakers here, of course we do this also together with the private sector. And that also includes banks and the financial leverage of various banks and financial intermediaries. The Global Gateway intends to be a principle-based cooperation mechanism which focuses on a few sectors, and one important sector is digital. So when we look at digital, our policy will cover elements such as focusing on the government side, the business side, infrastructures and skills. Let's say that's the large compass that you can see on the slide. But then when we go a little bit deeper. How does the Global Gateway, differentiate? How is this an alternative offer of what is available to our partners? I'd like to point out the following elements, and this also resonates with what was said by previous speakers and people in the room. So EU promotes a human-centric digital transformation. We put the person at the center, not the companies, not the states, and this then reflects itself in the policies. We want a trusted internet, an open and free internet, where people can feel safe and secure, where their privacy is respected, and which then leaves nobody behind. Objective is to bridge the digital divide. I will go a bit fast because I know we're short on time. We want to increase resilience. Security is important. You can also see this in the universal meaningful connectivity indicators, the aspect of security and safety. Boosting digital sovereignty is essential. It's of course a very delicate topic, but we also think that this is something where the EU can, where we hope to be an equal partner and a trusted partner with our partners, where we think of the interest of all the parties involved. And this is important when we talk about, for example, data governance amongst so many things, privacy. I mentioned the open internet. And then, of course, promoting the twin transition. For us, this means to focus on environmental sustainability. So the Global Gateway is about investments, but these investments are in hard infrastructure and in soft elements. And they are meant to be sustainable. And sustainable means transparent funding, but also sustainable funding and environmentally sustainable, amongst others. So now I'll just jump into some examples. In March of this year in Colombia, the EU launched the EU-LAC Digital Alliance with a whole range of Latin American and Caribbean countries. This alliance has different elements. On the one hand, there's a policy aspect to it, and on the other hand, with regular policy dialogue on a range of topics, but also with concrete action. And so this action is already ongoing, so I'll run through a few examples. As a first element, we will work on policy and regulatory frameworks together. That includes policy on connectivity, on e-governance, on data governance, on cybersecurity, and probably soon we are already discussing to have regulatory framework discussions on the topic of artificial intelligence. And of course, this all links again to this universal meaningful connectivity indicators, because it's not just about investing in hardware. Another example of this is the expansion of the Bella program. The Bella program is a fiber optic cable between Europe and Latin America. This fiber optic cable, I'll come back to that later in one of the next slides. Third point, the private sector was mentioned today. So digital transformation without the private sector is a no-no. I mean, that will not work. So in the EU-LAC Digital Alliance, there is also the setup of what we call the digital accelerator, where basically we intend to set up about 100 new joint ventures and about 50 startups. And then as a fourth point, I'll just mention something about Copernicus, which is Earth observation system, so satellite data. So the Bella link, on the left image, you see the current in blue, the current cable as it runs. And on the right-hand side, you see the proposed extensions of this cable as we are speaking. Now, this seems like we're talking about hardware, and it is, but this program also connects more than 1,200 academic institutions. And in that sense, again, it relates to this universal meaningful connectivity indicators. Of course, it also relates to affordability and so on and so on. But at the moment, there's a big focus on the academic link. Okay, I mentioned Earth observation, just to say that one of the questions is, okay, but what do you do with connectivity? Well, the European Union Copernicus system is a set of satellites providing Earth observation data. I've been informed it's at the moment the most advanced system that there is. Well, this system gives open and free data to any individual who wishes to access this data around the globe. And so this can be used for a whole range of policies. We are working to set up a local data hub in Panama and also one in Chile. But I won't go into more detail right now. And that, of course, can then lead to policies and all kind of other economic and social impacts. The universal meaningful connectivity indicators also look at safety and security. So also in the EU LAC context, Latin American Caribbean, we are working on cybersecurity. There's a whole range of actions that we are doing on cybersecurity, policy regulation, critical infrastructure protection, capacity building, but also the mainstreaming of cyber in our programming. So, the whole topic of secure and trusted connectivity has been high on the agenda since some time, and so we take this into account with all our programs. And then, as a concrete example, in the Dominican Republic, we have set up a regional cybersecurity hub for the whole region, together with our partners, of course. So there I gave previously an example of a regional alliance, because to talk about partnerships, EU LAC, but we also work, of course, at bilateral level and at other levels. At bilateral level, I just want to point out the concept of digital economy packages, where, as you can see on this slide, we want to link our partnerships and investments in infrastructure with investments and partnerships on the soft elements. And the soft elements, for example, on data governance, on digital skills, e-government, amongst others. And so concretely speaking, this slide gives an example of our cooperation with Kenya. So in Kenya, you can see below on the slide a whole range of European Union countries that are coming together in a Team Europe spirit, together with the European Union institutions. And we provide a package of digital action with Kenya. And so in total, for the next couple of years, we're looking at 430 million euro. And I won't go into much details here because of the time, but you can see that we're looking at reducing the gap, leapfrogging, but also assuring an open and inclusive governance. And with the arrows, I wanted just to highlight some elements related again to universal meaningful connectivity. So on the left, you see last mile digital connectivity. This was also mentioned today. What about this rural? What about the most vulnerable communities? It says there, expanding the network and the fiber. So this is also about submarine cables, but also terrestrial and last mile. Looking at TVET, so that's vocational education. We are working with hundreds of TVET institutions in Kenya on the skilling. And on the right hand, for example, you see data protection and procurement legislation and cybersecurity. So this is again about policy and other elements which can impact affordability and safety and security. The digital package, as we call it with Kenya, was announced last week in Kenya by our commissioner. This is the tweet she put. And as you can see in the tweet, she mentions remote places and unprivileged areas and leaving nobody behind. And I would like to finish with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director General. That was a very rich presentation, and again, I think all the presentations will be online who would like to access later. I think we have time now for one question for the Director General. If you have a question, please stand up and ask your question. If you would like to add, please.
No, thank you very much. Just want to specify, I'm the head of sector, not the Director General, but
okay.
Thanks for the promotion.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Martin, you did not answer to a previous question.
Yes, thank you, Denise. There's still a few questions from the previous sessions where I owe an answer. So human-centered approach, that actually I'm sure it's not really the answer that you wanted to hear, but we also have a human-centered approach. So we want people to be using the internet. We also we're not focusing on business, but on people and everything around people and communities. There were a few questions on the quality of the indicators, on the targets themselves, if they can be changed, that the targets are moving. Yes, we have an initial set of targets, but the idea is that to keep on monitoring this and also to annually look at the targets as part of the project and see where they need changing, if we need to have different targets, if we have to move the targets, or if we have to include other indicators maybe. There's a few areas where we're not so strong. Safety and security, we don't have any good indicators at the moment. The question from Catherine online is also one that's very important and very good. We do have a target on speed, but we don't have good indicators yet. So we were very happy to talk to you and see how we can maybe include your work in ours, or how we can move together. We're also looking at alternative sources of data. We have a number of big data projects going on in our division, and that can help in getting better regional data in countries, for example, which was also one of the comments. The comment was that in rural areas, the reality on the ground is maybe not the reality that you see in the data and the data that we get. And we get the data from the regulator. We do process the data, but it is possible, of course, that the reality on the ground is not exactly the way it's perceived in the data that we get online. So for that, the big data project, the measurement lab data can all help in moving forward there.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Is there any question for Peter online? If not, let me move to the next panelist, Mr. Anir Chaudhry, Policy Advisor, A2I Program Bangladesh. He is online. I believe he's in North America right now. So we are now moving from a large country in Asia. Has still a considerable journey to go towards UMC, but where connectivity is considered very important. So we pose the same questions to Mr. Chaudhry. Anir, if you are online, the floor is yours. And I think we may need to upgrade Anir's level in Zoom so he can speak.
Yes, so Anya cannot unmute himself. If the IS moderator can give him the right to unmute, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. I think I'm on right now. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes, Anir, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I've been listening with a lot of interest what other speakers have been saying. Well, thank you for giving me the floor. In Bangladesh, we're actually seeing a surge in terms of internet usage, but still not at a point where we'd like it to be. To increase internet penetration, what we have done, in addition to the cell phone providers, the MNOs, which have covered 98% of the country with 4G, the availability is there, but in terms of access, it's still lacking. So I'll come to that point. But in terms of fixed broadband, what we have done is we have worked with the private sector, 3 national transmission providers, to connect about 3,800 rural locations. So these are the lowest tier of local government institutions in the country. So about 3,800 rural locations have connected with fiber in the last few years. And another 700 plus locations, which are hard to reach, the island areas, the hilly areas. So we have used the service obligation fund, which is a percentage of the profit that the MNOs deposit with our regulators. So we've used that fund to connect another 700 plus locations with fiber or radio connectivity. And we have a new project that started just last year, where we are going to connect about 110,000 institutions with fiber. So these will cover all the government offices at the lowest tier, almost all the schools, primary and secondary schools. You'll see the data shows that the school connectivity is quite low. So this will remedy that situation. We'll also connect the courts, about 2,000 courts across the country, the 14,000 plus health facilities in the rural areas, a lot of the post office, about 8,000 plus post office will be connected. So about 110,000 institutions across the entire country will be covered. And we're expecting that to be done, the coverage will be done in the next few months. Now, after that, so these are the 110,000 institutions, but that still won't have fiber coverage to the homes. And that's where we are expecting the ISPs in the country. We have over 1,000, close to 2,000 actually ISPs, about 1,000 of them actually work in the rural areas. So they'll be extending connectivity to the rural locations. Now that brings me to the question of cost. Our regulator actually has capped the cost to an affordable level. It's just been, the fiber has not been extended to the rural areas. The cost of 4G is at an affordable level for the most part. We have many different packages, packages that run for 3 hours, packages that run for 3 days, 7 days. So there are many different types of packages that the telcos have provided that have quite an affordable cost. The cost has been brought down many, many times in the last few years to a point that it's affordable. But what is one of the biggest bottlenecks right now is the availability of smartphones. The smartphone penetration is only about 52% in the country. So even though broadband is available, I won't say it's at a point where meaningful connectivity is there, because the devices are not available. Devices are still expensive compared to the per capita income in the country. Add to that the issue of digital skills. Just today, I was discussing, I just finished a conference at MIT Innovation Lab just a couple of hours ago, and we were discussing what does digital connectivity and what does digital skills mean in the near future. The issue of connectivity will actually become more and more important. As we know, in Bangladesh, the official figures that I see in the dashboard here is quite low. Within the country, we have a higher figure when we add the mobile connectivity. It's about 70% internet connectivity that we talk about today. And this one actually is talking about less than 40%, this official figure. But because of low smartphone penetration, we actually don't see meaningful usage of that broadband. So from a skill standpoint, what we discussed today at MIT is that what will the skills requirement be in future? Today, we talk about the ability to use a keyboard. It could be a small keyboard on a smartphone or a large keyboard on a laptop or a computer or a desktop that people must use for us to say that that person is digitally literate. But in future, and that future is not too far, we're actually seeing the emergence of large language models in AI and ability of users, current digitally illiterate users, to use computation just using languages, native languages. So we actually are deploying, just in the next week, we're deploying a large language model in the native language Bangla to augment our national call centers. A lot of the questions that our national call center operators have been answering for the last 3 years will now actually be answered by voice bots. And that technology will mature over time. So what will happen in the next 2 to 3 years is actually we'll see a lot of native languages around the world start to use large language models, and the digital literacy concept will be totally redefined. So that's a very important aspect for us to think about, which I don't know if we are thinking in the policy debate right now. We just completed, just a couple of months ago, completed a research called equality research, E-quality research. and that looks at the issues of digital divide. Obviously, connectivity or meaningful connectivity is one of the prime areas of digital divide. 2/3 of the population are connected globally. 1/3 is actually not even 2.6 billion people are not on the internet. In Bangladesh, very similar numbers. 1/3 is not on the internet. The second issue is the digital literacy that I talked about, which will be completely redefined because of AI and large language models. And the third issue, which came up in our research and we don't talk too much about, is the issue of content and service design. The way we have designed it for the ultra poor, the way we have designed it for the persons with disabilities, the way we have designed it for the women, the way we have designed it for the CMSMEs, the cottage, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So when I say the way we have designed it, we actually have not designed it for these clientele. We have not designed them for the hardcore poor, not designed them for the persons with disabilities, not designed them for the women, not designed them for the CMSMEs. And that's where a lot of our attention needs to happen. So even if we achieve full coverage in terms of internet connectivity, affordable internet connectivity, the digital skills will be solved with AI to a large extent. If we don't design the services in a meaningful way, then we will not actually get to the point of meaningful connectivity, because people will not be able to use the content and services meaningfully to the best of their advantage. Will still actually widen the digital divide. So that's something I think we need to bring in our discourse, that the research report that we published for Bangladesh just 2 weeks ago at the UN General Assembly, the equality report, only looks at the Bangladesh perspective, but that is similar to many perspectives of the LDCs and the countries in the global south. We hope to extend that research through the Equality Center that we also launched 2 weeks ago. We hope to extend that research to other LDCs in the next few years with the support of organizations at the UN, World Bank, World Economic Forum, Commonwealth Secretariat, and many other partner organizations that we are working with. Thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank you, Anir. This was a really valuable input to this discussion, and I know that it was not the ideal scenario for you to connect remotely, but we very much appreciate. Let me first turn to the room and also the online participants, if there are any questions for Anir. The questions, yes, please.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, if we take the concept of meaningful connectivity, also sometimes touches on the idea of having connectivity everywhere, not just limited to some places or when it's connectivity in work, in schools. So how do you in Bangladesh deal with this? These two options of the policy, so enforcing, enhancing connectivity in institutions. So the idea is to foster connectivity in institutions of both in households and institutions, or how to connect both places, and how do you deal with this in your policy making in the field?
Thank you so much. Anir, would you like to briefly respond?
Sure. In my deliberation, I talked about those two issues. So one is the institutional connectivity. We have extended fiber connectivity to the rural areas, but not to the institutional level. So these are 4,500 plus rural locations that we have connected as hubs of connectivity that will be branched out to the institutions. And as I mentioned, about 110,000 institutions will be connected in the next few months. That includes offices, schools, health facilities, courts, and so on and so forth. So that's one fiber connectivity. That's a public-private partnership with the 3 national transmission providers and over 1,000 ISPs. So that's what will happen. And we'll actually get fiber to households also through affordable price. And we'll set the price to the regulator. But then there is also the wireless connectivity that is going through our telcos, 4G connectivity. But as I mentioned, even though about 98% of the country has 4G network, only about half of it is actually being used because of lack of devices. So affordable devices and the right design of the services and content. So when we are able to address the device costs, affordable to the right persons and households, and we'll be able to design the services and content in a way that makes sense to the currently marginalized population, that's when actually these issues will be resolved. So there are policy matters that we're actually addressing, technology that we are deploying, skills development that we're also going through. But again, as I mentioned with AI, the skills development will be a thing of the past in the next few years. Does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you, Anir. Yes, are there any questions in the room? No. We are coming to the end of our session now. Before we close, I would like to give one last opportunity to all speakers. If there is anything that you couldn't pass it out, maybe Alessandro, we can start with you, but please keep it 1 or 2 minutes so that people watching us online, they can make reference to the final points.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Well, I think that this concept of UMC is really important at this moment that we're living in, where disinformation and the lack of skills to content creation, critical use of internet is of utmost importance. My message is to countries to really produce data that can be used to measure this, the progress towards achieving this concept. So Brazil is maybe among the countries that produce many statistics in this area. And I think that what we would like to see is other member states also producing data that will allow track the progress.
Thank you. Agne, Miss, would you like to add something?
Thank you very much for such insightful discussions and messages so far. I will just add up several aspects from our side. I think what is really important, as in all discussions, was highlighted collaboration and coordination within the government, within the other stakeholders as well. This is a huge part of making it happen. And of course, I want to reflect on one of the questions from the audience. I think what is really important is not only the quality of data, but that all these measures would be checked once in a while if the measures are good enough at that time. It means that everything is changing so fast, and we need to be adaptable. We need to be flexible in the way we approach the measures. And of course, the backbone of everything is data quality. And I bring this message back to myself as a government official every day, how to make sure that we would gather more quality data to make more insightful decisions and then to measure the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Peter, please.
Thank you very much. After these excellent comments, it's hard to add many more, but just a few. I think for me, this kind of discussion confirms also our need and our commitment to this kind of work. Because, you know, a lot of, I think a lot of the community in organizations like mine, we are very much focused on, you know, making things happen in the field. But we do need to do the basic homework to know what it is we need to do. And in that context, I think, you know, again, having the data and everything that was said about this remains so important. And of course, we know also how difficult that is within the countries in the field, you know, in our countries, in our partnership countries. So it should be done at global level, but of course it needs to be done in the end at the local level. maybe just to add also, yes, what I took away is that the challenge of the last mile connectivity, or whatever you want to call it, and we are actually also struggling with that quite a bit, how to make that interesting for the private operators or for the public operator then, but under which philosophy do you spend taxpayers' money on that, if you would. And then what I also like very much are these questions about foresight. What will we need in 5 years or in 10 years or beyond that? Whether it's with new technologies coming up and the skills that you will need, or the systems that might be completely different, or who knows, indeed, other indicators and measurements that we will need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And Anir, let's go back to you for one or two final messages that you would like to pass.
Thank you, Dennis. Again, I'll go back to the equality report that we published for Bangladesh. I think that that report has given us a deeper insight to the issue of universal and meaningful connectivity. And connected to that, skills development and service design are two issues that have come up. So connectivity is important, but to make sure that connectivity is meaningful, we have to make sure there are other issues in terms of skills and service design. So those have come up. And we're now working on the issue of an equality index. It's a tough issue right now because there are 7 different areas that we are actually exploring in terms of how the meaningful connectivity serves us in education, in healthcare, in employment, in CMSM issues, the cottage micro enterprise issues, in the issues of public service delivery. So those are about 7 areas that we're looking at. And we hope that this equality index will give us a much deeper understanding, both with data, quantitative and qualitative data, to give us a deeper understanding of the UMC issues and also take us forward. And I really like the issue of the strategic insight, looking at strategic insight, what will be needed in the next 5 years or even 10 years, when we'll have not just humans exchanging data amongst each other through systems and social media, but we'll have a lot of devices and perhaps even robots working in different fields, in farms, in factories, perhaps even offices, also sharing data as well. So that's the future that we're really looking at, maybe 10 years down the road, maybe even 5 years down the road. So looking at that future, painting the pictures of alternative futures with strategic insight, I think could be really valuable as well. So I really appreciate that issue being brought up in today's discussion. So very rich discussion to all participants. Thank you. My gratitude. And Dennis, thank you for the moderation. Really useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Anir. I'll turn to ITU now. I hope ITU also thinks the same way.
Yes, we're out of time, so I only want to say that the final remarks and the whole session, I can only echo them, and that what we're doing with our project, promoting and measuring universal and meaningful connectivity, is spot on and important and timely. So we will work very hard and continue the product. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I mean, I will not attempt to summarize the discussion, but there is a lot said today from different countries, and there's so much insight. I think the discussion will and has to continue. With this, we came to the end of our session. I hope it was useful for all, and I hope it will be watched online with others in the future. And thank you to everyone, and also thank you to our online moderator, Mr. Thierry Geiger. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello? Hi. Sorry, we ran into some logistical problems trying to rename people. But hopefully everyone should be able to see the folks joining online. So we have 3 of us in person and we've got 3 people online. But yes, sorry, a bit of a strange start to the session. Hi everyone, we're very glad that you could join us. Welcome to the session on exploring blockchain's potential for responsible digital ID. I know that it's been a busy few days, but thank you for being here. We hope that this session will be informative and that you'd have some learnings to take away from it. Can we share screen? Ananya, I don't know if you can hear me, but can you share your screen? Yes, okay. Can we put the QR code a little bigger? Present the slide, essentially. Okay, great. So I'm gonna give you some information about this very large QR code. Please scan it. It will take you to Google Docs, Google Slides, sorry. Google Slides where you will be able to put your thoughts in on some of the things that we're going to be discussing. There will be 2 slides. It'll talk about the first part of our session, which is generally on the use of digital ID. And then the second slide will be on general concerns with blockchain, benefits with blockchain being used along with digital ID systems. And there will also be a link, I think, that you will be able to see, possibly on the next slide. But that link is supposed to take you to a Miro board. On that Miro board, you will see who we are, our plan for the session. Essentially, it'll be a reference for everything we're going to be doing today, some of our notes from the session as well. And we'll be putting in those notes a little bit later, but for you to engage with this even after we're done with the session. I'm supported by Ananya and Tereswata, who are running these things behind the scenes. They'll be taking notes and inputting into Miro. And without further delay, now that I've gotten some of the logistical things out of the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Joanne. I work with the Center for Communication Governance. We're an academic center that's based at the National Law University in New Delhi. That's in India. We work across various themes like internet governance, platform governance, intermediary liability, privacy and data protection, and emerging technologies. We do this work in a variety of ways. We do it through academic research, through policy inputs, and we also facilitate some capacity building with various stakeholders like the government, judicial officers, and particularly young professionals in the field. So CCG, that's us, and we have TPDC, which is the Tech Policy Design Center at the Australian National University in Australia. They're collaborators we're collaborators together on a first-of-a-kind cross-border interdisciplinary project that is reviewing blockchain ecosystems across India, Australia, and the Indo-Pacific region. The project is multi-phased. It's spanning over about 3.5 years, and we're exploring blockchain applications and associated technical standards with the aim of identifying gaps and delivering some evidence-based policy recommendations. We also, through this project, aim to build a multi-stakeholder community across these jurisdictions. The project specifically is looking at blockchain applications that enhance societal, economic, and security benefits. And it prioritizes applications that support gender equality, women's empowerment, inclusive solutions that are both scalable or replicable in and across the Indo-Pacific. We just wrapped up the second phase of this project where we did deep dives into themes where applications that were being developed and implemented were looked at a little more closely. And one of these areas was digital ID, which in general is a very important area where technology is just growing in scale. But this, with digital ID, is playing such a huge role in the way that individuals are accessing a wide spectrum of services, whether that's provided by the government or private actors. And we have a lot of thoughts generally about how digital ID systems are being used. We know that there have been some concerns about privacy, security, and just generally exclusionary harms that arise. And given some of the concerns with these systems, we want the discussion to talk about how it would, what it would mean for blockchain to be incorporated into digital ID systems or used along with digital ID systems, whether it would address some of the existing concerns, whether it provides additional benefits, what that would look like, and just essentially trying to understand how, if blockchain is being used, how it can be used in a way that advances responsible digital identity. And that brings me to the end of this little introduction. The structure of the session is that we are going to do, okay, I don't know if people are going to be showing up in the middle, but we're going to start with a participant poll where we want to get a sense of the room, of how you all feel about digital identity systems. And then we'll get into round one of the discussion with our panelists. Have a few questions for them about their experiences with digital identity, then get into round two about the incorporation of blockchain and how we feel about that. And we'd open up the the room for questions from audiences. And then we will have a second poll to see how we've come out of this discussion, and then end with a few key takeaways from our panelists. Right, so before we get into the discussion, can we have the participant poll questions up on the screen, please? Can we share screen? Great. Okay, so the first question is supposed to be, are you aware of blockchain technology? Can we get people in the room, like a raise of hands? Okay, a few there. Couple. Okay, a handful, I would say. Okay. Can we go to the next question? Or no, actually, can we have the polls from the online folks? Okay, we've got one. I don't know how many people are joining us online in various time zones. Okay, we've got one online. A couple of folks here in the audience that know about blockchain technology. Can we go to the next question, please? Do you have a digital identity? Yes, okay. Couple of hands from that side of the room. No one this side? Digital ID? Nobody? Oh, sorry, everyone's doing the polls online as well, okay. So yes, we've got 4 people online that now this might be a mix of folks from in the room and online as well. Okay, so we've got a good number of people that know and have a digital identity. Can we go to the next question? Are you aware of the use of blockchain for digital identity solutions? Okay, 2 hands up went up really fast there. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6. So definitely a bunch here. And let's see. I'm guessing there's some crossover with the folks on-site and online. Now we've got one person who says no. Okay, great, then that puts our session to like a lot more use. Okay, next question. Do we have one more left? I think this was the 3rd question. So that might be the end of this round of poll. Okay, so that brings us to the main part of this session that you're attending. I'm going to begin by introducing the panelists and start our round of discussion. We start with Harry. Can we have Harry on the screen? Is it possible for us to have the panelists on the screen? Yes, oh, okay, great. Harry is a center manager at the Tech Policy Design Center at the Australian National University, and is a director on the board of Diversity Council Australia. As a policy analyst, higher education researcher, and advocate with an interest in technology, identity, and equity, and information, along with his involvement in CCG and TPDC's collaborative project, he will bring a unique perspective on the use of technology for socio-economic purposes. So Harry, our first question to you is, how do you feel about digital identity systems becoming an integral part of our lives? Are these systems really the key to inclusive and sustainable growth? Do you have any concerns with the way that we're using these systems. Harry, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, we can see you as well. Great. Okay, I'm going to stop talking.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Appearing to you as a talking head today in this session, but lovely to meet you all virtually. And thank you so much, Joanne, for the introduction. Just before I start, I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the lands from which I'm joining you from today in Australia, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. Do I have any concerns? I think I'd like to start by just drawing upon the question of, do you have a digital identity? And to say that even if you don't think you do have one, you more than likely do. And we today, more than ever, have more than one likely digital identity that we are responsible for managing and that we need to use in our daily lives to interact with all the services that we're using in an online world. And that will increasingly become more and more important as the world expands into things like the metaverse, into, you know, this idea of Web3 and any kinds of future internet services. Am I concerned about digital identity and also the use of blockchain technology or not? I would say I'm interested, but not necessarily concerned in either. And I would say that there's an important question to consider when thinking about the use of blockchain technologies for digital identity. And that is not a technological question, because you don't need to understand the technology behind digital identity to know that it's been around for a long time. There are lots of different ways that it is done, and it does work. I think the broader questions that we need to be asking when thinking about this technology and digital identity in the world that we live in today are questions of trust. Do we trust who it is that manages our digital identity? And I draw from my perspective in Australia that we currently have a conversation about our national digital identity, but we don't, in that conversation, ask the question, do we trust the government to manage our digital identity? And I would say that technology such as distributed ledger technology and blockchain provide alternative or new ways of managing our identities that are as yet fully tested, but offer potentially new ways of doing this job. And I would say we should approach both the question of how we're doing it now and these new opportunities with caution and curiosity. So I hope that answers your question, Joanne.
Hi, Harry. Thanks. Yes, that was very concise. And I think it sets the tone really well for how we should approach some of the questions of technologies and the incorporation of different technologies together. Definitely good to have concerns, but to also see how you can better some of the uses, keep putting more safeguards. And on that note, I think that it set a really good segue for our next speaker, Nathan Pashaloni. Nathan is a researcher developing research at the intersection of political economy and data protection at the Data Privacy Brazil Researchers Association. He has been deeply involved in the research studying the development and implementation of digital ID in Brazil. Nathan, with the context that you've been working with over the last couple of years and Brazil's very large digital identity system, what are the kind of challenges that you are witnessing with regard to these digital ID systems?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, yes. So I'm Nathan, or Nathan, if you can choose how to call me. I'm speaking on behalf of Data Privacy Brazil, which is an NGO based in Brazil that works for the promotion of digital rights through social justice lenses. And between the years of 2021 and 2022, we developed a research on the Brazilian digital identity system, focusing on accountability and data protection issues. And this Brazilian national identification system is the Brazilian attempt to unify and digitize the national identification in our country. And nowadays, its main use is to authenticate users in the federal government platform called gov.br, which is this attempt to digitize public services and other services from the federal and state governments. And since we were looking into risks related to this Brazilian system, we were able to identify a couple of them, and we categorized these risks in two large groups, being the first one related to data protection and privacy risks. For example, we identified the possibility of secondary and shared uses of personal data stored in the digital identity database, which brings concerns related to data protection and privacy. You know, in contrast to this purpose limitation principle that's related to data protection bill in Brazil. So in terms, and we have this other group of risks that we identified that's related to exclusion of individuals. And one example of this risk is the risk of excluding hyper-vulnerable people such as children and adolescents, since they weren't part of this database that constitutes the Brazilian digital identity system. So now addressing specifically your question, in terms of technological challenges, I think we can reference here one of the risks that we identified there, which is related to the necessary balance between a safe, rights-based, and accurate system to identify people in a national level. And this is specifically important to discuss, considering that in most cases, a centralized information architecture aligned with biometric verification is used to identify people in this digital identity and national level systems, which obviously brings concerns related to privacy and data protection rights. And going forward with implementation challenges, I believe that one of these real huge challenges that we have is to make this system universal, because there is this risk of excluding people, as we mentioned before. So there is this challenge to make this system available and accessible for everyone in a country when we are talking about, for example, legal identities that are digitized. And recently, in Brazil, in late September, the Brazilian government announced that we are now using blockchain in the issuing of the Brazilian digital identity document. And they are using the system called Brazilian Federal Revenue Services Shared Registry, which was developed by SERPRO, that is a public information technology public company in Brazil. And this network, they are is characterized by a general purpose tech that can be used for several purposes within the government needs. And it's based on Hyperledger Fabric, which is an open source framework for general purposes, permissioned blockchain networks, and it's powered by Linux Foundation. So we are now using this technology to guarantee safety between the authentication and registry for people in Brazil. But it's important to state that the use of this kind of technology by itself won't be able to deal with the societal risks that arise from a digital identity system. Thus, it's necessary to step back a little bit and stop trying to attempt the techno-solutionism attempts to solve social problems and try to address it specifically, and then think about technology to solve this identification problem nationwide. So thank you for now.
Thanks, Nathan. I think you've raised a few very important points that I know that we will come back to in our discussion, especially when we're looking at blockchain and how that's being used, whether that is a good tech to use to address some of the issues of existing ID systems. But your points on the use of digital ID for services and how that can exclude some people the way that it has in your research. I know that Mustafa has done extensive work when it comes to this. Mustafa Mahmood has close to a decade of experience working on citizenship rights, inclusion, and statelessness in Kenya. Bangladesh, Jordan, and Myanmar, his expertise is crucial in highlighting real-world harms that arise from the use of technologies without adequate safeguards. Based on your experiences, what are the implications for marginalized and vulnerable sections of society? How is digital ID helping them better their lives? We would love to hear your thoughts on your perspectives, especially from Kenya.
Thank you very much. The last line, helping, wow. Is it going to help, and what is it helping at the moment? How many people have been to Kenya? You know the magical safaris, huh? Yeah, Kenya is in the push for the digital ID. In 2019, we tried to launch one that we called Huduma Number. It flopped because basically it was threat-based. And one of the big beauties of identity regime, it has to be trust-based. But when you coerce people, you start raising flags. Why is it a must? Why don't I have the right to give consent and all that? So it flopped massively. In a population of 50 million, only 10 million enrolled. You can see how badly it didn't work, including the deputy president, who's now the president, also opposed it. In this year and last year, there was a new push for another digital ID that we call UPI, Unique Personal Identifiers. And the aim was to digitize over 5,000 government services. And the reason as to why I asked for people who have ever been to Kenya is because one of the things that we love most are our national parks. The past 1 month, it has been hell for tour operators because when you centralize all services into one portal, it fails completely. So imagine you have 100 visitors who need to enter the park, but they have to pay through one digital platform. Luckily, they can access it. But unfortunately, for over 5 million people in Kenya who struggle to get access to documentation, it means even going to the park is impossible. Because the only way for you to enter the park is that you have to log in to an online platform that is linked to your identity. We call it e-citizen account. For my community, in 2021, we were given a new code. So for background a little bit, is that Kenya is not an ethnical based nationality system, but your nationality is also linked to your ethnicity. So every ethnic group is given a code. And when you use that code is when you get a document. So in 2021, I come from the Nubian community. The Nubian community got a new code because we were classified for years under others. So we were given a code that is specifically identifying you as a Nubian. Unfortunately, for every person who got an ID from 2021, that ID was not linked to that platform called the e-citizen account. So it meant that you cannot apply for a passport. It meant that even if you go to, with that identity card to a bank, you cannot open an account with a bank because they have to authenticate KYC, know your customer. So they have to get the access to the API, to the government, to ask, is this identity authentic or not? And it was bouncing back. It meant that they cannot even progress to university. These are people who have been given a document. And as I said, over 5 million people cannot access it. So for those people who cannot access it, is even beyond repair. So it's a myriad of problems when systems do not talk to each other, and we are duplicating systems all the time. So one of the other issues that we have is the issues of geographical discrimination, where you find in a very big population, like for example in Kwale, where it is from border to border, it has the border of Tanzania and Lunga Lunga. You get, for you to get a document that is free, you have to spend like $20 in terms of transportation. So access itself is limited. So it's a myriad of issues, and the government has one silver bullet. They say, when we digitize you will solve all these. But for you to enroll to digital, you need to have a manual system that authenticates you. So for you to enroll to all these systems, you need to have an existing legal identity or a national identity card, which is not accessible by all. It means that now you're now digitizing discrimination, and that is the biggest risk that you have, because when you have a layer of discrimination, it becomes hard for you to get out. Let me give you a good example. During the 2000s, there was severe drought in Kenya. And Kenya is one of the biggest hosts of refugee camps. And one of them is Dadaab refugee camp. So while people who host the refugee were dying because of drought, in the refugee, people were living large. They had food ratios, their children were studying with tablets and all that. So what did the population did? They went to the refugee camp to get food. Little did they know that their fingerprints were taken and they were added to a refugee database, a digital database. So when they reached the age of 18, when they go and apply for a document, they were told what? You are refugees. So over 40,000 people were locked out of a system. So because they were locked in one register, it became hard, and I was talking about layers of discrimination. It became hard for them to get out. So they had to get presidential amnesty, and it was a whole movement for them to, out of the 40,000, only 14,000 got out. So whenever we have these registers, it becomes barriers. Either you are in or out. So once you are in, you cannot get out, and when you're out, you cannot get in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mustafa. That was some good insight into how it has played out so far in your experience, and I know that a lot of this has revolved around the use of digital ID in the country for government purpose, for government services, for welfare services. This is now also being expanded to various other kinds of service, right? Like we've got private services that are being used, where they're using your digital identity to provide those services as well. And now that we've kind of set the tone for a lot of the issues that are cropping up with some of the existing systems and the use of digital ID, how do we look at blockchain being used for digital identity systems in general? What is it bringing? Why are we even using blockchain in the first place? We have Kalya Young, who's joining us today, who's going to speak a little bit to this. Kalya is also known as the Identity Woman, and she's a prominent figure in the digital identity space and has expertise in self-sovereign identity and blockchain identity. Through her extensive work on different domains of identity, she's best placed to communicate the manner in which blockchain is being used for digital identity and the importance of user-centric digital identity systems. Kalya, from a technological perspective and from the extensive work that you've done on digital ID systems, why is blockchain being used as a technology to be integrated with digital identity? What utility does this tech provide, especially for goods and services that could include welfare delivery by private actors? We'd love to hear a few examples from you and your thoughts on this.
Sure, I think I'm excited to be here to share with you today. I'm actually coming to you from Mountain View, California, where we've been hosting an event I've led for 18 years called the Internet Identity Workshop. And I think it's really important to remember that there is more than one shape or type of identity system or digital identity systems, and that many of the concerns that my fellow panelists have raised, I share, because I think they're largely speaking to centralized digital identity systems at a national scale. And those are quite concerning architectures. And what I have worked on in the community I'm part of leading works on is called decentralized identity, where credentials, signed attributes about people, just like we are used to having passports that are paper and plastic cards that might be for a driver's license, or even credentials for educational institutions we've attended, that all of that type of information could be digitally signed and given to individuals to hold in a digital wallet. And when they want to share it, they can. And when they don't want to share it, they don't need to. And the blockchain part isn't so much putting a digital identity for people on a blockchain, which I think is a terrible design choice. It's leveraging public key infrastructure that blockchains provide to support looking up key material of the entities that sign credentials. So if you had a driver's license from a particular jurisdiction, that jurisdiction might choose to store the public key material on a blockchain so that verifiers could look at it. Or also like using, how do you believe that an entity is actually that entity? The people are exploring building registries of different institutions that might use these systems. So it's really about empowering a whole range of different types of institutions to share the types of credentials they already share on paper and plastic with people, and allowing them to use them in a decentralized way where there's no like one authority. So I think we're seeing application of this technology in the United States. The US Citizenship and Immigration is looking to issue green cards using this technology. There's also technology around proof of age verification in states like California, basically supported by the age restricted goods industry. Europe is actually working on large scale decentralized digital identity pilots and building out open source tools in the form of digital wallets for all their citizens. So I think it's important to distinguish between different systems and stay away from the centralized, everybody must authenticate to the big brother in the sky kind of models. And decentralized digital identity provides an alternative to those architectures.
Thanks, Kalya. That was very helpful to separate the two and try and understand the purposes for which we're trying to bring blockchain onto digital IDs, or along with digital identity systems. I see the technological uses for it, like you said, but it's also useful to see how some existing applications are benefiting or aim to benefit societal or economical purposes, right? And to see how they're envisioning the use of blockchain for these purposes. And I would like Swati to speak to this next question. Swati is leading several initiatives at the Center for Communication Governance, which is an academic research center housed within the National Law University in Delhi. These initiatives lie at the intersection of technology, policy, and society around the issues of data governance, privacy, emerging technologies. And one of them is this blockchain project that we're working with the Tech Policy Design Center with. Her engagement with various stakeholders in the blockchain ecosystem allows her to highlight diverse interests that are driving the development of blockchain for socio-economic purposes. So Swati, from a societal perspective, why do you think blockchain is being considered to support digital identity? What are the kind of gaps with the existing digital ID systems does it intend to address, do you think?
Thank you, Joelle. Great question. But also I feel that this question has been answered in parts and parcels with, Harry talking about the overall scenario, with Nathan and Mustafa giving us like an understanding of what kind of a digital era we are in. We're all on this same spectrum, somebody at the extremes of it, experiencing a little more of the harsh reality, somebody on the other side, sort of still onboarding their people on it. And Kalia sort of talking about what different ways of applications we are seeing of these blockchain-based digital identity systems and why. So I think for me to just bring it all together in terms of what we built our understanding, not just at this panel today, but over the course of this project, talking to a myriad of people, not just technologists and developers, but with government, with those working at standards, working with different industry sectors, given that blockchain considers itself to be technology agnostic, sector agnostic. We've sort of understood that essentially the reason of bringing blockchain in this whole digital era is to sort of build trust and integrity, um, for creating tamper-proof ledgers and identity information, because we all know the kind of regulations and policies that we're seeing in this space is moving towards embedding values of trust, transparency, accountability, somehow creating integrity. And blockchain touts itself to sort of build that trust in the ecosystem. And while we were researching on this project, we sort of did come across three broad determinants of adopting blockchain. And technology, while was one of the most important factor that was driving the adoption of blockchain, we also knew there are economic factors and institutional design factors that led to the adoption of blockchain in developing these use cases. But let me come back to the technological aspect of what sort of exactly is happening, why digital identity and blockchain is being married together is essentially that placing user in the center and giving them effective control. Talia spoke about these different use cases and where you have all kind of personalities and personas of a human being coming in the digital space. Mustafa and Nathan spoke of the legal digital identity regime that is being created by the state and the government. But then we also have these social media related and the private sector pushing you to adopt certain kind of identities, and the individual themselves wanting to create a whole suite of identities to engage with that online world and communicate in that space. So there are all these different kind of push factors that are coming into the digital space, making a person create so many fragmented personas and identities for themselves. It's difficult to manage. At the same time, you have these frauds and harms, creating fake identities and credentials. So, and on top of it, you have a very naive kind of citizenry, people coming on board the digital space. What I mean by that is that I often consider people who are educated might not necessarily have financial literacy or especially digital literacy. I think we need to understand that difference. And there's little to like abysmal level of measures, mechanism put into place for like building that kind of digital skill and literacy. Hence, you are then using technology in some or the other way to sort of build that privacy by design, security by design kind of mechanisms. So given that, these kind of circumstances, then you're sort of thinking of bringing blockchain married with digital identity, which will create authentic and verifiable credentials. So for example, in India, we are seeing a lot of education certificates and caste and community-based certificates at the ground level, also recognized by the state agencies as a good policy measure, in the sense that allow a person to sort of effectively control how much of like their personal identifiable information they want to share with who. So we all know that in terms of this is torrential. These are essentially, Kalia, the people who we spoke to were essentially startups. We reached out to a lot of startups who were creating these very enterprising and innovative solutions to sort of either onboard people from the marginalized and different caste community backgrounds, so that there is less of that inequality that we're seeing exaggerate in the digital ecosystem, as well as people like us, who sort of want to exchange their education credentials every now and then. You sort of are able to control what part of that identity aspect you want to share with who, and you can limit that. So this is the largest scenario that we're seeing, the marriage of digital identity and blockchain in India and overall scheme of things. Happy to come in later on talking about values and all of that more in the second phase.
Thanks, Swati. I think you've set the tone for the next question very well with your last couple of points. I think that when you said about giving users control and the way that some of the startups are using blockchain with digital identity and digital credentials to allow people to access information the way that they want to. Your point on even just thinking about digital literacy, that like keeping in mind some of these considerations when you're looking at the use of technology with other technologies to sort of address existing societal gaps or concerns. I think that would be great, Mustafa, to hear from you about how you feel about this realm of digital identity systems merging with emerging technology like blockchain. Do you see this development benefiting the larger social good, or are there harms, adverse social implications with your experience with systems so far?
Well, everything goes back to use purpose. At the end of it all, every institution wants to recognize, to identify who you are and authenticate who you said you are. Is it the same who you are? And as the previous speakers just said, the biggest problem is you have multiple identities in different platforms calling yourself different names. And it's the same thing that we had in Kenya when we were going to digitize the systems that we had. You'll find that Mustafa, during birth, he was called Mustafa Mahmoud. When he reaches 18, he realizes that, by the way, I need to add spice to my name. I add another name, Sultan, Mustafa Mahmoud. Then when I reach the time that I want to travel, I drop the Sultan, and now I need a passport. Now, two systems need to authenticate. Am I Sultan Mustafa Mahmoud, or am I Mustafa Mahmoud? So that is the biggest problem when we have multiple layers of identity compared to one. But at the end of it all, the disadvantage is also, everything has a disadvantage. When you centralize also, the problem becomes, it's easy to corrupt at the same time. But the biggest problem that we have is, why are we collecting identity information? And do we need a lot of information to identify who you are? I'll go back to 2019. As I said before, that system tried to register, and sorry, I wanted to say that 36 million out of 50 million that registered. And one of the things that we were telling the government is, you want to identify me, but if you're identifying me, my land holding, how does it help you to identify me? Because it was asking questions like, how much land do you have? What use case do you have for the land? How many wives do you have? Then we are like, is that necessary for you to identify me as a person? But you see that every department clusters information that they want. You'll find the people who are in charge of census want to capitalize on it, and then everybody centralizes information that becomes so bulky for one department to hold. Of which, if we just looked at the best case scenario of having it in blocks, is that every department only collects information that they need. And at the end of it all, what they need is just to authenticate it with the master population that said, Mustafa has 99 wives, so who's Mustafa? Mustafa is so-and-so. So we have one angle of authentication, but different department collecting different information. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is, even if we have blockchain, we should have it inclusive. Whichever area of the block that you are enrolling at, it should be an area of enrollment, not area of authentication alone. And one big problem that we have is that every person is collecting information, but they're not sharing information. For example, in Kenya, one of the digital identity that we have is your SIM card. One of the biggest telcos that everybody has tried to compete with and failed is Safaricom. It has the biggest mobile wallet services in the world. And it has over 4 million subscribers. We are 50 million. These guys have almost the entire database of the country. And banks are struggling, government is struggling, yet they could share this information. But anyway, at the end of it all, I'll just say, why are we collecting information? We are collecting to authenticate. And when you want to authenticate, make sure that everybody is enrolled. And we always tell the government it's more dangerous to have ghosts that do not exist than to have everybody who exists. Because when you come to a crime scene, the first thing that you do, you dust for fingerprints. So if you deny me documents, I am more lethal than when you know me. Because when you dust for fingerprints, I am a ghost. I literally don't exist anywhere. So when I exist somewhere that you can authenticate is way better for you than when you cannot authenticate who I am. So yeah, at the end of it all, it boils out to inclusion, accessibility, and use case. And as much as possible, minimize the collection of data so that you don't say, this data is so vulnerable because you've collected everything that you can collect on Earth.
Thank you. I think that answers the next question a little bit in part. Swati, we'd still love to hear what you have to say, but purposes for collection is definitely something that we've been talking about, even in general, when it comes to our data. So I can see that being clear about the uses, why you're collecting information is definitely helpful and beneficial in setting those safeguards, and having these, knowing that these are things that we want to achieve, these are the kind of safeguards, it's also good to sort of have them as principles, as values that guide the way that we use our technologies. So Swati, can we have you come in here on this, some of the discussion we've been having, some of our learnings, even looking at the blockchain, some of the blockchain applications through our project. What do you think are some of the key principles, guiding factors, like was mentioned earlier, human-centric, that should guide the development of blockchain-based digital identity systems?
Thanks, Joanne. So I think everybody would agree with the fact that the problem is not really about identifying what values should be guiding this development or deployment of this technology. We have a lot of regulation and policy discussion and documents sort of coming, everywhere in all parts of the world right now to sort of help us understand what are those basic human rights and respecting values, inclusivity, privacy enhancing, purpose limitation, legitimacy, proportionality. We have those understanding of the values, but I think where we're sort of not paying much attention is the basics, which is like, why are we applying this technology? And, Kalia can of course speak more to this. We've learned a lot by interacting with her about this very issue, is the fact that how much and where do we need to apply this technology? Who's going to assess that, and how are we going to assess that? We've heard from so many of these experts working on blockchain and digital identity, a recurring concern that it's a lot about how we apply technology and not just like the intrinsic value that blockchain as a technology brings on board. Because if you're not applying it in the right place, in the right proportion, for the right application, you're not going to be able to do good, and possibly, you might want to slide on the other side of the things. So it's important to have that kind of understanding and assessment, but I think we need to develop an industry framework, or we need to sort of either have some more conversations and discussions that start putting some sort of a framework that what are those cost benefit analysis somebody needs to run before adopting this technology, and what does that look like? For example, that equitable access is like a very common value that we all try to talk about and like embed in this. But I think we ourselves have been, having this conversation around access way too many times during this project, and it seems like more is less every time, we're sitting around this issue. So understanding access in terms of who, what, and, what different forms of access are we trying to build into this, and actually speaking to those people who will get impacted and whether it makes sense to them. I think some kind of frameworks need to be discussed around building this kind of an understanding. That would be useful.
Thanks, Swati. Yes, I do think that we need to understand what we mean by when we're trying to enforce some of these things or implement it in the actual use of technology. And it's great that Kalya's following you, because she's going to, Kalya, it would be great to have you talk about the ways that we can do this through technology, through technological tools. What are some of those tools and approaches that we can use to ensure by design that blockchain-based systems are implemented, developed in a manner that adheres to some of these principles and values that we hope to have in making sure that the democratic values, the human-centric values, your trust, your integrity, ensuring that all of these are kept in mind while we design these systems, while we use them.
Wow, you're throwing really easy questions at me. I think it's really important for folks who care about how these systems are built to show up in the forums where technologists who have incredible values and share the aspiration that human rights are respected in these systems, that participation in those technical forums is not as difficult as it might seem from the outside, and that there's a real hunger to get the core architectures right, and that the technologists who are working with those values are very aware of other forces, from illiberal governments or naive governments implementing systems with poor designs that they don't really fully understand, or by what we might call big tech just doing it their way because they can. That these fora, like the Internet Engineering Task Force, some of the W3C working groups working on this, or a place like the Internet Identity Workshop, that's a key leverage point to change and to insert values into the technologies, but it's not by standing on the outside or criticizing systems after they've been in development for like 10 years or something. And that if reasonable systems, I don't even want to use good systems, if reasonable systems are built, then it's easier to push on governments and transnational institutions that are sort of encouraging certain architectures and say, no, there's an alternative. We can figure out where someone went to school or what their name is in some legal registry without large centralized surveillance oriented systems. We can know who we're transacting in within transactions. Something that hasn't been mentioned here is looking at verification for business entities in order to, or NGOs, right? Like who am I transacting with in the digital world? And how do we raise the level of trust and confidence we have in the counterparties that we're interacting with? And how do we preserve things like the freedom to be anonymous when we want to be, but maybe also make sure that children aren't accessing adult content that they shouldn't, right? So there's these key, I don't even call them trade-offs, but sort of dilemmas that need to be solved in the digital world that support freedom and also support protection of the youth who perhaps shouldn't be exposed to everything on the internet. And the protocols that I work on include the verifiable credential standard, the decentralized identifier standard, which is what you might store in a blockchain if you so desired, and projects like the Open Wallet Foundation that are trying to build open source code that implements these things. Because it's one thing to have open standards that you can read, it's another thing to have open source code that implements the standards. So I would encourage folks who care about these things to get more engaged and join the values-oriented technology communities that are working on building reasonable designs for these types of systems.
Thanks, Kalia. I think a point that you made on not being on the outside and making sure that we're involved in how these technologies are designed to ensure that we raise that level of trust and accountability. I think that this is something that with most technologies right now, with like whether it's with blockchain and digital identity, or it's with platforms, a thing that we've been talking about is ensuring that we have all voices that are part of this of decision-making process, include like various kinds of social contexts when you're thinking about technologies, just to have that variety and that diversity in how you're thinking about building these systems, right? And I think that it's definitely difficult to know how to do this, but it's important to include the folks that can have those kind of conversations. And just thinking about how this would look like, ensuring that these contexts are taken into consideration. Nathan, from your learnings with digital ID systems in Brazil, and now considering that it's moving towards blockchain as well, what do you think are those kind of checks and balances that we can have to ensure our unique social, political, economic contexts, and even just the realities of how things are in various countries are taken into consideration?
So before going into that, I think that when we are discussing digital identities, the starter point of the discussion is to comprehend that a digital identity must not be confused with a legal identity. There are two separate things, and while we do want that people have legal identities, we must reflect and think about on why we are digitizing such legal identities, as this digitization was the only option for providing identity for everyone. So it's important for us to think on that, as Mustafa said, because it will not solve all the problems that we need to provide identification for everyone. And a second point that we must consider when we are talking about a digital identity, in cases that the digitization it's necessary, is that this digital identity system has to be a human rights enabler and not be used to violate those rights. And we are talking about inclusion, about data protection, about not being surveilled. Because when we have this kind of digital ID systems, they have a strong potential to be used as a surveillance tool by the states. And it depends on how the systems are structured and how depending on the types of data they collect. So that's an issue that we have to be in mind when we're thinking about a digital identity system. So in this sense, one dimension that has to be considered when we are developing a digital ID system is the one related to data protection in this case. Because data protection and privacy rights are fundamental rights, and they enable other human rights. So when we are thinking about a well-functioning of a human-centered and rights-based digital IDs, this has to be in the core of the deployment and development and designing of a digital ID system. So we believe that the minimum requirement, for example, to deploy a digital ID system is that the countries in which digital IDs are being deployed must have comprehensive data protection legal frameworks. So to enable and to guarantee the users and citizens' rights. This is a minimum requirement to think about deploying a digital ID system. And this dimension related to data protection is especially important because we have to understand that the violation of data protection rights and privacy rights can lead to a series of human rights violations, such as the right to have access to decent work, or a health system, or public policies related to social security, or even to be correctly identified within your country. And in this regard, we advocate in Data Privacy Brazil for the need of for conducting data protection impact assessments to address the risks that arise from such systems, and that these assessments have to be made publicly available so that the civil society, the community, are able to understand what's going on there. And because this data protection impact assessment is a tool, it's a tool that basically ensure accountability for the protection of citizens' fundamental rights and civil liberties. And one last thing I would like to address is that if we're developing a digital identity system, it's important to pay attention to which information architecture is chosen, and think about adopting maybe decentralized structures, considering the potential of surveillance that this system enables, depending on how they are built. And it's also important to use open standards and open source softwares that will also enable the civil society to audit and scrutinize such systems in order to guarantee that they are in compliance of the human rights protection. Thank you.
I'm glad you ended with standards, because our next question is for Harry. And in the project that we've been working on, we've been looking at a lot of the standards that are being considered for the use of blockchain in general, but specifically also like when you're looking at blockchain with the use of digital identity, it's important to think of how you would have all of those safeguards that Nathan just spoke about, how you would have those checks and balances translate into policies, into the standards that you use when you're using these technologies, so that by design these technologies are respectful of what we need it to be, that they do not result in the kind of exclusion and privacy harms that we don't want. So Harry, it would be great for you to come in here, but again, given your experience in the tech policy space and the discussions you've been having generally in the project and outside of it around emerging tech standards, what do you think are the most useful ways to ensure we embed some of these democratic and human-centric values and principles in a way that is able to create responsible and sustainable products like blockchain-based identity? Also, if you could speak to what are some of the collaborations we should have between stakeholders that would be helpful for this.
Thanks, Joanne. Really interesting conversation coming together around the use of blockchain technology and digital identity. On the question of technology and values and ensuring that it does the right thing, and then the topic of technology standards, I think where I ended with my little introduction piece, the standards that are created and the technology itself only has so much responsibility for what it is used for and how it is used at the end of the day. I think one of the key things, and this will go to your question, Joanne, about consultations, is the people involved in the use and the creation of tech standards, the technology, and also broader questions in society, such as the governance of technology and things like digital identity and our identities, are probably the most important questions to be asking when having a conversation about a new technology, well, relatively new technology, and its applications like blockchain, and a more established conversation that we have around digital identities, because citizen engagement as a starting point in, say, for example, in Australia, the development of our legislation and rules, regulations around a national digital identity is critical for the formation of that system. And despite the fact that a consultation like this does not discuss the underlying technology that is used to implement the system, ultimately, the way that that legislation and regulation is shaped and the demands that are placed on the system by those that have a voice and their requirements will lead to a technological solution that hopefully will address those. And so the right technologies will be brought to bear to do it, not the other way around generally. And so it would go with technological standards for blockchain technology, particularly those around interoperability, and those that enable the use of technology. Let's discuss things like cross borders for different communities, multilingual use, for groups that have access to certain kinds of platforms or levels of technology, aptitude, literacy, all of that is really critical. But if the right people aren't in the room when the standards are prioritized, when the topics that need to be addressed are put on the table and selected, and then when they're developed and deployed, how do we ensure that those issues are being addressed? Well, we can't really. And so what we need to look at is the human participation element, and also who those people are, and are those people equipped to actually engage as a starting point as well. So the movement for things like digital wallets, for the metaverse, for Web3, there are so many issues around accessibility, around digital literacy around the world, even here in Australia, where we have large segments of our population who may have a device or may have access to the internet, but that's not enough to be considered technologically literate or to be capable of understanding and interacting with a system that is given to them. But even further, having the ability to interrogate that system. And my comment about, we have a discussion here about a national digital identity, but we don't have a conversation about, is that the right approach? Whether we do it or not, that's another question, but the point to be made is, are the people involved in the conversation aware that there is more than one option, and that there are lots of different ways of deploying things like digital identities using technology, and that the technologies like blockchain are giving us more options? So I think the right people, would definitely be the people that are going to be the most affected by that technology. And sometimes that's even really hard to know, because if you don't go out and actually try to understand or study the impact and effects of these technologies on people's lives, or draw on those lived experiences, as we've heard about here today, in government policy creation, national policy creation, or even things like in industry participation and standards working groups, how do you know what you need to be looking at? And the mechanisms and the forums that enable that are really critical. And I believe that there's a lot of work to be done, particularly even here in Australia, where we don't have a very high level of awareness about the technology, like a technology like blockchain. People may have heard the words, but they may never have interacted with a system knowingly that actually used it or experimented with it, or to understand what it can do, and also may never have actually understood things like, do I have a digital identity? What is that? And what that means for their daily lives. So really going back to basics here, but I think there are some fundamental things that we can look at when we talk about who should participate and how they should be involved in blockchain technology development and matters like digital identity.
Thanks, Harry. I think the bits on getting people in the room, having those conversations hold true for most things that we're discussing, especially when we know that they're likely to have significant impact on the people using them. But some great points, and I hope that the discussion so far has helped give you perspective on, sorry? Oh yes, no, but that brings me to what I was going to say is that we will now open the floor up to questions from the audience. I don't know if that's what you meant to ask, but if we have some questions for the audience, please come up to the mic, or I can give you this one as well. Oh, great, yes. And we can, if you have a panelist that you want to point it towards, please go ahead.
Well, hello, it's working. I present myself. I'm Hugo Cordova. I work for the European Parliament in the Secretariat, and I'm working on the initiative and regulation for digital wallet and digital identity. And what I would like is to share a bit our experience. You can take whatever you like from that and what suits you. So basically, we have digital identities trying to work in an interoperable way since 2014, and now we're moving to the next step, which are the wallets, which allows for have credentials who have to be authenticated. And this brings me to the question of why you want to have an identity, a distinction of legal identity and other identities that you need to use. So we in Europe, we take the view, this regulation is about legal identities. And what we see through the process is the questions of trust. It's super important. And of course, maybe in Europe, we are used to have more trust in our governments than in other countries. And here is where I think blockchain has opportunities to have a parallel system to the legal one. And I think that's what you were trying to aim to with this technology, if I understood you correctly. That goes back to how we're going to work with parallel systems and how we are going to use the legal system to enforce the system you want to put in parallel, to enable some rights that you will have, or you want to enforce or to flag, maybe in your not in your country because maybe you're under authority state or in a place where you cannot do it, but at least to be able to claim something about yourself, claim something about your properties, or claim something that is important for you. And I think that's, for me, is what the blockchain is very interesting for. But maybe I would like to know what is your views, because we don't see that blockchain is being, as far as I know, not so much adopted for the legal system, for the legal identities. And maybe we should look at that as well, or not. Are the legal digital identities can learn or can take these technologies and could be useful, or is something that is only for this parallel system? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and your question. I was hoping that maybe we could have the online folks give their comments first if they have any. Swati, Harry, Kalya, if any of you want to come in to either share your thoughts on what the gentleman just said, or we can have the folks here also comment.
I see a question on the data question for those, who sort of are using some other sort of linguistic forms, especially the tribal people, the entire belt, similar countries, places like India, have sort of a lot of segment of the population which essentially come from very different varied backgrounds. And I don't think so blockchain is the answer. At least I don't know of that. I'm not a technologist and I don't really understand the complete world of blockchain, so I wouldn't speak to that. But I think I would go back to a point on then understanding access as a value and an issue, and to then sort of go back to creating assessment frameworks and some sort of ex ante assessment frameworks, which then make people think about why are they building it and for who are they building it, what does it really leave an impact in terms of like what's and how. Because the data question for these kind of people is a very complicated one, and probably this is not the session for that to answer, and it needs a whole different discussion on that. That right now the current bill act actually that we have, I keep calling it the bill, does not even allow people to opt out of automated processing and everything. One is that kind of tangent that we must talk about, and the other is that a lot of the welfare delivery and services delivery is sort of now tied to the digital identities. So that's a different discussion, I feel.
Thanks, Swati. Mustafa, Nathan, do you have any thoughts on the use of blockchain for their purposes? I don't know if we can open it up to further questions also, if you neither of.
I think blockchain could be a good avenue to go for legal identity, because we already have different departments. Like, for example, in Kenya, we have different departments holding legal identity in blocks. Civil registry has birth registration, death registration in a block on the side. We have immigration having foreign database and all that on another block. And they kind of speak to each other, and they kind of build towards each other, but there's lack of trust, even within departments. There's lack of trust. Every department claims that their data is the most accurate, and they don't want their data to be infiltrated by another department. And it's true, there's corruption, but all departments are corrupt. So, the unfortunate bit is if we could only clean the society and we build the trust within even departments before we go to the people, we could have a very successful way of building these blocks to work. And it's very safe. For example, for us, we've been very against centralization of data. Just last month, a group of anonymous called the Sudan hacked our national database, the Integrated Population Register. And for one whole week, our systems were down. Nothing could happen. You could not apply for passports. You could not even access search registers for lands and all that. So imagine, and the same government, after learning that their master population was hacked, they said the solution is to centralize everything so that it could be hacked well. So anyway, it's the biggest problem is trust. Once you solve the issue of trust, even from within departments, I think blockchains could work very well because the user has the access to give the rights and privileges for the data to be used, and the consent level could be enriched at that level. So yeah, I think the way to go for even, because we've seen it work for digital identity, why don't we also provide access to it for legal identity, because you cannot be able to give one-time access to your database with consent from yourself. Yeah.
Just a quick comment on that. The state of art in digital IDs in Brazil is related to a challenge that goes to the beginning of the year 2000. That we have in Brazil. We are changing the situation, but we have in Brazil 27 different identity cards, one for each state. So there was this problem that they were trying to unify this document. There were attempts towards that, failed attempts, but they saw the digitizing process as a way to unify this identity documents in Brazil. So that's why we look into legal identities in our country, and maybe not other identification tools to do so. But I agree with Mustafa in terms of that the challenges on building trust and maybe blockchain can help on that. I think we will have to follow the steps and see what will happen. But I think it's an interesting step to see what the government is, thinking and developing in terms of building trust of identity cards in Brazil. Because one of the main problems that we have with these decentralized several documents that we had is exactly the falsification process of documents. So since I am a Brazilian, I can have 27 different digital identity cards in Brazil. So there is this problem of authenticating really a person, of each document with a different number of a serial number. So there is this huge context of trying to unify this document and also building trust. So maybe that's why the Brazilian government are going to implement blockchain, but we'll have to see what will happen next. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. I hope that's given you some insight into the thoughts of our panelists, but I think we have a question online from one of the attendees. Could we either read out the question or maybe have the person read it out themselves? I know that we're also closer, almost short of time, but maybe Ananya, could you just read out the question so we can have a quick round of answers? Or maybe just one person answer, because I know that we're short on time.
So we have a question from Shruti Mittal online, who is from EVM Law and Policy. She asks if someone could speak to the issue of digital literacy, particularly the linguistic divide, and how we deal with this in India. How do we bring the average user and consumer to be cognizant of some of these data questions in the first place?
I'm open up the floor to anyone online and here to answer. You can
Yes. I'll just name an organization that I met while I was in India studying Aadhaar. The Digital Empowerment Foundation. It is doing what seemed to be really incredible work, going out into remote villages and doing digital literacy training. So that's one reason.
Thanks, Kalia. Did you have something more to say? I think, Mustafa, did you want to say something? Or you?
I think it's very important when you're rolling out any system, there should be civic engagement and awareness, because most of the times these systems, unfortunately, when they're designing the system, they look at the people as data subjects and not as the end user. So most of the times we are only collecting, and then corporates will be the ones to have the burden of authenticating on the side. We have a lot of work to do in terms of giving people information, in terms of what are their rights, to privacy and all that. Simple things like just maybe even the SIM pin, you find that people share. The same way we say that this is the access to all your rights, it is also the access or the gateway of you losing your identity. And when you lose it, it's gone. So we need to do a lot of awareness in terms of what are the pros and cons of digitizing identity. Let me give you a small example briefly. There's this woman that we are stuck. She lost her identity card. And when she was renewing it, she couldn't get it anymore. But she has a passport. And when she went for a printout, she realized that her identity, the only thing that they removed was a photo. And they put another person. That person is dead now. So it means in records she is dead, but she is alive. So now when you're digitizing and we have people who can easily give their phones, even like when I was talking about mobile wallets phones, We find our grandmothers, grandfathers, they tell you, I want to send my grandchild money, come and send them with my phone. So it opens up a lot of vulnerability, and we need to train them on how to use the digital identity well without exposing them. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of empowering communities on the pros, but the dangers and harms that exist.
I think that's a good note to move on to our final two parts of the session. We're going to try and go through this very quickly. We wanted to do a quick poll of the folks sitting here and online on the session itself, and just get an idea of how the session has impacted your thinking. Maybe Ananya, can you share screen and get to the first poll? Okay, great. I don't know if everyone still has access to their QR code, but with the on-site people here, we can just have the show of hands. But the first question, do you feel positive about blockchain-enabled digital identity? Can we have a show of hands? Okay, we've definitely got one. Two, we've got a couple of people saying yes and no online. Okay, there's some hesitance. There's also some optimism. Does it matter who controls or owns your digital identity? That's the next question. Can we go to that on the slide as well? Yes, does it matter? Show of hands, does it? Okay, definitely. Yeah, yeah, okay, good, okay. It does matter, okay, that's good to know. The next question. Do you think blockchain-enabled digital identity has the potential to embed human-centric values? Let's do another round. Yes, okay, good. We can embed some values in that. Okay, we've got a couple online saying yes and no. Okay, mixed feelings. And I know that we're short of time, so we're gonna do this quickly, but can we go to the next question? Oh, I think we thought we had one more. My bad. But this also then brings us to what we wanted to end with, and that is also to just have everyone have a clear takeaway from our session. So what we're going to be doing is just going across the panel and have them answer the following question. For anyone that's developing a blockchain-based digital identity, what do you think would be the one consideration that should be accounted for? We'll start with the folks online. Maybe with you, Harry?
Thanks, Joanne. I have to say, you've got to think about the people who are going to be affected by it, the users, and then not just the people that you want to use it, but you've got to think more broadly about the technology that you are going to be deploying and how it relates to those around it, and try to bring in more people than just either the people you're trying to sell or have use it, but also those people that you might not have thought that would be impacted by it. So a bit of extra effort from everyone would go a long way.
Thanks, Harry. Maybe we can go to Swati and then you, Kalya.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier. We need to define technology and the value and the promises it sort of talks about bringing to us rather than the other way around. So we need to really come together with people across cultures, across borders, geographies, to sort of discuss what kind of frameworks will work to assess the values and propositions it's making to build inclusive and responsible digital ID systems or any of these kind of infrastructures. Essentially some ex-ante sort of frameworks, regulations.
Thanks, Swati. Kalya, if you could give us your thoughts on what that one consideration could be.
I think one takeaway is that I would encourage civil society advocates who are participating in the session and those hearing it, if it gets broadcast later to really show up in values-oriented technologist communities working on building these things, because they are not scary and we don't bite and we really want good input. And to I have one other thing, but it's okay. That's my invitation is to participate with technologist communities who are doing their best to build reasonable and decent systems.
Definitely. Thanks, Kalia. Mustafa, Nathan.
We have to acknowledge we are in the digital revolution era. And since we're in a revolutionary era, we should be treading very careful that we do not digitize exclusion and discrimination. Whichever system you choose, even if it's centralized, even if it's a blockchain system, please make sure that you do not digitize discrimination. That's my takeaway.
So I think that I would go with prioritize open standards and open software, so we don't go into that private intellectual property thing that won't enable people to have access on what's going on with the systems. And it will also help with avoiding digitizing discrimination, I think. So go with open source and open standards, and I think that's it. Thank you.
I think all of the takeaways very holistically cover some of the things that we've discussed today. But that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much, both the folks that have joined online, everyone here in person, to our panelists for taking the time out to have this discussion. We hope that it has been useful. And I'm grateful to the folks that have been helping with all of the tech stuff. It's been minimal challenges so far. But thank you everyone for joining us today. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
1 2 1 2. We'll allow people to digest their lunches for another 3 minutes, and then we start. You want to... just let's not use slides if not necessary. If you want to use slides, if you really want to, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, both online as well as here in the audience on the panel, which is about encryption and the impact of encryption policies happening in the global north and the impact they have on the global south. We have a room with approximately, I would say, 15 to 20 people physically here, and we have a number of people online. I would say about 5, 6, excluding the speakers. Thank you for all being here. My name is Olaf Kolkman. I'm with the Internet Society, and I will be your moderator today. As I said, this is about encryption policies in the global north impacting the ability to communicate throughout the world. Since 2022, there have been a number of legislative proposals introduced that threaten end-to-end encryption. End-to-end encryption is the ability to communicate with confidentiality and integrity from one user to the other. In the United States, we saw the EARNet Act being reintroduced even. There is also the Stop CSAM Act and the Kids Online Safety Act, all bills that are circulating as proposals and being looked at, I would say. In the European Union, there's a proposal of chat control. The online safety bill has become an act. It's now the Online Safety Act. It contains also a threat to strong encryption. And it instructs Ofcom to come up with a solution to find harmful content, while a community of security researchers and practitioners have broad consensus that such a solution doesn't quite exist. During the development of the bill, that's the Online Harms Bill, various providers of encrypted services announced already that if that bill would come in effect and actions would be taken that the bill enables, that they would take their business elsewhere. These are all laws that focus on specific regions of the world. As I said, Europe, the UK, the US, those are very specific areas of the globe, but their effects are felt all over the place. Because, of course, we know the internet is global. This panel we put together, that is a number of us, to assess how these measures, when introduced, impact other regions of the world, and in particular, the Global South. Now, we have an excellent panel, expert panel to discuss this, consisting of 5 people, 2 of them here, 3 of them online, again showing the global nature of this discussion. We have with us Juliana Fontelles, who is sitting next to me. Juliana is a consultant for special report on freedom of expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And she's also a researcher at Modera Labs and a collaborator at the Best Practice Forum on Gender and Digital Rights in the IGF. She has been a researcher at Interlabs and a project assistant at the Brazilian Association of Investigative Journalism. Welcome. We also have Masayuki Hata. Masayuki Hata is currently an associate professor of economics and management at the Surugaidai University of Japan. Sorry if I butchered that name. And you were originally trained as an economist and organizational theorist, and you write and speak extensively on intellectual property issues. But you also have, I think that is a hobby, which is very much related to encryption, and that's as a contributor to the Tor project and other privacy-enhancing technologies. Online, we have a number of speakers, contributors. We have Mariana Canto, and she is a visiting researcher and German Chancellor Fellow at the Berlin Social Science Center in Germany, Director of the Institute for Research and Law and Technology of Recife, IPREC, in Brazil, PhD candidate in law at the University of Stirling in the UK, where she's part of the interdisciplinary cluster on democracy, human rights, and communication advocacy in the digital age. Further, we have Pablo Bello. He's also online. Pablo is the Director of Public Policies at WhatsApp for Latin America. He graduated in economics from the University of Chile, in addition to having an MBA in business from ESADA in Barcelona in Spain. He worked at the Inter-American Association of Telecommunication Companies, where he held the position of Executive Director. He was also Chile's Assistant Secretary of Telecommunication between 2002 and 2006. Welcome. Pratik Wagre. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Pratik is a policy director at IFF. He's a technologist turned public policy professional. And Pratik has spent nearly a decade in the CDN industry as a consultant and product manager. Since moving to public policy, his research work has focused on a number of areas such as internet shutdowns, information disorder in the information ecosystem, and governance of digital communication networks and social media in India. Pratik is also an alumnus of the US State Department's International Visitor Leadership Program on disinformation in the Quad. So, those are the speakers today, and you are the audience, and I expect a little bit of engagement. If all is well, we are about to share, Marcos is about to share, Marcos Pereira, who is online, is about to share a QR code to a Mentimeter board. And if all is good, that will appear there. So we have a bunch of questions just to heat you up. Participate with us, grab your phone, and if you cannot scan the QR code, type in menti.com and enter the code 68312810. I repeat, 68312810. And we are offering you a bunch of questions that we hope you can add, and we hope we get some insights from those questions. What is the risk of fragmentation in encrypted services offered? Have and have nots. Or talk to or talk not to. We see responses coming in, and I'm going to wait a while so that people also online can participate. This was a thing at the IGF. How do we make things interactive? So this is our experiment here. I haven't seen it in other rooms yet. Well, thank you. I think we leave it at that. High would be 10, of course, and low would be 0. And I think that what we see here as a question or as a result is that people think that there is indeed a risk of fragmentation in encrypted services offered. Take an example of what is fragmentation. That's what I mean with have and haves not. People who are able to use encryption services and people who are not able to use those services, or services that only exist in a particular region. So there is an encrypted application that is only available in Latin America and you cannot talk to me in Europe. That would be fragmentation for me. So people are still entering their numbers. I find it interesting that there's some low votes. Perhaps we come back to that in the Q&A, And I will ask you to raise your hand if you were one of the low voters, like you don't think there's fragmentation at all or barely, and explain why you think that. I'm actually interested in that answer, and we'll pick that on the question and answer section if I don't forget to return to that. I believe we also have a second question on the sheet. Do we have? We have three, I believe. How can the internet ecosystem and human rights be affected by the extraterritorial effects of anti-encryption policies from other countries? So, for instance, the Online Safety Act, how can that impact other jurisdictions? And I believe that this country has a number of words that you can fill in. It's always interesting to see what comes out. I'll wait a few seconds. Okay, let's see what the result is. Ah, see, now we see the word cloud building. That is what is happening. I don't know what a surveyed serfdom future is. Ah, I think I know what it is, yes. A life in servitude, perhaps. Ah, okay. And what does it mean? I'm going to ask you then what you mean by that sentence.
I mean, if we are allowing surveillance or backdoors to encryption at this moment in time, it's a slippery slope. And I think everyone knows that. And the whole discussion on child pornography is just used. I mean, it's one good reason why you would want that, but it's used to weaponize anti-encryption policies around the world.
Thanks. I think we have one more. Just have a look at this. I think this is not a very positive image, if I may summarize it as that. Do we have yet another question?
No, the third one is the one that we finished the workshop, so it's the same question that the previous one.
See if we had some change in the opinion. So let's ask our panel a couple of questions. So Masayuki, starting with you. The internet has become essential for public and private services. Everybody is essentially using the internet. And in countries such as Brazil and India, encrypted services such as WhatsApp and Signal, Telegram, all those type of services, and not only in Brazil and India, are being used by big and small companies to run their businesses. And of course, we're using Brazil and India because they're very, very big countries. In your point of view, how do encryption policies from the global north impact global south economies?
It's very, very difficult question for answer because I live in Japan and I think I'm not sure about global south. I've been to India or Brazil, and I think in Japan many people don't know about encryption, or more specifically, many people don't know they are actually using encryption, usually. Which means, for example, in Japan, so many people, almost every people, are using application, smartphone application called LINE. LINE is something like WhatsApp, So I'm pretty sure in India or Brazil, Global South, WhatsApp is widely used. And in Japan, LINE is very widely used. And LINE has a protocol called letter sealing. It's end-to-end encryption protocol. So I think one big issue before we think about the foreign influence or something to Global South is actually, I'm not sure how many Global South people know they are using encryption already. I'm not sure, is this the answer to your question?
But suppose that people are using they are using encryption without knowing it. Still, if they're not able to use encryption and the confidentiality that is now offered is taken away from them, what do you think would be the impact?
So, I mean, they don't know they are using encryption already. So they might not be aware that when encryption is prohibited or gone, I think that's one of the problem I guess we face, because we or they don't know the true value of encryption without knowing it. And I think that's a situation in my country or Global South.
Thank you. I think we might return back to that. Mariana Canto, let's see. Where are you? You are online. The current geopolitics, shaped by the history of colonization and new forms of dominance, reflect the perspective of the global north. At least that's something that we hear often. Not to dismiss that in the way that I said that a minute ago. In your evaluation, how do the power dynamics of the global north impact the construction and development of cybersecurity policies in the global south? Is the tech dominance, the colonial nature, so the colonial history, does that play a role in all of this? Over to Mariana.
Thank you so much for the invitation first. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always an honor to be at the IGF. And I thank to IZOC, and I also thank to IPHEC for the invite. In relation to the question, I think global south countries, they tend to follow general trends that happen in the global north. Sometimes due to necessity, for example, transnational regulations such as the GDPR, and because if you don't adhere to this kind of regulation, you're excluded from the global market. Other times due to what is perceived as a global trend, for example, the import of narratives produced in the global north. For example, in the case of encryption by law enforcement actors. However, those import of narratives, especially in this latter case, are very dangerous when you have open discussions happening in the judiciary, for example, as the case in Brazil. For those who don't know, I'm from Brazil. And we've been following the recent discussions in the judiciary since the shutdowns of WhatsApp in 2015 and 16. So when you import those narratives and during those kind of discussions happen at the same time, those dilemmas can be tricky and can harm encryption many times. So I think it's also important that those measures such as the weakening of encryption can have extraterritorial effects in relation to the application of the law in other countries such as the UK now act, but also in relation to the import of those narratives. So the extraterritoriality is not only in relation to the application of the law, but also how the narratives work around the globe. So, for example, even if the country does not choose to adhere to that certain regulation, precedents can make a risk for encryption to exist in a certain country. I talk about the online safety bill, but I also now act, but I also we've been following all the kinds of regulations, such as European ones that are being developed and that are very much influencing our bills on fake news, for example, and our AI strategy too, that's following the AI Act in Europe. It's impossible to talk about encryption in Latin America, and I would say, without talking about power asymmetries and the regulation of encryption, regulation itself. It's impossible to talk about law without connecting to the real world, because regulation does not operate in isolation. We know that. It needs the real world to function, otherwise it's just useless text. And in relation to privacy, I question sometimes the privacy concept that we use according to some experts like Paya Aurora. We're going to have a legislation that's based on privacy concepts that, for example, still consider privacy related to attitudes of Western-based white and middle-class groups. So in this case, privacy is a privilege of many. And we can see this not only now, but during over the years and centuries, such as when Simone Brown talked about the lantern laws in the US, that you would have people being obligated, people of color being obligated to carry a lantern with them in order to be surveilled. So privacy is a privilege, and I believe that still nowadays it's a privilege of very few people in the world. And the weakening of encryption tends to even accentuate this kind of power asymmetry. Today, we have a very, very serious agenda that's being discussed, which is child sexual abuse material online. And it's a very, very difficult matter to address, even more when you see that survivors and victims are not being heard in most discussions that when we talk about encryption, when we talk about regulation. We still consider children as unable or lacking in agency. And that, for me, it's a very relevant matter in order to include those voices in the debate. And not only the victims and the survivors, but also the people that work with those subjects and those people. So I think it's very important to understand the power asymmetry, not only in relation to the global south and north, but also in relation to the people who are connected to the issue, in this case, children versus law enforcement authorities. But as the discussion is also connected to global north and south, we can see that the global south countries are still being highly affected by policies that are not made by them. And they are still perceived as unable to enforce rights, between quotes, I would say, and as many times open air laboratories for highly intrusive technology. We've been following lately after the Pegasus case and the investigation of the PEGA committee that a highly intrusive technology is being used and exported to countries in the global south with the permission of the global north in countries that defend human rights. So even is this regulation being enough to protect the global south? That's my question. Like sometimes I wonder if our notion of privacy is enough to protect all of vulnerable groups in the world. And unfortunately, I don't have many answers. I have more questions than answers, but I would love to debate this questioning of the status quo, let's say, and how we can bring our region to the center of the debate and to be heard in such a very important debate for all of us. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mariana. If I may, so I'm looking up because the screen is there. If I may ask a clarifying question. In the context of, you were just talking about questions around the status quo, and I was trying to understand how would I summarize that status quo, and I call it lack of sleep I couldn't. Could you summarize the status quo as you have it in your mind, just in a line or two?
I think the current status quo in relation to encryption, we still see encryption as a threat to vulnerable groups. And I don't think this is how we should perceive encryption. I think encryption can be a huge ally to those who are underprivileged and those who are in a situation of power asymmetries. So I think we have to question this narrative or maybe the status quo that encryption is still perceived by some actors as a barrier to protection. Security doesn't mean that the lack of privacy doesn't mean that we're more secure. That's what I meant.
Thank you. I think that was at least very clarifying for me, and I presume also for others. Pratik, over to you. Digital services from the Global North. They have the things that are developed in the Global North, the services that are deployed in the Global North, have a large influence in shaping the internet, if only historically. And of course that is creating dependencies on that technology for everybody, including people from the Global South. India, however, has tried to face some of those challenges, and I think it would be useful for you to explain what those challenges were and what insights we can draw from India's digital sovereignty policies that are relevant to the ongoing encryption disputes. Pratik, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. I was told I have about 10 minutes, so I've just started my timer to make sure I don't go over. I've got 3 things that I broadly want to cover through the question, and I want to talk about encryption, but without actually, for large parts, directly talking about encryption. So I'll start with an example from India that highlights that how actions taken by Global North or Western institutions, right, and not just government, not just services, can have an impact in other parts of the world. I want to make a general comment on the idea of regulatory contagion, right, where an instrument in one part of the world or one country is again imported into other countries, even if they have different underlying objectives. And then finally, I'll just come back to specifics about India and some of the current or recent regulatory interventions that are happening here and why some of them are concerning, especially from the encryption perspective and more broadly from the individual autonomy perspective, right? So as you aptly asked, digital services certainly have an influence, but I want to talk about a very specific instance. So on August 5 this year, right, the New York Times reported on alleged links between a quote unquote tech mogul in America and propaganda networks from China, right? A lot of the details are not directly relevant to the present conversation, except for one point where they included a reference to a news portal in India that also happens to be very critical of the current union government, and for a number of years now has been at the receiving end of harassment, obstructions by the country's financial investigators, who themselves, over a period of time, have become increasingly partisan in terms of the people they pursue, right? Now, as recently as last week, citing some of the allegations in that very story, law enforcement offices conducted, quote unquote, raids or seized electronic devices of around 50 current former reporters, contributors, staff of the organization called NewsClick, including arresting 2 people, the founder and the HR head, under a law meant for terrorism charges, right? And this law currently has a history of people being detained for months and years without a trial. Right? Now, you could argue that the paper was not aware of the consequences of its reporting, but people who declined being quoted in the story have come out publicly saying that they did inform them about some of the implications of running with the story in its current form. And one of the organizations quoted has also come out and said that the ultimate report didn't include its categorical denial, right? So this just goes to show that actions by institutions, in the global north, sometimes uh, out of ignorance, sometimes knowing fully well, can have outsized effects on people in the global south and in other countries, right? And I want to quickly cross the Atlantic Ocean, right, from a US specific example and go to Germany. And of course, everyone is at IGF is likely aware of the Network Enforcement Act or NetzDG, right? Now, I'm not going to go into specifics of the provisions itself, and none of this is a comment on its effectiveness in the German context, because I do not have expertise there. But multiple scholars and researchers over the years have alluded to some of its provisions being imported by other countries, right? Especially with more authoritarian leanings. And apologies in advance. I'll just run through some of them very quickly, and apologies if I mispronounce some of their names. But Heidi Torek in a 2021 paper stated that bills at the time in Malaysia, Vietnam, Kenya, Venezuela invoked similar language about broad and elastic categories, right? And that's the quote. That Russia and Singapore made references to it in some form, either directly or through statements. Uh, Isabel Cannon refers again to Russia, Singapore, and Turkey, and notes how some of them have incorporated provisions providing, requiring local presence, and this has context, as as we've seen in certain instances, as reported with Apple and Google. In some cases, recent Washington Post reporting about India suggests that these local presence requirements have been used to threaten companies and their employees as well, right? And in a foreign policy essay, Jacob Changama and Joel Fist, I think, cited a 2019 Freedom House report, which said that since NetzDG, or the Network Enforcement Act, was enacted, about 13 other countries have enacted similar intermediary liability regulations using a similar framework, right? Again, I'm making these points not directly from encryption, but just to make that these are the forces or factors at play when you have regulation, or when you have regulatory designs in some of these countries. They tend to get exported, right? And we've already made references to the Online Safety Act, which is something that we're watching very closely and with a lot of concern to see how some of that language then gets imported to other countries as well, right? Now I want to come now specifically to India, right? And I'm going to sidestep the definition of digital sovereignty, because I know that that's much contested, much debated. But as things stand, India is currently in the midst of rewriting a lot of its laws that govern digital spaces, right? And unfortunately, there are several bad things in there that us as civil society organizations are concerned about, and it matters also globally, because look, of the sheer number of people in India, it has a precedent-setting capability, and as Kiran O'Hara and Wendy Hall describe in their book, it's a swing state for future of a lot of regulatory practices, right? Now there are 3 or 4 specific items of regulation that I'll talk about, right? Which is the certain directions of 2022, the current draft telecommunications bill, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023, and the current efforts to rework the intermediate liability framework through updates to current rules and potentially a new impending bill, right? And a common thread, before I get into specifics, a common thread that we'll see is that a lot of them amass a tremendous amount of control and discretion for the union executive, with limited oversight over their actions, and often leaving us, very little to rely on other than just verbal assurances, which are not really enforceable in a lot of cases, right? So the certain directions, which were notified in April 2022, these imposed a 6-month log retention requirement on pretty much all internet services that operate in India. It specifically also had a 5-year retention period for various types of data, and there's some nuance here, but various types of data, for information retained about customers retained by VPNs and by cloud service providers, right? What this means for zero knowledge services, I think, is a huge open question, right? Then the intermediary liability framework, which is the IT rules 2021 and subsequent amendments to it, These introduced, what GNI has called hostage-taking laws, right? They introduced traceability requirements directly relevant in the context of end-to-end encryption, which is essentially the idea that you can trace messages on end-to-end encrypted platforms. You can trace them to the point of origin without compromising end-to-end encryption itself, right? You have provisions for a grievance committee that is appointed by the executive that has a direct say in content moderation decisions that digital services may take, and more recently, a fact check unit being envisioned that will be used to flag content about the government itself as fake or false, right? Then the telecommunication bill, which expands the definition of telecommunications so broadly, or defines them so broadly that they can impose licensing requirements on pretty much any service on the internet. And this is relevant because the licensing requirements then can potentially include obligations to intercept messages, again, a direct implication for end-to-end encryption, or identity verification requirements, right? Again, for a lot of services that people rely on, and with huge implications for vulnerable populations that tend to use these services, right? Then there's the Data Protection Act, which was recently notified, which imposes, incidentally, duties and potential for penalties on people if they withhold any information from the state. And in a very interesting inversion, it grants the state the ability to process large amounts of personal data under a clause for certain legitimate uses, but pretty much exempts the state from the right to erasure, right? So, if I were to come back and it's not a happy picture that I'm painting, but these are some of the trends that we're seeing currently in India, and some of them have very significant, I think, implications, right, for the ability of people to be able to use end-to-end encryption services, not only in India but globally as well, because there is a precedent-setting ability that that it has currently. I'll pause there. I realize I think I'm done with my 10 minutes.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive overview of the issues, and also clearly the sense of precedent setting of all of this came out clearly. Pablo is also online. Recently, WhatsApp declared that if the online safety bill were to be approved, and in fact it has by now, the company would exit the United Kingdom. I believe there was a nuance with that, if it would be approved and implemented in the way that it is approved, so to speak. In the company's assessment, is there potential risk of internet fragmentation of encrypted services providing stemming from the anti-encryption policies like the one that is put forward in the UK? Pablo, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be with you. Sadly, from Brazil, so it's 2 a.m. in the morning, but it's all good. Yes, I think this is a very important question, and in particular, of course, I'm seated in this panel in representation of WhatsApp, but I am also a Global South person living in Latin America, and I have been working for the Chilean government on this kind of issues in the past. So my perspective is both the company perspective, but also my perspective from the Global South. And yes, the company strongly believes that the threats on encryption, the risk that we are facing in UK, in the European Union, and in other parts of the world, creates a huge risk of fragmentation in terms of imposing, in some sense, lower standards of security and privacy for global communications. Of course, internet, it's a global network, interconnected network. If one part of the network has lower standards, that has implications to everyone. And I think it's super important to consider the perspective of the Global South in that debate and in that regard, because the effects of decisions made in the Global North, in few countries, could have implications everywhere. And in particular, I will want to stress this idea that weakening encryption in one place affects the entire world. One data that I think is important to introduce in that discussion is not a technical data, it's a political data. The Economist presented this survey year by year regarding the quality of the democracies in the world, no? And only 8% of the world population lives in full democracies, only 8%. And it's not by casualty that these countries are in the north, in the global north mostly, and in particular in Europe, UK, of course. And 55% of the world population lives under authoritarian regimes or hybrid regimes. 37% in under authoritarian regimes where human rights are not respected. So the problem we have here is that if we, from the global north perspective, introduce pieces of regulation that weaken encryption because they believe that their institutions are strong enough, the rule of law is strong enough, and that will be fine from their perspective. I strongly believe that that approach is wrong, but if they believe that, they should consider as well the implications of that decisions globally. And this is very important because most of the people in the world lives under flawed democracies or not democracies at all, without rule of law, without proper institutions, without balance of power. So when a country in particular, the UK or the European Union, made a decision in terms to weakening encryption, it's affecting the lives of people everywhere. The activists in Nicaragua, the activists in Venezuela, the activists in Saudi Arabia. So I think this is why it's so important to have this discussion here at the IGF, because the implications are not limited to the borders of every country. So yes, the introduction of country level regulations that weaken encryption has global effects. And it's super important for the technical community, the civil society, and the private sector to continue working together, trying to make the case that these decisions will be profoundly wrong, and that will create a huge impact. Besides this idea that weakening encryption in one place affects the entire world, two other concepts that I want to mention. The first one, of course, is the falsehood of the trade-off between safety and privacy. Of course, this idea that you can get more security, you can get more safety, reducing privacy is completely wrong. And we know that, but it's important to repeat this idea because it's in the core of this discussion. And second, weakening encryption hurts everyone. This idea that is still in the center, in the core of some of these attempts of regulate that you can create a backdoor or you can create some way to reduce features of security for certain people is not true. We know that it's not true. So based on these three concepts, I strongly believe that we should continue fighting against those ideas. And going to the idea of the status quo that you asked before, I fully agree with Mariana. Nevertheless, the status quo on encryption is better than the terrible situation that we can be in the future if encryption is not protected. So part of the status quo is important to defend as well in order to preserve certain attributes of the internet that already we have. So yeah, I think this is my first intervention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very clear, at least for me. Juliana, up to you. Brazil, 33 other countries with it have ratified the American Convention on Human Rights. It ensures, among other rights, the rights to privacy. In your assessment, how might the extraterritorial impact on anti-encryption policies influence the rights safeguarded by this convention?
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I hope people online can hear me well. And I would like to say that in the Americas, when we talk about privacy rights and data protection and other interests in conflict with them, the discussion goes in another direction and assumes other interests, other frames differently from regions like Europe. The right to privacy is not usually regarded as one of the most important rights and protections in our social context. And most countries in our region don't even have data protection legislations and are far from bringing this discussion to the table, which means that there are no procedural safeguards that could limit the state and non-state power in accessing and processing personal information, which is the central issue of anti-encryption policies. And this favors the flourishing of those very popular narratives that claim access to data for law enforcement agencies and other decryption measures as a solution to protect other highly valued public interests, such as the protection of children, security, and public safety. And at the same time, we are also talking about the region in Americas, where in many countries, an absence of rule of law, judicial independence, and democratic stability prevails. And because of that, state abuses of all sorts are not subjected to strict control. And likewise, countries in Latin America and Caribbean, even the ones that have a long history of commitment to democracy, are guided by traditions of violent repression of protests, murder of journalists, persecution of human rights offenders, arbitrary arrests related to the expression of opinions, criminalization of LGBTQ people, and of abortion, for instance. And the information about all this trivial behavior is registered in private communications protected by encryption. So in this regard, at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, we have increasingly received reports on the persecution and online monitoring of activists and journalists that report cases of corruption or that represent conflicts with the interest of the political regime in their countries. And the penetration of surveillance softwares and other methods of surveillance to persecute them. Also in Central America, there are a growing number of legislations that criminalize and suffocate the work of NGOs being put in place, and these organizations rely to a large extent on the protection of their private communications and to do their work on defending human rights and supporting the victims. So keeping all this in mind, we should consider how this scenario can be pervasively viewed and these rights undermined by weakening end-to-end encryption techniques and giving government agencies access to private communications. Because we are talking about an imaginary amount of data that offers comprehensive information about all thinkable aspects of individuals' life. In context of abuse, it doesn't matter whether you have something to hide or not. Being a government's target is enough to be harassed by digital surveillance in case where what one says or what an organization does threatens the credibility or the legitimacy of the regime, or because one's behavior is incompatible with the government's moral agenda. And making the content of private communications available qualifies the state capacity to conduct those arbitrary measures to an extent that we are still unaware, which ultimately chills expression and intimidates activities of human rights reports, adds the pressure of reprisals to LGBTQ people or people who are pursuing reproductive rights, and in some cases facilitate also detentions and killings. And journalists, for example, rely deeply on encrypted communications to communicate with their sources and do their work of investigation and reporting, and to shed light on issues of general concern that support the functioning of a democratic and accountable political regime. Encrypted communication has also been necessary for activists and protesters, and has been threatened by states that continuously try to intercept communications in times of protest or civil unrest. And people who may be at risk benefit from encrypted communications to hold opinions safely and without unlawful interference on and attacks. That said, I would like to answer the question by stating that the effects of anti-encryption policies in the Americans go beyond the sole protection of privacy, as if it were detached from other rights. The encryption debate needs to be framed as a matter of human rights in a broader sense, and as a matter of freedom of expression, given its role as a gateway to securing the right to opinion, and the collective dimension of freedom of expression, which allows the society as a whole to have access to critical information and knowledge. And the problem is still much broader than this, because introducing, for instance, the so-called backdoors or any vulnerability does not provide access only to specific actors, as it is usually claimed by these legislations. The introduction of this vulnerability gives all malicious actors access to private communications and can be exploited by the same criminal and terrorist networks that the limitations aim to deter. And the consequences are severe, because we haven't been seeing the reports of Snowden on state surveillance over foreign states around secret and strategic communication. And this highlights the effects on sovereignty and national security produced by the weakening of encrypted communications. So, and on top of that, particular attention must be paid to the fact that undermining encrypted communications means that we are making even more personal data and data of all aspects of an individual's life available to private actors from the technology sector, whose capacities of merging databases and profiling are already incredibly high, and who use this data to train and feed AI models and deploy micro-targeting and recommendation strategies, for instance, which impacts the digital public debate as well. And in this sense, we should bear in mind that digital technologies developed by these actors have become more reliant on user data based on demographics and behavior, and non-encrypted private communications and private non-encrypted policies offer a vast amount of this type of data and facilitate corporate surveillance. And when it comes to these digital technologies, this has not only effects on privacy, concerns of consent, and in the democratic public debate, as I said, but it is also usually related to reports on bias and discrimination on AI models, and which ultimately has effects on human dignity, equality, and also non-discrimination rights. Well, besides that, I would like to highlight the rise of anti-encryption policies in jurisdictions of the Americas and in Europe could inspire other new repressive internet regulations in the region, since we have already seen an increment in rhetoric used in online safety and security as a means to crack down on internet freedom across Latin America, and to put forward regulatory proposals to suppress human rights in the online environment. And if all of these restriction efforts on encryption could represent these threats to human rights, especially privacy and freedom of expression, then their implementation must meet the well-known three-part test, which states that any limitation on expression must be provided for by law. may only be imposed for legitimate grounds and must conform to the strict text of necessity and proportionality. And well, under international human rights law, states are obliged to protect privacy and freedom of expression against unlawful and arbitrary interference and attacks. And just to wrap up, because I don't know, maybe I'm running out of time, but I would like to state that we should move the conversation on digital communication in the direction of advancing people's protection online and not people's control and increasing surveillance. And we should be strengthening policies and enhance human rights-centered approach to digital communications. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I do want to return to Professor Hatta. I believe my question caught you a little bit off guard earlier, and I think you prepared some opening statements. So I want to make sure that I give you the opportunity to share your prepared thoughts.
Yeah, not really, because I'm kind of confused as to whether Japan, I'm supposed to talk about Japan, and whether Japan is a global north or the global south in this context. I mean, yeah, so Japan is one of developed countries, and we enjoy freedom on internet, basically internet freedom and working democracy. But Japan is not really a trendsetter on this encryption regulation or something, because we don't even have a any big tech, and so how can I say? So I understand that the global south is increasingly regulating encryption and maybe oppressing democracy or something, and still, so then so how can I say? So even in Japan, many people actually, do not support. Many people do not support privacy or freedom or something. We have a bit of authoritarian tendency, and so we actually used the West or global North influence on making our policy or something. So every country could go either way, anti-encryption or pro-encryption, and many countries is not originally, I guess, I'm not sure. Many countries are naturally pursuing freedom or something, and we counter the tendency with the global North or West philosophy or policy, and but still, I think I heard that the global South people think the global North influence is not always good for good global South policy or something. I might be misunderstood. Sorry, I'm still being caught off guard, but so yeah, my main concern or main question is, what am I supposed to talk as a member of Global North or Global South?
Well, thank you for your thoughts. One of the things that I thought about when discussing this, maybe there is also a West-East dimension to this, to the way that people approach this this issue. But I want to turn around. I do have questions, but for, the audience. Either online, and I trust that somebody will take care of the online questions if they're there, or in the room. Are people who want to add comments or say something or ask something of our panelists? Well, in that case, I'm going to ask a question. And of course, panelists, feel free to discuss among you. Question that I have around WhatsApp. So the threat, yeah, I think it's a threat that WhatsApp made was at some point, if this law is going to be enforced in the UK, if Ofcom is developing technologies that will be able to scan content on the machines, and we're pretty sure that's not safe, then we will draw from the market. But if you do that, you provide that market no encrypted service any longer. And that means that the people who live there don't have any means to communicate with confidentiality. Of course, that also feeds in the playbook of non-democratic nations that would like to see encrypted technologies leave rather than come. What's your thought on that? Is the threat of leaving actually the threat that you want to make?
If I may, I can start with this one.
Yes, please.
I will not say that this is a threat. For WhatsApp, encryption is in our DNA. WhatsApp is an encrypted platform, and this is part of our definition. This is what we are. And it's critical for WhatsApp to preserve that. And the issue with the regulation that is being discussed in UK and maybe in the European Union as well, is that we strongly believe that this kind of regulation will break encryption. We strongly believe that client-side scanning, it's against the principles and the characteristics of encryption. So if that regulation is enforced and we have to implement client-side scanning in order to continue operating, that will create a huge risk, not just for the UK people, but also for the rest of the world as well. So it's not a threat. It's the idea that in order to keep operating as an encrypted platform, it's not feasible for us to comply with that approach if the deal is approved or is implemented in the way that in the worst way that we are considered. So it's important to clarify that. It's not that we are pressing regulators in order to change the democratic decision of certain country. Is that we are saying that we will defend encryption in the same way that we went to the Supreme Court in India to try to avoid the traceability provision that was decided in the IT rules, in the same way that we are debating in Brazil against traceability as well. We are defending encryption. And the idea that to break encryption in one country for a global platform, global communication platform as WhatsApp is just not feasible.
No, but I think even if it's not a threat, but really the result of not being able to operate the service under your quality in a specific nation, the result is that you're out of that nation after the regulation has been put into effect. And that might actually be also a way for countries to impose a regulation and see Signal and WhatsApp all leaving that country and leaving the population of that country without any encryption. Perhaps any of the other panelists would like to respond. There's somebody from the audience.
Thank you. I love this panel, and I just wanted to comment on your question, the last question. I think there is no compromise possible for these platforms. Once you compromise on encryption, then I mean there's no going back, and then there's just no more encryption possible. I think that the question you asked, and forgive me for this, but is a false dichotomy, because it's not that either you comply and then you offer your services to all these people, or you don't and they don't have access to it. Like, there is another alternative to all of this, and this relates a lot to technological literacy of the people within that jurisdiction. And I think that we can work more on this, and the same way in authoritarian places where some of these apps are forbidden, people still have access to them, then like the same can be applied in other form of non-authoritarian per se jurisdictions too. So I think that there are third, fourth, fifth alternative ways to do this.
Thank you. My name is Claudio Agosti. I'm part of Hermes Center, and I follow a bit the discussion on cryptographic protocol. This year has been standardized the MLS, Messaging Layer Security, from the IETF, and it's a protocol that allows group encryption interoperable. And interoperability here is the key, because imagine that, in fact, some of the country want to hinder encryption. And the first question was about how much this can create fragmentation. But in theory, if we have a network that is interoperable, the network became global. Depending on the client you have, you can plug in. And I hope the person in this state can still get access to clients that are secure in their interest without do scanning and without weekend encryption. But this provision, this infrastructure can guarantee that the world is safer as possible and do not exist, let's say, a monopolist that can, in fact, influence a billion of people. And as far as I know, this was endorsed by Wire, by Google, and not by Meta. Meta actually withdrew their participation from the working group. So my question from our speaker from WhatsApp is if he has some comment, and if somehow do you think that interoperability will also ensure more safety for all your users, or you want to avoid it because it's the best way to keep the monopoly? Thank you.
Hi. Look, I'm not the technical expert on encryption at all. My background is economics. The point that we have raised regarding interoperability, then it's regard the technicalities, how to implement that without reduce or introduce without introduce additional risk. And there is a huge discussion with different perspectives, and a lot of experts states that the interoperability as is proposed or decided by the European Union in DMA could create some vulnerabilities in terms of how the information is protected, and which standard. Who will decide the standard? Why one standard? How that could create implications in terms of the development of the different standards. There are different approaches on encryption, on end-to-end encryption. Signal protocol is one. There are other approaches or other technologies. So it's not an easy question. It's important to have more solutions or more protocols that in the pipeline, and it's an ongoing discussion, of course. It's not a dogmatic approach on that. The critical aspect from our perspective is to ensure that the high standards that we are introduced using the Signal protocol on WhatsApp is protected. And at the same time, and this is also the other side of the discussion, is that the integrity measures are also available in order to avoid some kind of the misuse of the technology that is already a risk that we already know that. So it's ongoing discussion, and I would prefer to have other people from the company explaining the technicalities of our approach.
We have the chair of the IAB who knows everything about the IETF standards process.
Not everything.
Oh, almost everything.
Hello, my name is Mia Kühler and I'm the chair of the Internet Architecture Board. I wanted to comment a little bit, and I would also like to comment on your part, but I also want to comment on like your idea. What happens if we don't have an encrypted communication platform anymore? And there's one thing which is like there are a lot of circumvention techniques, so you can still access services in other countries because the internet is a global platform. So it's really hard to block access from just one country. I think this is a very important point. The other point is also encryption is not a layer. Encryption is a function that you can implement on every layer of the stack. And the stack, the way we designed the internet, the way we designed the internet architecture is that you can kind of stack things on each other. So you can also always kind of add another layer with encryption somewhere else, right? So this might then be a cat and mouse game or whatever. So that's also I wanted something to say. It's like if you try to break encryption here, this is not the silver bullet, because encryption is, and security is a function and not like something that you only deploy in one place. And then to like comment on the IETF, I cannot speak for Meta, of course, but I think you cannot generally say somebody has withdrawn participation or whatever, because we design standards that are, a couple of companies are involved in the designing process, hopefully enough companies so we can design a good protocol at the end where we have like agreement between a large enough group, but we design our protocols for like all internet participants, right? So everybody can adopt that. And for this specific case, the reason why we're standardizing something is not necessarily interoperability. It's not that, like hopefully we come there as well, that like different platforms maybe can talk to each other. But the reason why people came to the IETF to standardize that is to actually get this engagement from other companies and then get a really good and secure and well-designed protocol. But it doesn't mean that like other people who don't deploy this protocol doesn't deploy encryption, because as the person from Meta just said, there are many approaches to that. And it's not about interoperability if you talk about encryption within one platform. So I wouldn't read too much into like who is actually actively driving work in the IETF. It's more important who is actually adopting and deploying these technologies.
Yeah, and that work really came out of a DMA requirement, Digital Market Act requirement, or Digital Services Act requirement. I wanna. I was asking a leading question actually, so I want to clarify that a little bit. Suppose that we lose Signal from the market, we lose WhatsApp from the market, and I think you also touched upon that. Then one would hope that people are looking for different alternatives. And of course, the issue with companies like Meta, like Signal, like Telegram, they have an office, they have a corporate presence. And my prediction would be, if something like that happens, the users that the internet always routes around its problems. That's a famous quote. I don't know who said it, but the internet always routes around the problems. Or the internet only just works, always just delivers what you need. And what I think what will happen is that people will start to move to decentralized services. Just like the Tor network, Professor Hatta, you've been working on that. The Tor network provides decentralized means to provide encryption. During the security conference in Las Vegas, DEF CON, yeah, the Cult of the Dead Cow released Valid, a new protocol that's highly distributed and has privacy and confidentiality guarantees. Not to say that that has stand the test of time yet, but at least those type of things I think the world will move to. That was, sorry for my intervention here, but that was a leading question in some way.
Hi, I just have a quick question, I think, for the WhatsApp representative, and it's on this topic as well. The question for me, my focus around encryption is that it's oftentimes one party of the two-party conversation is the one that's requiring encryption. Oftentimes it's the way that diasporic populations communicate with each other. And so when we talk about legislation that removes WhatsApp from UK, a country that has tons of migrants from all over the world, tons of citizens who have families in other parts of the world, is this a frame of is this a form of oppressing the global South, who are your earliest users and your earliest audiences, and they find the most use out of this to this day? Do we see the parallels between the global North shutting down communication lines that the global South uses, and then we've spent decades condemning folks who shut down access to Google? And do we see there might be a similarity where the North cares about encryption and shutting it down? I'm sure the South does as well, but isn't seeing how that is an oppressive concept. And does WhatsApp have thoughts around this?
I'm going to wait for you to comment. There is a question online that I want to take in, and there's a question in the hall or a remark that I want to take in, and then I go back to the panel.
Thank you. Tapani Tarvainen, Electronic Frontier Finland. Your comment about going around it, I guess the quote we were looking for, that internet interprets censorship as damage and routes around it, that breaks with client-side scanning. If they go all the way down to the operating system, they make Google put Android censor everything when you type it, when you speak it, before it goes to any application. Then you're an Apple, just two companies, and then you're out of luck.
I think that's a correct observation. The question that we had online was from Monica Ermet from Germany. Hi, could one conceive a legal case against a government that with its encryption legislation is in violation of international human rights by which it has signed up? So yeah, there was a typo in that sentence, but I think that's a good question to you. Is that a case one can make?
Well, yes, we do a lot with that in the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. We have in the Americas a lot of proposals, regulation proposals, and other efforts of non-encryption policies, including Brazil. And what we do in the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, it's basically we have reports, and we issue recommendations to states and to private companies on those violations of human rights, and how this affects human rights besides only privacy. As I said, like freedom of expression rights and discrimination, non-discrimination rights, and human dignity. And we also have other mechanisms, such as public hearings, where we also receive civil society and other actors to make a case and discuss with states around those violations. So it would be something in this line.
Thank you, Juliana. And there was the question. Yeah, but in the meantime, I would like to offer Pablo the opportunity to answer the other question in the room, if you can.
Yeah, sure, super quickly. Look, WhatsApp, of course, don't want to stop working on UK at all. Quite the opposite. WhatsApp wants to keep operating with the highest standard of protection with end-to-end encryption worldwide. WhatsApp is mostly a global South platform. by far, most of our users are in the global south. India, Indonesia, Latin America, Brazil in particular. This is where most of our users are. And we have the duty and the responsibility to protect those users all the time. So, of course, we want to continue working and operating in the United Kingdom. And we want, and this is why we are pushing hard, and this is why we have this coalition with other companies and with the civil society in order to avoid having a regulation that could affect, that will affect encryption, because we strongly believe that this kind of regulation puts people's lives in jeopardy, not just in the UK, but worldwide. So this is the point. And this is what we want, and this is what we will continue doing. It's not a threat, and of course, we want to protect the diaspora. We are trying to protect people everywhere by defending encryption, and we will continue doing that.
Thank you very much. In the last 5 minutes of our panel, I want to give the panelists a opportunity to give final remarks of each 1 minute. Starting with Juliana.
Thank you. I would just like to say that we either have, when we are talking about encryption and human rights and online and digital communications, we don't have an in-between situation. We either have encrypted and protected private communications, or we have readable messages and communications. So we don't have evidence that that shows that mass surveillance allowed by non-encryption policies have ever been effective to proportionate safety as these policy efforts claim. So I guess it's that.
Will always be abused, is what you say. Yeah. Professor Hatta.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of confused, and I couldn't reply properly this time. I think the basic attitude is that technology doesn't choose the country or users. So, even if the country regulated it, we can use it, or like WhatsApp or Apple or Signal, like Signal, just walk away and just exit. So I still don't understand this discussion's main point. Sorry.
Would users, if those services would not be available, since you've been a contributor to the Tor network, do you think that is a way out?
I'm not sure what way out means, but users can use it even if it's banned or prohibited. So I don't know. So the Global South problem about the regulation or something is basically a political problem in Global South countries. So I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I still get the main point of this discussion, but maybe I'm the only one. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Going online, Mariana, please, final thoughts.
I just want to thank for the debate. I think it was a very rich debate, and I leave here my voice to echo with Juliana and say that encryption is a human rights matter, and I think it's essential that we preserve encryption, and the Global South take the position of protecting it and not threatening it. And I hope that in the near future, we can adopt this position of relevance as we did post Snowden revelations, in which we built a very strong civil rights internet framework in Brazil. And I hope that we can also take this position in relation to encryption too, in building regulation or even building policies that are good. strengthen the encryption in Latin America.
Thank you. Pablo.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the invitation once again. My final message, I think it's critical to civil society, the technical community, and the private sector reunited at this IGF to continue working together to convince some of the governments of the global north that weakening encryption won't make their own societies safer, but will put millions of people at risk. And most of the people affected are in the global south. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then last but not least, Pratik.
Thank you once again. I think this was a very interesting discussion and conversation. Just two quick points. I think one, I will echo, I think, what have been called across the room about the need for solidarity to protect encryption and end-to-end encryption, because I think we are headed for a slightly tumultuous period in that sense, and there is need for a lot of us to work together to ensure that it remains defended, protected, and advanced in the years to come. The second, not so much of a remark, just a lead. I mentioned traceability. Some of you will be interested to know that over the last couple of weeks, there is a case in India where a high court has handed out its first traceability order, which I believe WhatsApp has been able to go and get a stay for. But I would just say watch that space, and we'll have to see how that one evolves.
Thank you for that. And with that, I would like to thank the panelists and the engaging audience in the room for input and comment. I hope and think there is hope for this dossier, for keeping encryption available for everybody. Because we also heard that if we start eating away at it, not only at the legal side, but also at the technical side, that will cause a race to the bottom. And we're not there to see that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, people online. Bye.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those who are joining us on site or online. Welcome to our workshop. This workshop is called Decolonize Digital Rights for a Globally Inclusive Future. Before we begin, I would like to encourage both on-site and remote participants to scan the QR meter, the code that's just on the screen here. And you know, the link is being published on the Zoom right now to express your expectations for the session. And as a reminder, I would also like to request that all the speakers and the audience who may ask questions during the question and answer round to please speak clearly and at a very reasonable pace. I would like to also request that everyone participating to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment in the room or in the chat. For those who wish to ask questions during the question and answer sessions, please raise your hands, and once I call upon you, if on site, please take the microphone at the left or the right side, clearly state your name, the country you come from, and then you can go ahead and ask the question. Additionally, please make sure that all mics are muted and other devices, and other audio devices are also muted just to avoid disruptions. If you have any questions or comment or would like the moderator to read out your questions or comments online, please type it in the Zoom chat, and when posting, please start and end your sentence with a question mark to indicate that is whether it's a question or a comment. Thank you. We may now begin our session. Okay, once again, so thank you for joining the session, whether you're joining us online or on site, and it is going to be a very thought-provoking session that is going to delve into decolonization of the internet. I am Mariam Job, and I'll be your on-site moderator for today's session. Online, we have Nelly, who's going to be the moderator, and we have Kioli Bojil, and my sincerest apologies if I missed the pronunciation of the name. He is going to be reporting for the session. Today we're gathered here to confront the very uncomfortable truth that the internet is a space where everyone is not always equal, and it is very far from being a level playing field. Instead, it reflects and perpetuates historical bias and power imbalances. Traditionally, marginalized groups continue to face barriers in the creation and design of technology. This often results to digital colonialism and the dominance of privileged groups in shaping technology design often leads to the production of off-balance power dynamics. This has far-reaching consequences as digital content and platforms produced in the global north continue to be consumed by the global south, and perpetuating linguistic bias and slower content removal from non-English content, regardless of the magnitude of hate or harm. The unequal response to these strategies, however, further highlights the disparity. While features such as safety check and on one-click option to overlay profile pictures with the flag of country undergoing distress were swiftly activated after attacks in France, bombings in Lebanon, it failed to trigger a similar response. While platforms have also introduced fact-checking measures for major elections in the West, misinformation and disinformation via some platforms continue to plague the global South. However, the underrepresentation of authors of color on online knowledge platforms paints a stark picture of the inequalities that persist. Even voice assistants designed to assist and interact with users have been found to reinforce gender biases, normalize sexual harassment, and perpetuate conversational behavior patterns imposed on women and girls. This not only limits their autonomy, but also puts them in the forefront of errors and biases. Hate speech targeting marginalized communities continues to rage online, creating a very unsafe environment for those from the global South and those from the marginalized communities. Users in the global South also have the right to feel safe and to feel the same autonomy as users in the global North. In this workshop today, we are going to delve into the concept of decolonization in relation to the internet, in relation to technology, and human rights and freedoms online. Our esteemed panelists who will be joining us, we have two on site and we have online panelists as well. They will unpack the evidence that exists of gender stereotypes, linguistic bias, and racial injustice that are coded into technology. They will shed light on how apps are often built based on creators' opinions of what the average user should or should not prefer. Furthermore, they will also offer recommendations on how online knowledge can be decentralized and how ideological influences can be delinked from the digital arena. They will propose practices and processes that can help decolonize the internet and transform it into a truly global interoperable space. Throughout the sessions, we're going to address 3 policy questions. One is that what are the colonial manifestations of technology such as language, gender, media, and artificial intelligence, and that are emerging on the internet? 2 is that how do we address these legacies that shape the internet and have become the ongoing colonialism and determines its future? How does decolonizing the internet look like? The third is that what role do different stakeholders play in the process of decolonizing the internet, technology, and the digital arena as a whole? How can we better include marginalized communities in these discussions? We hope that by attending the session, participants will gain a deeper understanding into the context of decolonization in relation to the internet, and will learn to recognize the ways in which bias is built into our technology and understand that it is not truly neutral as we think it is. They will also discover the algorithms are merely opinions written into code, drawing data from actors, beliefs, and systems that perpetuate stereotypes and historical prejudice. Through this session, we hope and aim to have a conversation on how really to ensure that we decolonize technology and digital space and pave a way for a more equitable and inclusive future. I invite you to actively engage, ask questions, send your comments, both online and offline. And I will begin by introducing the speakers. We have Jonas. Jonas is he's a postdoctorate researcher at the University of at the Oxford Internet Institute from the University of Oxford, and he's responsible for the co-lead of the Cloud Network project inside Fair Work Foundation. He was awarded a doctorate in sociology from the University of Brasilia in 2019. He is also a program that we have Shalini, who will be joining us online, who is a program director at Medan. She provides support to fact checkers, newsroom, academics, and is involved in addressing misinformation. She's also the co-founder of Khabar, India's only independent digital rural news network. And the next speaker is Ananya, who's here with us in person. She's the youth advisor of USAID's Digital Youth Council. Over the recent years, Ananya has been very active in the Global Digital Development Forum and has also been a Next Generation ICANN ambassador over the 64, the ICANN 64, ICANN 68, and ICANN 76. Ananya holds a master's degree in development and labor studies from Jawaharlal University, New Delhi. This is Ananya. We have Pedro, who is joining us online as well. He is an innovation lawyer at Systema Industry, has a PhD student at UFBR with an LMM from the University of Coimbra. He is a board member of IODA, ISOC Brazil, and the Creative Commons Brazil, and an organizer of the Youth LACIF. We have Mwenda, who's here with us in person, Tevin. He is from GIZ and is a tech and policy lawyer based in Nairobi, Kenya. He heads the data governance division at the DTC GIZ Kenya, and previously he worked as a data protection advisor at GIZ. He also serves as the secretary of the Kenya Privacy Professional Association. And with that, we begin the session today. We will start with Jonas, who's joining us online to have a brief presentation. Yes, Jonas, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon. Can I get the possibility of sharing my screen?
Yes, please. Let me see that.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon for you. Good morning for me in London right now, and good morning even more for Pedro in Brazil. So it's an honor for us from the Fair Work Project to join this panel. I'm going to talk about the labor conditions in AI global production networks, and this is super important because normally we look in the digital rights community to the effects of technologies like AI, but we need to look also to the workers who are producing that. So the first assumption is that AI development and deployment is super dependent on human labor. And unfortunately, this human labor is characterized by a set of features that make it very precarious and with very, let's say, insufficient arrangements regarding a set of conditions like pay, management, and collectivization. When we talk about data work, we talk about activities like collection, curation, annotation, validation, and throughout all this chain, you have human labor. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, it's important to know that it's not so artificial. So we need like thousands of workers, and those thousands of workers are distributed all around the world. But this distribution is not random or neutral. This distribution express the legacies of colonialism when we have big companies in the global north who are hiring and developing these technologies and a workforce mainly in the global south. We can see here how the main countries are India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. We also have a workforce in the United States or the United Kingdom, but mainly global south countries are taking part in this through business process outsources or digital labor platforms. The Fair Work Project assesses digital labor platforms against a set of principles. And we try to address the risks of platform work and the platform economy. And which risks are that? First of all, a risk of low pay. Our Cloud Work report launched this year showed how micro workers earned around $2 an hour, and other reports and studies showed the same. So, of course, that when we are talking about some countries considering the currency, this may be not so bad, but what the studies are showing is that those payments structures and payment amounts, they are super insufficient to ensure like adequate and meaningful livelihoods. Another problem is the excessive overwork and job strain. So this leads to health issues. We have workers working 15, 16 hours. Normally, workers need to switch day by night because they need to be awake during the global north time instead of being awake in their own country time. And this leads to exhaustion, leads to problems related to sleep and very other mental health questions that we've been finding in our studies. Also, workers suffer with short-term contract and precarity. So normally, if you have a business process outsourcer, you have a 1 month or a 2-month contract. And when we mention cloud work platforms, you don't have a contract in a traditional sense. And these workers need to search for tasks all the time. Our 2022 report showed that those workers worked 8 hours on unpaid tasks. And once again, this is a legacy that we see of colonial and capitalist regimes and work arrangements. Those workers suffer with unfair management and especially with discrimination. And you can see this discrimination based on gender, based on race and ethnicity, and based on geography. And we can see the legacies of colonialism in all those. Also, data workers, they face this personalized bully, and they are subject to extreme surveillance. And finally, another risk is the lack of collective power. And of course, that this turns into more asymmetries between workers and platforms. The Fair Work Project is working across all over the world, almost 40 countries. It's coordinated by the Oxford Internet Institute and the VZB Social Center in Berlin, and funded mainly by GIZ, connected to the German government. We are assessing location-based platforms, cloud work platforms, and AI. And we have these 5 principles, sorry about that. We have these 5 principles: pay conditions, contract managements, and representations. We collect data from different sources, and we rank platforms. And to finish, our AI project
Jonas,
is looking
please help
at
us round up.
Yeah, I'm rounding up, but this is the last slide. We are assessing specific AI companies, and when we try to do that, we try to show that the platform economy can be different, and to be different is part of the decolonizing process of AI technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jonas. That was quite insightful with, data to back it up, and that we could actually look at the fact that these are concerning issues when it comes to the decolonization of the internet. We're going to take another 5-minute presentation from another of our online speakers, Shalini. Please go ahead and share your presentation.
Thank you. I don't have a presentation,
Okay.
but I made some points for the discussion today.
Okay.
Thank you very much to IGF. Thank you to the organizers of this workshop. It's a real honor to be here. I'm going to talk about the problems with AI in terms of gender, in terms of language, and I'm also going to talk about the work that Midan, the organization that I work with, has been doing in order to address some of these issues. So as we all know that there have been experiments that have been carried out with generative AI on how different image generators visualize people from different countries and cultures. And when we look at these images, they almost always promote biases and stereotypes related to those countries and cultures. When text-to-image models were prompted to create representations of workers for high-paying jobs and low-paying jobs, high-paying jobs were dominated by subjects with lighter skin tones and were mostly male-dominated. Images that we see don't represent the complexity and the heterogeneity and diversity of many cultures and people. We also know that AI models have inherent biases that are representative of the data sets that they are trained on. Image generators are being used for several applications and many industries, and even in tools that have been designed to make forensic sketches of crime suspects. And this can cause real harm. A lot of the models that are used tend to assume a Western context, and the AI systems look for patterns in data on which they are trained, often looking at trends that are more dominant. And they're also designed to mimic what has come before, not create diversity. So we're talking about inclusivity in technology. How do we ensure that AI technology is fair and representative, especially as more and more of us start using AI for the work that we are doing? Any technical solutions to solve for such bias would likely have to start with the training data that is being used. And to seek transparency from AI systems and from the companies that are involved is also really important, because very often these companies are very secretive about the data that they use to train their systems. There's also the issue of language. Often AI models are trained with data that uses mainstream languages. Often these are languages of the colonizers. Many AI-based translation services use only major languages, overlooking hundreds of lesser-known languages. And some of these are not even lesser-known languages. So languages such as Hindi and Bengali and Swahili, which are spoken a lot by people and by many people, they also need more resources to develop AI solutions. And from a socio-cultural standpoint, preserving these languages is vital, since they hold unique traditions, knowledge, and an entire culture's identity while protecting their richness and language diversity. So in this context, what is it that we are doing at Midan, the organization that I work with? We are a technology nonprofit. Over the last 10 years, as the internet has evolved and changed, Midan has maintained a unique position as a trusted partner and collaborator, working both with civil society organizations and with technology companies that harness the affordances of digital technology to communicate. Our approach has been consistent. We build collaborations, we build networks, and we build digital tools that make it easier for hyperlocal community perspectives to be integrated into how global information challenges are met. We understand that our ability to work across community, technology, and policy stakeholders is a privilege. And this is our unique contribution. We see ourselves as facilitators and enablers of change. And we do this by developing open source software that incorporates the state-of-the-art ML and AI technologies, by building coalitions. A lot of these coalitions are built around large events such as elections that enable skills sharing and capacity building. And this multi-pronged approach strengthens collaboration and the ability for hyperlocal community perspectives and participation in addressing.
Thank you so much for that, Shalini. Thank you. That was quite insightful to learn about the work that you do and how they're methods and codes in our technology and our internet that has been existent for as long as we've been using the internet. And if we don't tackle them, if we don't talk about them, if we don't even realize that these stereotypes, these gender biases are coded into our internet and the way that we use it to digital technologies, we have a long way to go when it comes to decolonizing the internet. We're going to take another 5-minute presentation or speech from another of our speakers. This one is on site. But before we do that, I would like to share some of the comments that we made about the expectations of the session. We see that people expecting reflections, candid direction, articulation, radical, honest manifestations. Of course, the link is still on the Zoom chat, so if you would like to include your expectations, you may still go ahead and make the comment. Ananya, you may go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me begin by saying that I'm very happy to be here in Japan. And no, it's not just because Japan is such a beautiful country and the people here are so nice. Of course they are, but also because I can finally live a day where I do not get spammed by calls from a range of companies trying to sell me their products, a bunch of coaching centers trying to send me to their engineering institutions with the aid of their tutors. By the way, I have a master's degree in development studies, so engineering was clearly never my choice. Random call center agents forcing me to invest in certain deals, or just another customer support automated call trying to divert my attention from my work. The one question that always comes to my mind when my phone rings and the Truecaller app detects it as a spam call is, how did they get my number? Who gave them my number? And why did they give it to them? Why was I not asked? Given that it is my number, and my number is connected to, very obviously, a ton of different data related to me, and since I own both the number and any data related to that number, I should have been asked, but I wasn't. And I'm sure we are all very familiar with those lottery emails. I mean, come on, we have a dedicated spam folder where all those great deals and gone in a day bumper offers and their likes of ad emails keep lurking. So how did they choose you or me? I have never been that lucky in my entire life, by the way. So who gave them our email address? And if they found our email addresses, are they going to be very far from our residential addresses or our bank account numbers? So the way we live our lives has become excessively dependent on virtual and online activities, and even more so after the pandemic. For instance, social media, inbuilt GPS, health apps, taxi apps, Google searches, everything, all of them require access to our personal data. Our details set to public or private are available for usage by online companies. The principal actors here capture our everyday social acts, translate them into quantifiable data, which is analyzed and used for the generation of profit. In the book, The Cost of Connection, the authors Nick Coldray and Ulysses Mayas also reiterate this view by emphasizing that instead of natural resources and labor, what is now being appropriated is human life through its conversion into data. Meaning our online identities have become a commodity which can be exploited and used for capital gains, controlling our time and usage and influencing important decisions or processes in our lives. Hence the term data colonialism. But I know some people do contest the usage of the term data colonialism because historically, colonialism is unthinkable without violence, the takeover of lands and populations by sheer physical force. That's true. But let's take the example of the Spanish Empire's requerimiento, or the demand document. It was made to inform the natives of the colonists' right to conquest. Conquistadors read this document out, demanding the natives' acceptance of the new conditions in Spanish, which no local understood. Now think of the terms of service we sign up to every time we join a platform. They're often unclear, long, full of jargons, which we rarely have the time to read, and so automatically, almost like a reflex, we click on, I agree. But do we really agree? Unknowingly, we are giving consent to being tracked online, being called at odd hours to be sold insurance policies for the children, by the way, I don't have yet. And hence our ignorance, our implied or uninformed consent for these kinds of data collection provides a very valuable yet free raw material, data. Once a senior official from a very famous company stated that data is more like the sunlight than oil, meaning a resource that can be harvested sustainably for the benefit of humanity. But this very idea makes my personal data a non-excludable natural resource available for public use. But does it not contradict the very word personal in personal data? Okay, I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
She's the only person who's been on time since this session started. Thank you very much for that, Ananya. We're gonna take a 5-minute as well, a 5-minute presentation from Pedro, who's joining us online. Pedro, are you online?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, that's great. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all well. I'm greeting you from a 4 a.m. pre-holiday morning here in Brazil. But to get to the presentation, what I want to comment on with you today during this session is just, let me put a time here. There we go. Is the results of a research project funded by a LACNIC program focused on youth named Leaders 2.0. It is an amazing program with many interesting and diverse phases, and I recommend you all to seek more information about it, maybe as a way to repeat the idea in your regions. And for the sake of time, back to the real content of the presentation. The idea here is simple, linking sovereignty, fragmentation, regulation as a reaction, and the theme that I try to force into everything that I research, intellectual property. So governmental regulation is probably one of the most important threats we have to the internet when we are talking specifically about the dangers of fragmentation, but it's important to see what is behind these regulatory proposals, or to be more precise, what serves as justification for these movements. The argument that I will try to put forward here is that even when this is not the real reason that motivates its public authorities, especially when we're talking about authoritarian ones, hard regulation based on digital sovereignty arguments is frequently stimulated by distinctions that are originated in what we call digital colonialism, be it from multinational tech companies or countries who have much more steering power on modeling the internet than others, even if that's not implemented in such a direct and explicit manner. We can see this when those larger multinational companies end up extending the legal systems of their home countries to every corner of the globe, subtly imposing alien legislation, even when it doesn't follow the standards of the national laws that actually apply. This is where intellectual property comes in. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or the DMCA, a result of the copyright reform for the information society in the USA, establishes systems of notification and counter-notification and other mechanisms that are severely favorable to the rights holder, the copyright rights holder. And the largest content-based platforms seems to have repeated those systems all over the planet. Sometimes, of course, with great support from the international lobby of the American entertainment industry. And similarly, when I go to a Brazilian page, for example, that responds to allegations of copyright infringements on these content-based platforms, I will almost always see explanations on how fair use works, which is an institute that simply doesn't exist in the Brazilian legal system, since this is a country that adopts a system of limitation and exceptions for permitted uses of copyrighted works. Of course, this example may maybe seem strange to some. So how many people actually care about intellectual property when compared to discussions such as disinformation or freedom of expression? But apart from the fact that all these areas are umbilically linked, in Brazil, for example, we even have a provisional measure, which is something like an executive bill that intended to create obstacle for content moderation through copyright mechanisms. The most important point here is just to exemplify a much broader behavior that attracts a lot of negative attention and may be instrumentalized by ill-intended actors. If a national platform doesn't even care about conveying an image that will follow something as central to the idea of sovereignty as national legislation, you can only imagine what a full plate that this is for movements that want to showcase the transnational interactions that are made possible through the internet as something dangerous or something that needs to be controlled. Summing this up, internet content and platform diversification, when you're talking about user experience and language accessibility, etc., is not the same as fragmentation. Not only that, it's not only the same, but this diversification with platforms actually adapting to certain cultural contexts may actually be an important tool against pushes for regulation that may result in fragmentation. So back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Pedro. That was quite insightful. And now we'll take our last opening remark from Tevin from the GIZ Kenya. Yes, it's working now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tevin Mwenda Gitonga, and I think we've had quite a number of presentations, and mine is going to take a different tangent. Mine is going to show you how we are trying to decolonize the digital future. So we've heard all the things that are happening, and sometimes it sounds scary. So ours is more of, let's try and actually solve it. Let's put our money where our mouth is. And I'm going to make a short presentation of the project that we're working on at GIZ. As you've heard, I work for GIZ, GIZ Kenya, under the Digital Transformation Center, which is a project supported by the German government and Team Europe, working together with the Kenyan government, specifically the Ministry of ICT. And in our own little way, I can't say we are perfect, but we are trying to see how we can do this with different aspects. One thing we must recognize is that, I know we've had a lot of presentations on AI, but when you decolonize the digital rights future, it's just not AI only. It has to be every other facet as well that builds up to the AI. And that's what we are trying to do in our own small way. So the project, as you can see, the objective is to support Kenya's digital transition towards a sustainable and human-centered digital economy. And I'm going to look at there are 3 visions and missions, but I'm going to look at 2 major ones that affect this panel. The first one is we recognize that we must make technology work for people. And throughout the presentations you've had, that's maybe where we are really going wrong, particularly in developing countries. It's the technology being made at some point maybe is not working as ideally it was intended. The other one is to enable a rights-based and democratic digital society. So we really have to be aware of that. And so what approach did we decide to take with this, I can say, interesting experiment? is on one hand to leapfrog Kenya's digital economy. We decided the first thing we're going to do, and this is working together, is to support the local digital innovations ecosystem, to build capacities on data protection and IT security, to foster a data-driven economy, and to work towards a decent job creation in gig economy. And all this actually build up together to enable that. The other thing that we've done is to build Kenya's digital society, and this is exploring emerging tech like AI. We're doing a lot of work there, and that can be used for social economic benefits. I will slowly show you an example. We're assisting digitizing public services, but in a user-centric way so that we don't leave anyone behind, and building capacities on data protection. And also, we focus on bridging the digital divides, and we do this by ensuring no one is left behind, so the youth, women, rural, urban, and also persons with disabilities. So what the approach we took is, as you can see there, what you see on the side are all our stakeholders. It's literally, we are the perfect example of an IGF in practice and in working, in everyday work that we do, because at any one moment, like in my work, I deal with all those stakeholders, because we recognize that fact. One of the best ways to actually achieve a future where you decolonize digital rights would be you leave no one behind. So we have governments in our teams, we have private sector, we have civil society, and we have academia. So what has been the impact and achievement so far? I'll just highlight a few major ones. There are quite a number. The ones that are relevant to this. So the first one was a study on human-centered cybersecurity approach in the Kenya's fintech sector. So if you know Kenya, we are known as a fintech powerhouse in terms of the work that we do there. But out of that, we've also started creating some level of biases. So some of the things we've been doing is, how do you leave no one behind in this sector? The other thing that we've done is data protection and privacy from a gender perspective. And I think that's important because we always forget that the most vulnerable groups, particularly when it comes to data protection, in most cases are women. So we decided to look at data protection and privacy from a gender perspective and how to enable participation online. The next thing that we did was I'm going to jump to our other, strengthening gig workers' rights. So every year we publish a report where we rank digital labor platforms and under the ILO Fair Work principles and how are they performing. And the other one, when it comes to AI and leaving no one behind, maybe the one that I'm always excited about is building local solutions. And one of the things that we did, for example, working with Kenyan entrepreneurs and Kenyan coders was we are now creating chatbots. The versions that you see of OpenAI, but these ones now are locally created. They're able to speak English, Swahili, a version of English and Swahili. And in that way, some of these products that are created are kind of geared towards the persons and they're able to help them. So that's just, and also in relation to PWDs, we developed the first ever continental-wide ICT accessibility standards. So these are just some of the few ways that we are trying to, I can say, decolonize digital rights. And I was just showing an overview of it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Tevin. I think our collective efforts are always very well needed in this kind of issues. And our panelists have shed light on the concept of decolonization in relation to the internet, technology, and human rights and online freedoms. I think it's time that we engage in discussions that goes deeper into these concepts and explore the synergies and trade-offs that are involved. Our objective really is to understand how we can harness these innovations and these issues to, responsibly create something more sustainable and equitable for a globally inclusive digital future. I would now like to ask, we would start with Jonas, who is online. Jonas, what are some of the ways in which cheap labor from the global south powers contemporary digital products and services?
Cheap labor is key for our AI development, and this is why lots of companies are using digital labor platforms, because these digital labor platforms, they circumvent the social protections and digital labor rights basic digital labor rights, and sometimes we're talking about the 19th century rights like minimum wage or freedom of association. And using that, those companies can benefit from this cheap labor. And those workers, unfortunately, are not being compensated, do not have health and safety protection measures, and don't have the rights that we talk about as, once again, from the 19th century to the 20th century. And unfortunately, this is becoming a rule in the data services global value chains, including AI. And that's why we need to address this issue and talk about how to ensure those labor rights to workers all around the world, but focusing specifically on what's happening in the global south.
Thank you, Jonas. I have a question for Shahili, but before I go on to that, I have a follow-up question to you, Jonas. Why are these conditions so bad, and how is it that the Fair Work Project, how is the Fair Work Project working to improve them? Jonas, you have the floor. It's to you. Why are these conditions so bad, and how is the Fair Work Project that you're working on working to improve them?
Fortunately, so far, the regulatory efforts, they are only addressing on-location platforms.
Okay, we're talking about where the Internet Governance Forum, and we're having internet issues and online. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move to Shalini since there's internet blockage over there. Shalini, you mentioned some of the work you do at MENA during your opening remarks, and what forms does online hate and falsehood take while spreading in the APAC region?
Thanks. I'm going to focus on the issue of gender in the Asia Pacific region, and I'm going to focus on South Asia. So women, trans people, non-binary people in South Asia are regularly targeted with online disinformation. And this disinformation is propagated in an attempt to silence already marginalized individuals and make it difficult for them to safely participate in public discourse. Much of the work on gender disinformation covers women in politics and those in the public domain. Research also shows the narrow definitions of gender disinformation and the current focus on women public figures are sometimes sidelining affected girls and women and gender minorities who do not have a public presence. And gender disinformation, as we know, can take many forms. That includes hate speech, intentionally misleading information, rumors, attacks on the character and affiliations of people, and attacks on private and public lives of people. Which impacts people in a way that they are either self-censoring or removing their social media contents or living in hiding. There are direct and indirect threats to their lives, and also generally enforcing stereotypes of vulnerability. So what we're trying to do at Midan is that we are developing a data set on instances of gender disinformation to build more evidence for supporting research and policy action. And we have brought together a diverse set of stakeholder groups in South Asia to work collaboratively to define gender disinformation from a South Asian perspective, to identify, document, and annotate a high-quality data set of gender disinformation and hate in online spaces for better understanding and countering the issue. We're going to use machine learning techniques in the process. And as we document more instances of gender disinformation online, we feel that the technology that we use will also become better at locating additional content and thereby creating a virtuous cycle.
Thank you, Shalini. Thank you for that. When you started answering the question, I was going to make a follow-up question about some of the best practices and measures that you guys have putting in place rather, to counter online hate that target marginalized communities. And with regards to your context, you're talking about women, but you answered that when you were talking about the data set that you guys are developing. So thank you for that. Ananya, you talked when you were making opening remarks, you talked about data, a lot about data and how really it's affected. It's the key, it's oil. And so what are some of the implications of data colonialism and surveillance capitalism on digital rights? And how can individuals and communities really reclaim control over their personal data that they sometimes are not even aware that they're giving out? And how do they protect their privacy in the digital realm?
Yes, apparently it's no longer oil, but it's sunlight. Well, historically, the era of colonialism ushered in by boats that came to the New World to expand empires through infrastructure building and precious metals extraction. Now, like every other thing, colonialism is also going digital. It establishes extensive communication networks like social media and harvests the data of millions to influence things as simple as advertising and as critical as elections. Data colonialism justifies what it does as an advance in scientific knowledge, personalized marketing, or rational management, just as historical colonialism claimed itself to be a civilizing mission. But yes, some things have changed. If historical colonialism annexed territories, their resources, and the bodies that worked on them, data colonialism's power grab clusters around the capture and control of human life itself through appropriating the data that can be extracted from it for profit. Data colonialism is global, playing out in both the global north and the global south, dominated by powerful forces in both the east and the west. Unfortunately, regardless of who directs these practices or where these practices take place, they often lead to the erosion of privacy rights, such as individuals' personal data is collected and analyzed and used without their knowledge or explicit or informed consent. And like you saw in the example that I gave you about the spam calls I get, there is little to no redressal mechanism. I mean, yes, I can block and report, but can I happily live happily ever after? Nope, because there will be yet another company which has actually, employed another spammer waiting to call me again to sell their policies. My data, your data are now in the hands of so many people that it is going to be extremely difficult for us to individually trace and then erase our data. Hence, this will ultimately result in a loss of autonomy and control over our own personal information. While our data may be widely dispersed, the power to capture and control our data continues to remain concentrated in the hands of a few. This can lead to a lack of transparency, accountability, and democratic controls over data practices, potentially undermining individuals' rights and freedoms. The collection and analysis of personal data can perpetuate existing inequalities, like some of my able panelists have already mentioned. Training emerging technology on biased data can lead to biases in algorithms, unfair targeting, exclusion, discrimination, and the list goes on. These practices can also be used to manipulate and influence individuals' behaviors, opinions, choices, threatening individuals and democracies. We have seen that happening already. Undeniably, ideologies such as connection, building communities, personalization will keep incentivizing corporations to collect more of our personal data. Hence, the only way to prevent data colonialism from further expanding is to question these very ideologies. Individually, we must prioritize data minimization, like be mindful of the information we share online, or limit the amount of personal data we share with technology platforms. I personally do this by limiting my social media presence, which, by the way, is very good for your mental health as well. I like to call this digital minimalism. Further, think twice before you agree to the terms and conditions. While it is easy to be fatigued by the almost incomprehensibly long document written in complicated language, take time to think before giving into an impulse of clicking on I agree. So I'll stop with that because I don't want to take more time than I have been allocated. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Anyanya. That's quite insightful. However, I do have comment to make. Honestly, we want people to be able to be at ease, be at comfort, be safe on the internet, not have to be restrict themselves from using the internet or using social media. So I think this is something that we actually have to talk about again on another session, maybe, or towards the end of this session, about how we also have to talk about data, making sure that data is utilized with purpose, not just for spam calls like you experience. I will move to Pedro, who's online. Pedro, my question to you is, do multinational platforms care about the legal and cultural particularities of the countries in which they operate?
Yeah, I will try to shorten up my presentation as well, so we can give the floor back to Jonas at the end of the section, so he can finish his. But I do think they care because, especially generating conflicts with geocultural and legal particularities of the markets in which you are trying to sell your services, usually mean less profits or at least more costs. But these concerns just go as far as the immediate costs of this adaptation can be considered not too high. And this is a problem when you consider the difficulty of measuring the indirect and long-term costs that platform would certainly suffer in a fragmentation scenario. For example, while platforms investigated in the research project translated their main pages about intellectual property policies, but when you browse for more details, you'll notice that not even something as simple as the translation of subpages were normally done, or even the hyperlinks led us to English versions. One of them, which was not content-based, had only the most basic page translated.
And how is this reflected in the global human rights system that, as a rule, it still has the sovereignty of national legal system that determine the factors of jurisdictional conflicts, rather?
Well, I think that this reflects directly on human rights. Intellectual property is itself globally considered a human right, but what I mean here is that although we have some international frameworks, human rights are not interpreted the same worldwide. So freedom of expression is a good example. Some cultures see it as a much broader right than others. Copyright itself may be stronger or weaker when confronted with other fundamental rights, such as education or access to culture. So if platforms need to uniformize their policies around such concepts, they should at least do it in a way that is not so clearly unbalanced towards a single perspective. Explicitly saying that the user should follow as a guidance an external legislation is, quite frankly, a bit offensive, since it really wouldn't cost that much to get someone to do a quick review on the legal policies to deliver some adaptation, even if superficial. The problem here is this image that those platforms simply do not care to some basic elements of some societies that they have as markets for their services and products, especially when we see that they can evidently they can adapt. So as one can observe with changes made because of the German legislation called NetzDG, especially on social media.
All right, thank you for that. And I will move on to Tevin here. Tevin talked, during his opening remarks, talked a lot about what GIZ is doing with regards to working with the communities, especially the marginalized communities. And I want to ask you, how can digital literacy and digital skills training be reimagined in a way that is such that it empowers the marginalized communities and bridges the digital divide? And in such a way that it ensures that everyone has the necessary tools to fully participate in the digital realm?
Thank you for the question. And I think I'll pick up from the question you asked earlier on, do large entities care about the legal and cultural considerations? I think the lesson I've learned is you have to care about the cultural considerations for you to have any impactful trainings or digital skills. It's a case of you have to bring yourself to the level and be there with the partner that you want to achieve the training to. And maybe thinking of it practically is, so how do you do that? How do you actually demonstrate that you are aware of the person's context and how you can help them to kind of bring them up to where you want them to be in terms of lessening the digital divide. And I think how I look at it is, I normally look at it like a 4-step. And the first one is the stakeholders that you work with. Because more or less or not, you're always guilty of working with stakeholders who have no clue what's happening on the ground. You know, you go there, you tell them you're going to do this, then they tell you, yes, we've done a training. Then you go on the ground, you realize, oh, this was the wrong stakeholder. They clearly did not understand what was happening in this context. And that way you're really, your training doesn't have impact. The next thing I think I look to is accessibility. And how I look at that is in relation to democratizing the knowledge. And by this I say, when you do a training, it should be one that you're actually transferring knowledge, not just ticking a box. I've seen there's a huge difference there, because most cases we're ticking boxes, but we're not actually transferring knowledge, and knowledge that actually helps them grow. And one of the things we've done with that, I'll give an example of, and I see my colleague is also here, when we were developing the AI chatbot, we basically brought, because it is a skill we were trying to transfer, we brought Kenyan developers in the room, we brought other developers, I think it was from Europe, who have expertise in developing such models. And we were like, we want you guys to teach them, to teach each other actually, not just to teach them, it's to teach each other how to develop this, because they're coming with indigenous knowledge of how Swahili works to develop an NLP in Swahili, or a mixture of Swahili and English. Maybe they come with the knowledge of how to develop these systems. And what happened is after they developed the first system, the next system that we're developing, because we're developing another one for the Kenya's Data Protection Commissioner, it's the Kenyans that are running the show now. It's them who are developing everything. So you start seeing, you're slowly reducing that gap. The next thing is affordability, of course. If you really want to create any impact, you have to create trainings that people can, it also goes back to accessibility. And lastly, inclusion of everyone. And this can also be done practically. And one of the things I think I mentioned we assisted developing is ICT standards for persons with disabilities for Kenya. So whenever you're designing a system, how do you design it for persons with disabilities and you don't leave them? Given that Kenya is digitizing a lot, but we are forgetting that whole area.
Thank you so much for that, Heaven. I think that, you know, with everything that all the panelists have said, it always goes back to bridging the digital divide, digital skills, making sure that people are aware of these things and they know how to protect themselves, they know how to use it, and they know what the issues are and how to tackle them. And when it comes to any matter of internet governance, really, if you ask me, we're not going to go any further if we don't tackle the digital divide. We're going to go back to Jonas, who had issues online, but I think we have some time that we can spare. So he's back now, and he was going to tell us about, we were talking about the ways in which cheap labor from the global south empowers contemporary digital products and services. Jonas, can you please tell us about why these conditions are so bad, and how is the Fair Work Project working on improving them?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry about my connection problems. These conditions are bad because platforms found a way. I think my connection will, I think I will freeze again. I hope I don't. Because platforms found a way of circumventing digital labor and social protections. And by doing that, companies can hire cheap labor. And that's why we're seeing low pay, health and safety issues, and management problems all around the world. A study has estimated 163 million online workers. So this is a very representative number of people. The Fair Work Project assessed that platforms all around the world in those 38 countries. So we analyze and score those platforms according to 5 principles. So pay conditions, contract management, and representation in a scale from 0 to 10, and we launch rankings. So I invite all of you to visit our website, fair.work, and you can see maybe platforms from your country and check what they are doing or what they are not doing to meet basic standards of fair work.
Okay, thank you for that. I would like to thank all our speakers, both on site and online, for sharing their insights, sharing their experiences, and the efforts that they're working on. And I would open the floor for questions, both on site and online. I don't know if online moderator, do we have any questions online? If you're on site and you have a question, you may go to one of the standing mics. You state your name, the country you're from, and go ahead with your question. We have one question on site.
Hi, my name is Daniele Turra. I am one of the youth ambassadors from Internet Society. I'm from Italy. So as the panelists anticipated, I'm understanding there are a lot of stereotypes, such as specific legal diversities that are not always respected. Also lack of accessibility, also the need to respect privacy, and all these different problems and needs are not always really respected. And all of that is because of economic patterns and interests worldwide. But some of them, for example, privacy, I would argue are also global rights. We can discuss about also being them human rights. I would very be interested to see, let's say, a taxonomy of specific local needs that are not respected by specific technologies of the global north when it comes to culture, history, or political characteristics. So I would like also to understand which are shared also with the global north and which are not. And with not, I mean not regarding people originally born in the global south that lately got to live in the global north, but specifically populations that plan to thrive in their own country of origin. So the idea is to understand which needs are local and which are global. Thank you.
Okay, do you want Jonas to answer that, or it's open to any of the speakers? Sir? Okay, so Jonas, do you want to take up this question?
No, I think that what I would like to say is that when we talk about this national and cultural context, what Fair Work Project is bringing is that we have one very serious problem that has been addressed here by other speakers, that is the biases, discrimination that is faced by users. But we also need to consider what is behind the digital technology production, and that's why we highlight this discrimination and the consideration of the local context. And for instance, when Pedro brings the discussion on national regulations, we also need to consider as well the national regulations about work and how those national regulations, the national and local context, and the different populations and the diversity of populations and cultural expressions can be considered in its own characteristics in the internet as a whole, but especially in digital labor platforms and global platforms. And that's why I believe that this discussion that Pedro brought, and now that we had with the conversation, needs to look to those diverse contexts and groups, and at the same time think about how to incorporate them also not only in the digital and data practices, but in the regulatory efforts as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm also going to invite Tevin to address the question in a very brief remark. Yes?
So maybe you asked what are local, what are international. So international, I'll say privacy. I think you've alluded to it. It affects everyone. It doesn't matter if it's global north or global south. We see it in Kenya every day. We have a data commissioner's office, and we actively work with them. And the same issues that are raised in European countries are the same issues that are raised in Kenya, even when it comes to AI products. It's why am I getting these marketing messages? How did you take my data? Issues of consent. Where are you using it? Where Kenyans have become very interesting. They're even asking, where are you transferring the data to? You know, they're asking questions that you will find anywhere. And this is not just, I can say, the urban Kenyan. It's even the rural Kenyan. You'll go and talk to them, and they're like, okay, I saw this application. However, they told me to do this, and I'm wondering why they told me to do this. So it's something that everyone is aware of. In relation to local, I'll say languages. Because when you're developing, for example, natural language processes, sadly, most of them are geared towards global north. How the English, the pronunciation of the words is very different, the language is being used. But it's high time we start looking at local aspects of, especially languages, because that's the only way you start bridging the digital divide, because not everyone will speak fluent English or fluent Swahili, and you need to develop products that cater for their needs.
Yes, and that is going to bring me to a question for Pedro. Pedro, is the risk of, regarding the search for balance of power relations between countries, is it a risk, and how does this affect the internet as a global network?
Yeah, I would like to build upon what was just said by the previous speaker, that I would use the same example, but inverted. I think language is an international issue, because even though we adapt to each country, it's the same issue that we have around the world. Privacy on the other side, you can have different interpretation on privacy, what's most important, what's not. And that's exactly what is especially dangerous when we are talking about platforms not diversifying what they are doing and how they do not do that in an international level. They prefer some regions to the others. So in a period that international relations are becoming increasingly tense and discourses against external threats are on the rise, it seems very easy not just to expose those true facts about how these relations work, such as talking about how these platforms may be an instrument of expanding the influence of a certain country, or even acting directly on their behalf, as we learned with Snowden. But it's also easy to extrapolate this context to get support for actions that present the international nature of the internet as a problem in itself. So doing those small things, such as translating the content correctly, adapting international legislation, may be exactly what we need to avoid having a split internet, having the internet as we know it's severely affected in a negative way.
Thank you for that. We have learned that we have some questions from the online participants, and I would like to call on to Nelly, our online moderator, to ask the questions out loud for the audience. Nelly, you may take the floor, please. Are you with us, Nelly? Okay, it seems Nelly is not with us. And any other question from the audience here, on-site participants? Nelly, we think you're muted, Nelly. Please unmute your mic and take the floor. Technical, can you please help us give Nelly the floor to Nelly, please? Unmute her mic. Okay. If there are no other questions, and it seems we're rounding up the session today, I'm actually very thrilled again to invite our speakers to share their invaluable recommendations to the following. What should
yes, I have some.
Was that Nelly? Nelly, is that you? Okay, we're gonna go ahead. If Nelly happens to unmute her mic, we'll just take questions from her. But until then, I'm going to ask our panelists here who've shared their insights and experiences for their recommendations regarding the following questions. What should decolonizing digital rights look like? But before I give you the floor, I would also like to strongly encourage the audience to seize this opportunity to share your recommendations, again, by scanning the QR code that's going to be displayed on the screen shortly. And now I would like to welcome Ananya. Please go ahead. Tell us, what should decolonizing the internet look like?
I think this is just being done because I finished ahead of time. All right. Well, let's say this. My blood group is B positive. There you go. You have another one of my personal data points. Anyway, being the positive person that I apparently am, I believe that every cloud has a silver lining. So this cloud of data colonialism presents an opportunity for us, an opportunity to create ethical systems which run on the principles of A, ownership by design, where users are provided with clear and understandable information about how their data will be collected, used, and processed, shared, stored, or erased. It involves obtaining informed consent that is granular and specific, allowing individuals to make informed choices about their data. B, minimization and anonymization. Only the necessary and most relevant data is collected and processed, and wherever possible, such data is kept anonymous and encrypted. This reduces the risks associated with data breaches and unauthorized access while respecting individuals' privacy. C, there should be an option to be forgotten or easily revoke consent when desired. I know there are options to be forgotten, but the option to revoke consent has been a complicated process so far. D, mechanisms for accountability and redressal in case of data breaches or privacy violations are hard to find. This involves providing individuals with avenues to exercise their rights, report violations, seek remedies for any harms, and this should and must go beyond blocking and reporting accounts. And E, I just want to finally take note of this. The whole entitled attitude that makes data colonialism possible must be done away with. Spelled simply, for example, I was born with a name. My name is a data point. Just because I provided my name to my school on the day of enrollment does not automatically translate into their unprecedented right over and unchecked use of my name for the rest of their existence. Data use is not a right, but it's a permission slip. Data reuse is not an entitlement, but once again, a permission slip. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ananya. And I think we have access to Nelly now, so we're going to take the question from her online. Nelly, you may unmute your mic, please, and ask the question to our panelists.
Thank you for letting me turn on my mic. Initially, the question arose according to your very interesting discussion is like this. How can digital literacy and skills training be reimagined to empower marginalized communities and bridge the digital divide, ensuring that everyone has the necessary tools to fully participate in the digital world?
Which of our speakers? Can you please repeat the question, Nelly?
Yes, of course. How can digital literacy and skills training be reimagined to empower marginalized communities and bridge the digital divide, ensuring that everyone has the necessary tools to fully participate in the digital world?
Okay, Tevin is going to take the question.
I think just to help Tevin answer the question, I think it basically means how we could use or at least program and structured digital literacy programs, which would, I assume, will help people to better navigate in a world which is more decolonized. So how could digital literacy, aid the process of decolonizing the internet?
Yes, I think for that, I'm a proponent of, and I think I'll keep on reiterating, you have to bring yourself to the shoes of a person. So I'm going to give a good example of, we were having a discussion recently. There is this, in Kenya, we have these ladies who sell groceries. So they have these little tuck shops. Whenever you go buy groceries. And we were thinking, how do you enable them, for example, use digital tools to enable the sale of their products? And the discussions we were having is, so how do you go to them? Because, and not make them come to you, if that makes sense. Because in most cases, it's always us telling them, come. But now it's how do we go to them? And how do you go to them at their level and work with their skill? Because they already have a lot of that skill, and just empower that. And I think that's what the challenge and discussion should be. And it's also something that we are also learning, I can say, because even in that example I just gave, it was just something that we are trying as well. Like, how do you go there? How do you work with them where they are? And I can't say we have the complete answer to that. It's a learning process, but I'm a big proponent of find people where they are. Don't make them come to you, because that's more burden. It's you look for them and work with them from where they are, because one of the things that study was showing, even when we were talking to them, was how much knowledge they have. They do have a lot of that. For example, one of them was telling us, you click on this, and I don't know what I'm clicking on, but it doesn't make sense when I read it. As Anya just said, it's the terms and conditions, and it's like 30 pages. Just say, I agree, and you move on. But they are cognizant of the fact, I'm giving away my data. That they're cognizant of. So perhaps it's coming to them and also breaking it down to a point that they also understand.
I like that you mentioned that, because there's a recent principle that I learned in digital development that you have to design with the user. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking to benefit them and they need to be actively involved in the process, you need to know what their challenges are, what their perspectives are, what they think is going to benefit them, and include that in the process. And that's very true. I would like to continue the recommendations that we're getting from our panelists about what should decolonizing digital rights look like. Ananya has given hers, so we're going to move on to Jonas online, who will share his. By the way, please note that I'm actually sharing my screen, and there's a QR code where you're supposed to, it should be on the padlock, it should be on the screen. Yes, that one. You can just scan it, or I'll send the link in the chat for the online participants as well to make their comments as well. So Jonas, please share your recommendations on what decolonizing digital rights should look like.
Thank you so much. I would say that decolonize digital technologies involve not only decolonize the use of digital technologies, but also the production process. And that's why we need to incorporate the labor dimension to our decolonization agenda. And this means to ensure not only basic standards of fair work, it's why what we are assessing in our project, but a radically and structurally different work arrangement where workers are not exploited, where we don't have international, national, local, and population groups asymmetries, and where workers are not exploited anymore. So I believe that we need to incorporate this to our agenda. And to quote a Latin American philosopher called Enrique Dussel, he says that it's not only about decolonize, but it's about to liberate oppressed people and to create something radically new.
Thank you for that, Jonas. Shalini?
Yeah, I'm going to be very brief and say that in order to decolonize digital rights, it's really important to look at who's being included in the process of creating digital tools. We have to involve hyperlocal communities in creating data sets, something that I talked about earlier as well. We also have to make sure that there are people from marginalized communities who are involved in analyzing the data, annotating the data, in actually creating the technology, because it's these people who understand the context, the language, and the issues much more than technologists and coders and developers sitting somewhere else. So involving the people in the creation of the technology, making processes more inclusive, ensuring that many languages are being included in the way that we analyze data. All of that is really important.
Thank you for that. And Pedro, what are your recommendations?
Yeah, I already talked a bit on my last comments, but just to be very brief, I think that platforms should try to diversify a little bit more to adapt to those local cultures and scenarios. And countries that are historically more influential in directing how the internet's model should actively try to share these powers, these capacities. It's just not about just decolonizing the digital space, but preserving the internet as you know it as a global network and force for good. So that's it. Thanks for your attention, everyone.
All right, thank you. And we'll take our last recommendations from our final panelists. Tevin.
Perhaps my recommendation will be to ask ourselves 4 fundamental questions, and some of them have been alluded. The first one is who? Who's developing the systems? Second one is why are they doing it? In most cases, it's for economic gain. If you're being honest, the baseline of this whole conversation is economic gain and what they stand to benefit. As Anya said, data is the new sun, and I always call it the politics of data. Everyone wants to be the ruler of data now. Second is where are they being developed? Are they being developed where the marginalized people you're targeting are? Because where it's being developed, because someone sitting in Silicon Valley, to be quite honest, they're not really thinking of me as a Kenyan using their AI product. I am the last person in their mind because of where they are. The last thing is what? What is it for by the end of the day? Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, that's very true. And I think all our panelists have shared very thought-provoking and insightful experiences and insightful expertise on this topic. But as we conclude the session today, I'd also like to express my sincerest gratitude to our online and on-site panelists for their expertise and thought-provoking contributions. Your insights have been very instrumental to deepening our understanding of the complexities that surround the decolonization of the internet and technology. And I'd also like to thank the audience, of course, both on-site and our online audience for your engagement and for your questions and for being here today. Your participations have very enriched our discussions. In closing, I would like us to remember that the journey towards a decolonized internet and digital landscape, it's ongoing. It's not static. It's not something that's already established. It's ongoing and it's a learning process. It requires continuous reflections, dialogue, and call to actions. He talked about who's benefiting what, and economic gain and all of that. And I think that together we can strive for a digital space that is inclusive and respects and empowers all individuals, all communities, regardless of their background, regardless of their geographical location. We have to work together in order to create a future where the internet truly becomes a force of equality, justice, and liberation. Thank you, and that is it for this session. Thank you all. So we have another session in I think
I'll
22
take it from
minutes.
there. So
yes.
we have another session happening here at 17:30 Japanese Standard Time. So I hope you'll stay with us. If you want, you can quickly grab something to drink or eat meanwhile. And if you're going outside, I would request you to bring in your colleagues and friends to join us for the next session. Thank you very much for attending. Konnichiwa, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all those who have joined us on site and online. Welcome to our workshop, Data Protection for the Next Generation, Putting Children First. Before we begin the session, I would like to encourage both on-site and remote participants to kindly scan the Mentimeter QR code, which will be available on the screen shortly, or use the link in the chat box to express their expectations from the session. As a reminder, I would like to request all the speakers and the audience who may ask questions during the Q&A round to please speak clearly and at a reasonable pace. I would also like to request everyone participating to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment in the room and in the chat. For those who wish to ask questions during the Q&A round, please raise your hand. Once I call upon you, you may use the standing microphones available in the room. And while you do that, please state your name and the country you are from before asking the question. Additionally, please make sure that you mute all the other devices when you are speaking so as to avoid any audio disruptions. If you are participating online and have any questions or comments and would like the moderator to read out your question or comment, please type it in the Zoom chat box. When posting, please start and end your sentence with a question mark to indicate that it is a question, or use a full stop to clearly indicate that it is a comment. Thank you. Let us now begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for joining today's session. I am Ananya. I am the Youth Advisor to the USAID Digital Youth Council, and I will be the on-site moderator for today's session. Mariam from Gambia will be the online moderator, and Nelly from Georgia will be the rapporteur for this session. Today, we embark on a journey that transcends the boundaries of traditional discourse and delves into the intricate realm of safeguarding children's digital lives. In this age of boundless technological advancements, we find ourselves standing at a pivotal juncture where the collection and utilization of children's data have reached unprecedented heights. From the moment their existence becomes evident, their digital footprints begin to form, shaping their online identities even before they can comprehend the implications. Ultrasound images, baby cameras, social media accounts, search engine inquiries, the vast web of interconnected platforms weaves a tapestry of data, silently capturing every heartbeat, every interaction. But amidst this digital tapestry lies a profound challenge: the protection of children's data and their right to privacy. Children, due to their tender age and limited understanding, may not fully grasp the potential risks, consequences, and safeguards associated with the processing of their personal information. They are often left vulnerable, caught in the crossfire between their innocent exploration of the online world and the complex web of data collecting institutions. Hence, today, we are gathered here to delve deeper into the discourse on children's online safety, moving beyond the usual topics of cyberbullying and internet addiction. Our focus will be on answering the following questions. How do we ensure that children in different age groups understand, value, and negotiate their digital self and privacy online? What capabilities or vulnerabilities affect their understanding of their digital data and digital rights? What is a good age verification mechanism so that such mechanism does not in itself end up collecting even more personal data? And finally, how can we involve children as active partners in the development of data governance policies and integrate their evolving capabilities, real-life experiences, and perceptions of the digital world to ensure greater intergenerational justice in laws, policies, strategies, and programs? We hope that this workshop will help the attendees unlearn the current trend of universal and often adult treatment of all users, which fails to respect children's evolving capacity, often lumping them into overly broad categories. Attendees will be introduced to the ongoing debates on the digital age of consent. Panelists will also elaborate on children's perception of their data self and the many types of children's privacy online. Participants will also be given a flavor of the varying national and international conventions concerning the rights of children regarding their data. As our speakers come from a range of stakeholder groups. They will provide the attendees with a detailed idea on how a multi-stakeholder, intergenerational, child-centered, child rights-based approach to data governance-related policies and regulations can be created. I invite you all to actively engage in the session, to listen to our esteemed panelists, and to ask questions, contribute your insights, and share perspectives. I would now like to introduce our speakers for today. To begin with, we have Professor Sonia Livingstone, who is a professor at the Department of Media and Communications at the London School of Economics. She has published about 20 books and advised the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, OECD, ITU, and UNICEF on children's safety, privacy, and rights in the digital environment. Next, we have Edmund Chung, who serves as the CEO of DOD Asia on the board of ICANN, Make a Difference, Engage Media, Exco of ISOC Hong Kong, and Secretariat of APR IGF. He has co-founded the Hong Kong Kids International Film Festival and participates extensively on internet governance matters. Next, we have Njamile Davis-Michael, who is a senior program analyst in the technology division of USAID, where she helps to drive the agency's development efforts related to internet affordability, data governance, and protecting children and youth from digital harms. Next, we have Emma Day, who is a human rights lawyer specializing in human rights and technology, and she is also the co-founder of Tech Legality. She has been working on human rights issues for more than 20 years now and has lived for 5 years in Africa and 6 years in Asia. And last but not the least, we have Theodora Skedes, who is a technology policy expert. She consults with civil society organizations, including but not limited to the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, National Democratic Institute, Committee to Protect Journalists, and Partnerships on AI. I would now like to move to the next segment. I now invite our speakers to take the floor and convey their opening remarks to our audience. I now invite Professor Sonia Livingstone to please take the floor.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and it's wonderful to be part of this panel. So I want to talk about children's right to privacy in the digital environment, and as with other colleagues here, I'll take a child rights focus, recognizing holistically the full range of children's rights in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and then homing in on Article 16 on the importance of the protection of privacy. So I was privileged to be part of the drafting group for General Comment number 25, which is how the Committee on the Rights of the Child specifies how the convention applies in relation to all things digital, and I do urge people to read the whole document. I've just here highlighted a few paragraphs about the importance of privacy and the importance of taking, of understanding and implementing children's privacy, often through data protection and through privacy by design, as part of a recognition of the wider array of children's rights. So to respect privacy must be proportionate, part of the best interests of the child, not undermine children's other rights, but ensure their protection. And I really put these paragraphs up to show that we are addressing something complex in the offline world, and even more complex, I fear, in the digital world, where data protection mechanisms are often our main, but not only tool to protect children's privacy in digital contexts. I'm an academic researcher, a social psychologist, and in my own work, I spend a lot of time with children, seeking to understand exactly how they understand their rights, their privacy. And we did an exercise as part of some research a couple of years ago that I wanted to kind of introduce the types of privacy and the ways in which children, as well as we, could think about privacy. So as you can see on the screen, we did a workshop where we asked children their thoughts on sharing different kinds of information with different kinds of sources, with different organizations. what would they share and under what conditions with their school, with trusted institutions like the doctor or a future employer? What would they share with their online peers and contacts? What would they share with companies? And what did they want to keep to themselves? And we use this as an exercise to show that children know quite a lot. They want to know even more, and they don't think of their privacy only as a matter of their interpersonal privacy. But it is very important to them that the institutions and the companies also respect their privacy. And if I can summarize what they said in one sentence, the idea that companies would take their data and exploit their privacy, the children's cry was, it's none of their business. And the irony that we are dealing with here today is that it is precisely those companies' business. We can see some similar kinds of statements from children now around the world in the consultation that was conducted to inform the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child's General Comment 25. And as you can see here, children around the world have plenty to say about their privacy and exactly understand it both as a fundamental right in itself and also as important for all their other rights. Privacy mediates safety, privacy mediates dignity, privacy mediates the right to information, and so forth, many more. I think we're now in the terrain of looking for regulatory strategies as well as educational ones. And I was asked to mention, I think this panel will discuss the idea of age-appropriate design codes, particularly as one really proving valuable mechanism. And we will talk further about this, I know. But the idea that children's privacy should be respected and protected in a way that is appropriate to their age and that understands the link between privacy and children's other rights. I think this is really important. And we see this regulatory move now happening in a number of different international and national contexts. I've spent the last few years working with the Five Rights Foundation as part of running the Digital Futures Commission. And I just wanted to kind of come back to that holistic point here. In the Digital Futures Commission, we asked children to comment and discuss all of their rights in digital contexts, and not just as a research project, but as a consultation activity to really understand what children think and want to happen and what to be heard on a matter that affects them. And privacy online is absolutely a matter that affects them. And we use this to come up with a proposal for child rights by design, which builds on initiatives for privacy by design, safety by design, security by design, but goes beyond to recognize the holistic nature of children's rights. And so here we really pulled out 11 principles based on all the articles of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and on General Comment 25. And so you can see that privacy is a right to be protected in the design of digital products and services as part of attention to children's, the age-appropriate service, building on consultation, supporting children's best interests, promoting their safety, well-being, development, and agency. And I will stop there, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Livingstone. That was very, very insightful. We will now move to Edmund. Would you like to take the floor?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And Edmund from .Asia. We'll be sharing, I guess, building on what Sonia just mentioned, we'll be sharing a little bit about our work at .Kids, which actually also kind of trying to operationalize the Convention on the Rights of the Child. But first of all, I just want to give a quick background why .Asia is involved in this. .Asia ourselves is a obviously operates the .Asia top-level domain, so you can have domains such as whatever .Asia. That provides the income source for us, and so every .Asia domain actually contributes to the internet development in Asia. One of the things, some of the things that we do include youth engagement, and we actually are very proud that the Net Mission program is the longest-standing youth internet governance engagement program, and that sort of built our interests or our awareness to supporting children's and children's rights online. Back in 2016, we actually launched a little program that looked at the impact of sustainable development goals and the internet, and we recently launched an eco-internet initiative, but I'm not going to talk about that. What I want to highlight is that engaging children on platforms, including top-level domains, is something that I think is important, and one of the things that I would like to share. So, on the specific topic of .kids, actually, the .kids initiative started more than a decade ago in 2012 when the application for .kids was put in through ICANN for the .kids top-level domain. Right at that point, actually, there was a engagement with the children's rights and children's welfare community about the process itself, but I won't go into details. What I did want to highlight is that part of the vision of .kids is actually to engage children to be part of the process in developing policies that affect them, and to involve children's participation and so on. And in fact, in 2013, during the process where we were going through the ICANN process, we actually helped support the first children's forum that is focused on the ICANN process itself, and that was held in April of 2013. Fast forward to 10 years, we were finally able to put .kids into place in actually last year, but the .kids top-level domain actually entered the internet on April 4th of 2022 and was launched late last year in November 29th of 2022. So it is less than a year old, so really not even a toddler for .kids. But let's focus on the difference, that between .kids and, for example, .asia or .com, right? One of the interesting things is that at the ICANN level, there is no difference. For ICANN, operating a .kids would be exactly the same as operating .com. We disagreed, and that's why we engaged into the decade-long campaign to operate .kids, and believe that there are policies that are required above and beyond just a regular registry, just a regular .com or wherever, because there is not only a set of expectations, there are, it is important for, and here's why we say it's the kids' best interest domain. That is the idea behind .kids, and let's look at part of the registry policies. But for .kids ourselves, if you you think about it, of course we don't keep children's data or data about kids, but does that mean we don't have to have policies that actually is around the registry or for .kids domains itself? Well, we think no, and building off what Professor Livingstone was saying, in fact, we have a set of guiding principles that was developed with the support from the children's rights and welfare community and based on the Convention of the Rights of Child. And of course, there's additional kids-friendly guidelines, there's kids anti-abuse policy, and also kids personal data protection policies. And I want to highlight that the entire guiding principles is actually based on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and probably not all the articles, but certainly articles that outlines protection and prohibited materials. A kind of way to think about it is probably that for the .kids domain, we do enforce and to ensure that restricted content, and the best way to think about it is really that if you think of a movie, the restricted content or the rated R movies would obviously not be acceptable on .kids domains. But on top of that, we also have specific privacy provisions also built on Article 16, as Sonia mentioned earlier, and some other aspects that is around the Conventions of the Right of the Child. So we think there's something that is important and is being built into it, and we're definitely the first registry that is built policies around the Convention on the Rights of the Child. But we are also one of the very few domain registries that would actually actively engage in suspension of domains or processes to deal with restricted content. Beyond that, there's a portal and a platform to report abuse and to alert us on issues. And in fact, I can report that we have already taken action on abusive content and restricted content and so on. But I will like to end with a few items. There are certainly a lot of abuses on the internet, but the abuses that is appropriate for top-level domain registries to actually take is a subset of that. There are many other abuses that happen on the internet, and there are different types of DNS abuses and different types of cyber abuses that may or may not be effective for the registry to take care of, and that's, I guess, part of what we discussed. So that's why we bring it to this, to IGF and these type of forums to discuss, is because there are other stakeholders that needs to be to help support a safer environment online for children. So with that, I guess there are a number of acts that are put in place in the recent years, and I think .kids will try to is a good platform to support the Kids Safety Online Bill in the US and on the Online Safety Bill in the UK. We do believe that collaboration is required in terms of security and privacy, and one of the vision, as I mentioned, for .kids is to engage children in the process, and we hope that we will reach there soon. But it's still in its toddler phase, so it doesn't generate enough income for us to bring everyone here. But the vision itself is to put the policies and protection in place, and also into the future be able to support children's participation in this internet governance discussion that we have.
Okay, thank you so much, Edmund. That was very, very inspiring. Let's now go to Njimile.
Thank you, Ananya. Wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for joining the session, giving me the opportunity to speak about USAID's work in this area. So USAID is an independent agency of the United States government where I work with 9,000 colleagues in 100 countries around the world to provide humanitarian relief and to fund international development. In the technology division where I sit, there are a number of initiatives that we support related to digital innovation, from securing last mile internet connectivity to catalyzing national models of citizen-facing digital government. And we work in close collaboration with our US government colleagues in Washington to inform and provide technical assistance, to support locally led partnerships, and to create the project ideas and infrastructure needed to sustain the responsible use of digital tools. Although we rely consistently on researching, developing, and sharing best practices, our activity design can be as varied as the specific country and community contexts in which we are called to action. Indeed, the many interconnected challenges that come with supporting the development of digital societies has challenged our own evolution as an agency. So in early 2020, we launched USAID's first digital strategy to articulate our internal commitment to technological innovation, as well as for the support of open, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems in the countries we serve through the responsible use of digital technology. And so that digital strategy is a 5-year plan that is implemented through a number of initiatives, and there are some that are particularly relevant to our work with young people. Specifically, we have made commitments to improve digital literacy, to promote data literacy through better awareness, advocacy, and training for data privacy, protection, and national strategies for data governance, to improve cybersecurity, to close the gender digital divide and address the disproportionate harm women and girls face online, and to protect children and youth from digital harm. Each of these initiatives is supported by a team of dedicated professionals that allow us to think about how we work at the intersection of children and technology. Digital tools play an increasingly important role for adults working to protect children, for example, by facilitating birth registration, providing rapid family tracing, supporting case management, and by using better, faster analysis of the data collected to inform the effectiveness of these services. And they can also play a role in the development and integration of children themselves into larger social and cultural norms by providing a place to learn, play, share, explore, and test new ideas. Indeed, many children are learning how to use a digital device before they even learn how to walk. However, we also know that increased digital access also means increased risk. And so in the context of protecting children and youth from digital harm, USAID defines digital harm as any activity or behavior that takes place in the digital ecosystem and causes pain, trauma, damage, exploitation, or abuse, directly or indirectly, in either the digital or physical world, whether financial, physical, emotional, psychological, or sexual. For the estimated 1 in 3 internet users who are children, these include risks that have migrated onto or off of digital platforms that enable bullying, harassment, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, hate speech, sexual abuse and exploitation, recruitment into trafficking, and radicalization to violence. Because digital platforms also generate and share copious amounts of data, our colleagues who've done an incredible amount of highly commendable work at UNICEF, for example, around children's data, as well as my colleagues on today's panel will likely agree that there are other perhaps less obvious risks. For example, we've observed in recent years that children seem to have given up or I should say, to uniform consent of their data collection, probably due to their naivete and trust of the platforms in which they're engaging. But a lack of informed decision-making about data privacy and protection effectively transfers power from the data subject to the data collector, and the consequences of this can be long-lasting. The number of social media likes, views, and shares are based on highly interactive levels of data sharing, affecting children's emotional and mental health. Data algorithms can be leveraged to profile and manipulate children's behavior, narrowing exposure to new ideas, limiting perspective, and even stunting critical thinking skills. Data leaks and privacy breaches that are not just harmful on their own, but can be orchestrated to cause intentional damage is another risk. And we can counteract these and other challenges by helping practitioners understand the risks to children's data and to ensure accountability for bad actors. The theoretical physicist Albert Einstein is famously quoted as saying that if he had 1 hour to solve a problem, he would spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and only 5 minutes on the solution. And the sheer amount of data that we generate and have access to means that our vision of solving the global challenges we face with data is still very much possible, especially as we are realizing unprecedented speeds of data processing that are fueling innovations in generative AI, will enable the use of 5G, and that we will see in quantum computing. So as we celebrate the 50th birthday of the internet at this year's IGF, it's amazing to think about how much all of us here have been changed by the technological innovations paved by the internet. And in that same spirit of innovation, we're optimistic at USA that data governance frameworks can help mitigate the risks we see today and be leveraged to create a safer, more inclusive, and even more exciting world of tomorrow, which is the internet our children want.
Thank you very much, and Jamile. Emma, would you like to take the floor next? Emma, are you here with us?
Thank you, yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I've been asked to answer how civil society organizations can tackle the topic of child-centered data protection. I think this is a multi-stakeholder issue, and there are many things civil society organizations can do. As a lawyer, I'm going to have a focus on the more law and policy focused ideas. So there are three main approaches that I have identified. The first is civil society organizations can engage in advocacy related to law and policy. Second, they can engage themselves in litigation and requests to regulators, I should say. And third, they can carry out community-based human rights impact assessments themselves. So the first example of advocacy related to law and policy, here the target is policymakers and regulators. As an example of this, I was involved in a project that was led by Professor Sonia Livingstone, who's also on this panel. And this was part of the UK Digital Futures Commission. And it was a project which involved a team of social scientists and lawyers. And we looked in detail at how the use of EdTech in schools is governed in the UK. And we found it's not very clear whether the use of EdTech in schools was covered by the UK Age Appropriate Design Code or Children's Code. So the situation of data protection for children in the education context was very uncertain. We had a couple of meetings with the ICO, and the Digital Futures Commission also had a group of high-level commissioners they had brought together from government, civil society, the education sector and the private sector. And they held 2 public meetings about the use of EdTech in UK schools. Subsequently, in May 2023, the ICO published updated guidance on how the Children's Code applies to the use of EdTech in UK schools. I won't go into the details of that guidance now, but suffice to say this was much needed clarification, and it seemed to be as a result of our advocacy, although this was not specifically stated. The second example is of civil society organizations engaging themselves in litigation and requests to regulators. So some civil society organizations have lawyers as part of their staff, or they can work with lawyers and other experts. So an example of this is an organization in the US called Fair Play. In 2018, they led a coalition asking the Federal Trade Commission to investigate YouTube for violating the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA, by collecting personal information from children on the platform without parental consent. And as a result of their complaint, Google and YouTube were required to pay what was then a record $170 million fine in a settlement in 2019 with the Federal Trade Commission. So in response, rather than getting required parental permission before collecting personal information from children on YouTube, Google claimed instead it would comply with COPPA by limiting data collection and eliminating personalized advertising on their Made for Kids platform. So Fairplay wanted to check if YouTube had really eliminated personal advertising on their Made for Kids products, and they ran their own test by buying some personalized ads. Fairplay says that their test proves that ads on Made for Kids videos are in fact still personalized and not contextual, which is not supposed to be possible under COPPA. And Fairplay wrote to the Federal Trade Commission in August 2023 and made a complaint and asked them to investigate and to impose a fine of upwards of tens of billions of dollars. We don't know the outcome of this yet. That complaint was only put in August this year. And then the third solution, which I think is a really good one for civil society organizations, which I haven't really seen done completely in practice yet, is to carry out community-based human rights impact assessments. So often companies themselves carry out human rights impact assessments, but it's also absolutely something that can be done at a community level. And this involves considering not just data protection, but also children's broader human rights as well. It's a multidisciplinary effort. So it involves consulting with the company about the impact of their products and services on children's rights, perhaps working with technical experts to test what's actually happening with children's data through apps and platforms, and working with legal experts to assess whether this complies with laws and regulations. And crucially, this should also involve meaningful consultation with children. And I think we're going to talk a little bit later about what meaningful consultation with children really looks like. I'm going to leave it there because I think I'm probably at the end of my time, but looking forward to discussing further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. And finally, Theodora, would you like to let us know what your opening remarks are?
Yes, thank you so much. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here with you. Let me just pull up my slides. Alrighty. Okay. And hold on one second. Let me just grab. Okay. Great. So, alrighty. So it's great to be here with all of you. And I'll be spending a few minutes talking about key international children's rights principles, standards, and conventions, as well as major issue areas around personal data collection, processing, and profiling, and then some regulation and legislation to be keeping an eye out for. So I'll start with standards and conventions and then turn to some principles. So some of the major relevant standards and conventions that are worth discussing I've listed here, which include the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, a widely ratified international human rights treaty, which enshrines the fundamental rights of all children under age 18. It includes a number of provisions that are relevant to children's data protection, such as the right to privacy, the right to the best interests of the child, and the right to freedom of expression. Also, the UN guidelines for the rights of the child as it relates to the digital environment in 2021. These guidelines provide guidance around how to apply the UN CRC, or the rights of the child, to children's rights in the digital environment. And they include a number of provisions that are relevant to children's data protection, like the right to privacy and confidentiality, the right to be informed about the collection and use of data, and the right to have data erased. Then there's GDPR, or the General Data Protection Regulation. So this is a comprehensive data protection law that applies to all organizations that process data. For those in Europe, although sometimes this has been extended beyond, specifically for companies that, or employers that are international and exist beyond the European area. And these include a number of special provisions for children as well. And then COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act in the US, is a federal law that protects the privacy of children under age 13 and requires websites and online services to obtain parental consent before collecting or using children's personal information. So some of the principles that are important to discuss here include data collection, data use, data storage and security, data access, data and erasure, transparency, and accountability. So this means that organizations should only collect data for legitimate purposes and with the consent of parents and guardians. On data use, it's that organizations should use children's data in a way that is consistent with their best interest. On data storage and security, organizations should implement appropriate security measures to protect children. On data access and erasure, organizations should give children and their parents or guardians access to children's data and the right to have it erased. On transparency and accountability, organizations should be transparent about what they're doing to make sure that they're protecting children. Additionally, there's age-appropriate design, privacy by default, data minimization, and parental controls. So products and services should be designed with the best interests of children in mind and also be appropriate for their age and developmental stage. On privacy by default, products and services, excuse me, should be developed with privacy in mind. On data minimization, products and services should only collect and use the minimum amount of data required. And on parental controls, products and services should provide parents with meaningful control over their children's online activities. So major issues around personal data collection, processing, and profiling that are in discussion today include consent. So children may not fully understand what it means to consent to the collection and use of their personal data. That's also true for adults, but it's especially true for children. Transparency. So organizations may not be transparent about how they collect, use, and share children's personal data, which can make it difficult for parents to make informed decisions about their children. Data minimization. So organizations often collect more personal data than is necessary for the specific purpose. And this excess data can have other purposes like targeted ads, profiling. On data security, organizations may not be implementing adequate security measures to protect the personal data of children from unauthorized access, disclosure, modification, and destruction, which can put children at risk. And profiling. Organizations may use children's personal data to create profiles, which can be used to target children with advertising and content that might not be in their best interests. Additionally, strengthening legal protection. So there's an ongoing conversation around how governments can strengthen legal protections for children, such as requiring parental consent and prohibiting organizations from profiling children through targeted advertising. Also raising awareness. There is a huge conversation ongoing now about how parents and children should be educated about the risks and benefits of sharing personal data online to make sure they're making informed decisions about what to share and what not to share. Also improve transparency and accountability. Organizations should be transparent about how they collect, use, and share children's personal data, and they should be accountable for that data. And then last is designing privacy-enhancing technologies. Technologists can design products and services that collect and use less personal data from children, and also that help children and parents manage their privacy online. So next, we'll look at regulation and legislation. We've been seeing a huge amount of regulation and legislation in this space. In the US context, we've seen some US federal bills, but because those haven't passed, we've been seeing a transition to state level bills. So I want to pull up, there we go. So this is a piece that I wanted to share that talks about bills in the area that we're seeing in the US. So there is here a compilation of 147 bills across the US states. Not all are represented, but a lot of them are. And interestingly, states across the political divide. And you can see here the legislation that's in discussion includes themes like age verification, more age verification, instruction, parental consent, data privacy, technologies, access issues, more age verification, so that's clearly a recurring theme, recommendations on the basis of data, etc. And you can see here, there's some categories. So we see law enforcement, parental consent, age verification, privacy, school-based, hardware, filtering, perpetrator, so that looks at safety, algorithmic regulation, and more. And then we can see the methods. So these include third parties, state digital IDs, commercial provider, government IDs, self-attestation. And then you can see what ages these are targeting. So mostly they're targeting age 18, but there are a few that look at 13 and sometimes other ages as well. And then the final categories of analysis look at access limited content or services, enforcement types, and status. And I think that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Theora. I have received a request actually from the audience. If you could kindly share the link to the website that you were just sharing with us, that would be great. It was a very, very, very good remark. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will now be moving on to the next segment where I will be directing questions to each of our speakers. We will begin with Professor Sonia Livingstone. While I had a set of questions prepared for you, Professor Livingstone, I think you kind of answered most of those. So let's pick something from what you have focused on in your opening remarks. You mentioned about age-appropriate design code. So I wanted to know, what are your views on this age-appropriate design code for different countries, since in different cultural, national, international, and local contexts, what is appropriate for what age differs? So what would you like to say about that, and how can an age-appropriate design code be the answer in such varying contexts?
Thank you. That's a great question, and I think others will want to pitch in. I think my starting point is to say that if we're going to respect the rights of children online, we have to know which user is a child. And the history of the internet so far is a failed attempt to respect children's rights without knowing which user is a child. So at the moment, we either have no idea who a user is, or we somehow assume, or producers, product producers somehow assume that the user is an adult, often in the global north, often male, and rather competent to deal with what they find. So we need a mechanism, and age-appropriate design code has become exactly this mechanism. And I think the extent to which it's being taken up in the global north and the global south shows the genuine need to identify who is a child. There are two problems. One you didn't highlight, but it does mean that we need to, in some way, identify the age of every user in order to know which ones are children, because we don't know, obviously, who is a child before. So there is a real set of questions around the mechanism, and which others have alluded to. And then, as you rightly say, what is appropriate for children of different ages varies in different cultures. I think I would answer that by returning to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. It addresses the child rights at the level of the universal: the right to privacy, the right to safety, the right to information, the right to civil rights and liberties, to participate, to be heard, and so forth. So we can conceive of children's rights at the universal level. But there are also many provisions in the convention and also in General Comment 25 about how this can be and should be adjusted and tailored to particular circumstances, not to qualify or undermine children's rights, but to use mechanisms that are appropriate to different cultures. And I think this will always be contested and probably should be, but at heart, if you read the age-appropriate design codes, they focus on the ways in which data itself is used by companies in order to support children's rights, rather than setting a norm for what children's lives should look like.
Thank you very much, Professor Livingstone. That was a very, very detailed and very nuanced answer. Next, Edmund, since we are on the subject of age, what do you think is a good age verification mechanism which does not in itself lead to the collection of more personal data?
Of course, that is a very difficult question, but I guess a few principles to start with. First of all, privacy is not about keeping data secure and confidential. Privacy, the first question is whether the data should be collected and kept in the first place. So in terms of privacy, if it is just an age verification and whoever verifies it discards or erases or deletes the data after the verification, there should be no privacy concern. But of course, platforms and providers don't usually do that, and that's one of the problems, right? But the principle itself should be, just like when you show your ID or whatever, the person takes a look at it, you go in and that's it. They don't take a picture of it and keep a record of it. So that's privacy to start with. The other thing then we need to probably think about whether the age verification is to keep children out or let children in, right? I mean, it's a big difference, in terms of how you would then deal with it. But especially on whether or not data, should be kept or should be discarded. Now on the actual verification mechanism, I think in fact there is well-developed systems now to do what is called pseudonymous credentials. So basically, the platform or the provider doesn't have to know the exact data, but can establish digital credentials with digital certificates and cryptographic techniques such that parents can vouch for the age and complete the verification without disclosing the child's personal data. I think these are the mechanisms that are appropriate. And more importantly, I guess I go back to the main thing is that if it is just for age verification, whatever data that was used should be discarded the moment the verification is done. And that is that gives you real privacy.
Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive. Next, Njimile, how is the USAID thinking about data governance, especially with relation to children's data governance?
Yeah. We spend a lot of time thinking about data governance, and that's because data really fuels the technology that we use. It either generates data in some way or uses data for its purpose. And technologies have a tendency to reinforce existing conditions. And so we want to be really intentional about how data is used to that end. Data governance is important for a few basic reasons. One is because data by itself is not intelligent, so it's not going to govern itself. And because data multiplies when you divide. So there's so much of it, right? We know that the sheer amount of data, again, that we're generating needs to be wrangled in some manner if we're going to have some control over the tools that we're using. So data governance framework helps us think about what needs to be achieved with the data, who will make decisions about how the data is treated, and how governance of the data will be implemented. Writ large, we look at 5 levels of data governance implementation, and that's everything from transnational data governance down to individual protections and empowerment, and that's really the sweet spot for us in thinking about children. It's about developing awareness and agency about participation in data ecosystems. Kind of in the middle is thinking about sectoral data governance, where we find that there are highly developed norms around data privacy, data for decision making, data standardization, that help structure data-driven tools like digital portals for sharing data. And so we are currently working with Mozilla Foundation on a project similar to the one that we heard Emma talking about, where we are working in India and India's public education sector to think about data governance interventions there. India has one of the largest, if not the largest, school systems for children in the world. 150 million children are enrolled in about 1.5 million schools across the country. India had one of the longest, periods of shutdown during COVID-19, and EdTech stepped into that gap very altruistically, right, to try to close gaps in student education. However, as again, Emma has pointed out, and we have found in our own research, there was some nuances in the ways that these EdTech institutions were thinking about student learning compared to the way schools were. And so, you know, private industry is incentivized by number of users and not necessarily learning outcomes. There needed to be some clarity around the types of standards that EdTech companies are to meet. There's a reliance on EdTech replacing teachers' interaction with students, and data subjects generally lacking awareness about how their data is used by EdTech and schools to measure student progress and learning. So we're currently working with a number of working groups in India to really understand how to bridge this gap and to synchronize the collection of data and data analysis that harmonizes analog tools with digital tools. So teachers who are taking attendance, how does that correlate to scores on EdTech platforms? And so we're, you know, focused right now in the education sector, but we imagine that this is going to have implications for other sectors as well. We're also working, and I don't know if I mentioned that this partnership is with Mozilla Foundation. We're also working in partnership with Mozilla to look at responsible and ethical computer science for university students, also in India and in Kenya. And here we're hoping to educate the next generation of software developers to think more ethically about the social impacts of the technology they create, including generative AI. And then going back to the protecting children and youth from digital harm that we're doing, we are extremely proud to be working alongside and supporting youth advocates through our Digital Youth Council. We have Ananya, who participated in cohort 1, and Mariam, who was, I believe, in the room a little bit earlier, helping to moderate the chat for today's session, who are extraordinary examples of the type of talent that we've been able to attract and to learn from. In year 2 of the cohort, we received almost 2,700 applications worldwide. And from that number, we selected 12 council members, and we're anticipating, you know, just as fabulous results from them. And so that's generally how we are thinking about children's data through our data governance frameworks. I think just, you know, kind of riffing off of what I've heard today, we can also advocate through data governance for inclusion and enforcement of the rights of children into national data privacy laws, especially as we know in IGF, lots of countries are thinking about how to develop those privacy laws. We should be advocating for the rights of children to be included. And in civil society, there's opportunity to explore alternative approaches to data governance. Data cooperatives, which are community-driven, can help groups think about how to leverage their data for their own benefit. Civil society perhaps has room to explore the concept of data intermediaries, where they are a trusted third party that works on behalf of vulnerable groups like children to negotiate when their data is accessed, and to also enforce sanctions when data is not used in the way that it was intended to.
Okay, thank you so much. And since Njumita has already approached on the conversation on bringing in the civil society, why don't we move to Emma Day and ask her the next question? So Emma, how do you think civil society organizations could work with children to promote better data protection for children?
Thanks so much for the question. And yeah, I think Jamila came up with some really good starting points for this conversation already. I think to involve children, it has to really be meaningful. And one of the difficulties, not just with children, in fact, with consulting with communities in general on these topics of data governance, is it's very complex and it's hard for people to understand immediately the implications of data processing for their range of rights, particularly projecting into the future and what those future impacts might be. So I think to begin with, to make that consultation meaningful, you have to do a certain amount of education. And I think some of the great ways to do this are to involve children in things like data subject access requests, where they can be involved in the process of writing to a company and requesting the data that that company is keeping on them, so they can see in practice what's happening with their data and form a view on what they think about that. And for children to be involved in these kinds of community data auditing processes, or so there is some auditing of AI community-based processes that have been going on, which I don't think have involved children so far, but obviously older children could get involved in these kinds of initiatives. And I think involving children in conceptualizing how data intermediaries can work best for children of different ages is really important. This is something we talked about a couple of years ago now. I was one of the authors of a UNICEF manifesto on data governance for children. And we had a few ideas in there about what civil society organizations can do to involve children. I haven't seen a lot of this happen in practice. Another one of the key things that I would like to see is for civil society organizations to involve children in holding companies accountable by auditing their products, by doing these kinds of community-based human rights impact assessments. And I think we need to think about not just the platforms and the apps, but also some of the things like age verification tools, like ed tech products, like health tech products, tools that are used in the criminal justice system, that are used in the social welfare system. Really almost, technology products impact almost all areas of children's lives. And we have to remember that all of these are private sector companies, even where they're providing solutions that are essentially to promote children's rights. We need to ensure that children are involved in auditing those products and making sure that they really are having a benefit for children's rights. But I think to do that, civil society organizations need to ensure that they involve academics, they involve technologists, and they involve legal experts to make sure that they really get it right, because these are complex assessments to make.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Theodora. I know you mentioned about a lot of the existing international standards, conventions, and laws regarding children's rights and their data. What about the regulations and legislations which are underway to address some of these concerns? Are there any particular areas where these regulations could do better, or any other suggestions that you might have for any such future conventions?
Hi, everyone. That's a really great question. Thanks, Ananya. So I'm going to screen share again just so folks can see the database that I was referencing earlier. I think, to me, it's not so much that there are specific technical gaps in what we're seeing, but rather, and of course, this is a US focused conversation, and it's important to mention that there is legislation being discussed globally outside of the US as well, and that legislation that's happening elsewhere is inclusive of children's safety issues. So, for example, in the European Union, transparency-related measures like the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act will have impacts on child safety, and the new UK Online Safety Bill, which is underway, will also impact child safety, and legislation discussions are happening elsewhere as well. But within the US, where this data set was collected and where my knowledge is strongest, I think that it is pretty comprehensive, although it's interesting to note that one of the questions that I saw in the chat touched on a theme that wasn't discussed here in this legislation. So specifically, the question was whether there was and I'm just looking through the chat again, whether there was, here we go. Oh yeah, or legislation related to assistive ed tech in schools. So I observed here that there are 4 school-based policies and 2 hardware-based policies, but none of them are focused on assistive ed tech. The ones that are focused on schools look more at like access, age verification, policies, and education. And the hardware ones are focused more on filtering and technical access, or rather. So you can see those here, like requiring tablets and smartphone manufacturers to have filters that are enabled at activation and only bypassed or switched off with a password. So you can see that there is quite a range. I think to me, the bigger concern is whether this legislation will pass. We see a really divided political landscape, and even though we're seeing a proliferation of data and data-related issues around children in legislative spaces, the concern is that there isn't going to be a legislative majority for this legislation to pass. So it's not per se that I see specific gaps, and more that I have broader concerns about the viability of legislation and the quality of the legislation, because not all of it is equally as high quality. And so I think the increasing fraught political landscape that we find ourselves in is making it harder to pass good legislation, and there are competing interests at play as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to thank all our speakers for sharing their insights with our attendees. And at the very same time, I would like to thank our attendees who I see are having a very lively chat in Zoom. Hence, since you have so many questions, why don't we open the floor for questions from the audience? We would be taking questions from both on-site and online audience. If you're on-site and if you have a question, you have 2 stand mics right there. You could kindly go to the microphones and please ask your question by stating your name and the country you're from. And post that, we will be taking questions from the chat.
May I start? Okay, thank you. My name is Jutta Kroll. I'm from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation there, heading a project on children's rights in the digital environment. First of all, let me state that I couldn't agree more with what Sonia said in her last statement, that if we don't know the age of all users, age verification wouldn't make sense. We need to know whether people are over a certain age, belong to a certain age group, or under a certain age. And my question would be, we need to adhere to the principle of data minimization. So whether any of you has already a thought how we can achieve that without creating a huge amount of additional data, and even the Digital Services Act doesn't allow to collect additional data just to verify the age of a user. So it's quite a difficult task. And Ed1 has already said, if we could trust companies when they do the age verification, that they delete afterwards the data, but I'm not sure whether we can do so. So that would be my question. And the second point would also go to the last speaker, Theodora, that when you gave us a good overview on the legislation, the question would be, how could we ensure that legislation that is underway takes into account from the beginning the rights of children, not like it was done in the GDPR on the very last minute, putting a reference to children's rights into the legislation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Why don't we deal with the first half of the question? Would any of these speakers like to take that? And we would then direct the second question to Theodora. Yes, please go ahead.
I'm happy to add to what I already said. I guess in terms of in those cases, then it's pseudonymized data, right? I mean, so instead of collecting the actual data, it is very possible for system like platforms to implement pseudonymized credential systems, and those vouching for a participant's age could be distributed, right? I mean, could be schools, could be parents, could be your workplace or whatever. But as long as it is a trusted data store that does the verification and then keeps a pseudonymized credential, then the platform should trust that pseudonymized credential. So I think that is the right way to go about it. The other part, as much as I still think it is the right way to ask for it to be deleted, can we trust companies? Probably not. But of course, we can have regulation and audits and those kind of things. But for trusted anchors themselves also, whether it's a school or whether it's whatever trusted anchor that the person actually gives the age verification to, that institution should also delete the raw data and just keep the verification record, verified or not verified, and that's the right way to do privacy in my mind.
Thank you. I think Professor Livingstone wants to add something. Please go ahead.
If I may, yes. Actually, Edmund just said much of what I wanted to say, so I completely agree. And I've been part of a European effort, EU Consent, which is also seeking to find a trusted third-party intermediary that would do the age check, hold the token, and not have it held by the companies. So I think there are ways are being found. Clearly, the context of transparency and accountability and kind of third-party oversight that scrutinizes those solutions will really need to be strong, and that also must be trusted. I'd add, I think we should start this process with a risk assessment, because not all sites need age checks, not all content is age inappropriate for children. So one would like to, I would advocate that we begin with the most risky content and with risk assessment, so we don't just roll out age verification excessively. And I'll end by noting big tech already age assesses us in various ways. I think the big companies already know the age of their users to a greater or lesser degree of accuracy, and we have no oversight and transparency over that. So I think the efforts being made are trying to right what is already happening and already happening poorly from the point of view of public oversight and children's rights.
Thank you. Emma?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is still a question that everyone's grappling with, really. And there are differing views, maybe in different jurisdictions, around how well age verification products comply with privacy laws in different countries. I would really agree with what Sonia said about starting with a risk assessment. I think we need to look at first, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And then, is age verification the best solution? Because to start with, if we're going to process children's data, it should be necessary and proportionate. And so we have to look at what other solutions there are that are not technical first, that might address the problem we're trying to address first, rather than looking at just age verification across everything. I think also there's an issue within, certainly under EU laws, pseudo-anonymization is very difficult to say, but it's also pseudo-anonymized data is still personal data under the GDPR. So it's not that straightforward within the EU to just use pseudo-anonymized data as an alternative. So I think it's still very tricky, and at European Union level, this is not something that has been settled yet either.
Okay, and Theodora, any remarks from you?
Sure. Yeah, I think this is a really great question. It's not easy to ensure that legislation takes into account the stated rights of children. I would start with education. I think frankly, from my experience interacting with legislators, since I participate in the advocacy process, I found that most legislators are just underinformed. And so making sure that they understand what these rights and principles and standards actually are. What does it mean for the right to privacy to be manifest in legislation? Or like, what are the best interests of a child? What is the right to freedom of expression? What do we think about the right to be informed when it comes to children? I think most legislators just don't really know what those things mean. And so educating them, in particular, building coalitions of civil society actors and multi-stakeholder actors can be very effective in educating and influencing legislators around the rights of children. And then, as was also mentioned in the chat, I think Omar just put it in a few minutes ago. I believe including young people in decision-making processes is not just essential, it's empowering. I think that's an important part of the process too. Bringing together legislators, so the people who are actually writing legislation and the children themselves is really important, so that the legislation process can be child-centric and really center the voices and experiences of the children that we're trying to serve. And then last, I think it's important to recognize that this needs to be done in an inclusive way and in a way that engages children from all different kinds of backgrounds, so that all different experiences are included as legislation is happening. But again, I think education really is at the core here. Legislators want to hear from us and are excited when we raise our hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now be taking questions from the online audience. May I request the online moderator to kindly read out any questions or comments that we may have received from the online audience?
Hi. So we have 2 questions from the online participants and 2 comments. Question 1 is from Omar, who is a 17-year-old. He asked, how can child-led initiatives be integrated into data governance, ensuring that children have a voice in shaping policies that directly impact their digital lives? He is a founder and president of Project Omna, which is an upcoming AI-powered mobile app that is focused on children's mental health and child rights, and he wants to increase his impact in data governance for children. Second question is from Paul Roberts from the UK, and he asked, when it comes to tech companies designing products and services, how common is it for them to be including child rights design in their process, and at what stage, proactive or afterthought for risk minimization? Comment 1 is also from Omar, who said that he is from Bangladesh and is one of the 88 nominees for International Children's Peace Prize 2023 for advocacy works. He is the founder and president of Project Omna, and he's also the youngest and only child panelist of every Global Digital Compact session representing children globally, and provided statements on every data protection and cybersecurity for children. His suggested answer to the guiding questions that you started the session with is that 1, children's perspective are dynamic, and he suggests the use of interactive, story-based digital tools to help children grasp the importance of their digital data and rights, adapting these tools to different age levels. 2 is that to collaborate with tech companies in order to develop age verification methods that employ user-created avatars or characters, safeguarding personal data. Children's feedback will be instrumental in refining this approach. And 3, establish child-led digital councils or advisory groups for direct input into policy decisions. These groups should meet regularly, ensuring real-time feedback from children and aligning policies with their evolving needs and digital experiences. The final comment is from Ying Chu, who says that maybe the younger generations know more about privacy protection and how to protect their data than educators or us. After all, the children were born in the internet age and they are internet kids. Many of us are internet immigration generation, so children's opinions are equally valid.
Okay, that's it. Would any of these speakers or panelists like to take the 2 questions that our online moderator just read out?
Well, I can
Shall I
start.
kick off?
I can start by addressing the first one and just say, you should apply to the Digital Youth Council. So we are definitely intending to have a third year and would love to see your application. One of the things that we try to do there is to raise the voice of youth advocates, not just to the level of international development organizations like USAID, but to also empower them to activate other youth networks. And in those efforts, the level of awareness raising helps to inspire and incentivize solutions that we have not thought of yet. There's this constant tension between adults who have authority to make decisions and children who understand what's best for them, but perhaps don't have the agency to do such. And we try to use this platform as a way to bridge that gap.
Okay, are there any other comments from the panelists? And since we are running short on time, I would otherwise like to move to the next segment. Okay, we see Professor Livingstone has some comments. I would request you to kindly keep it short.
Yes, I'll be brief. I think everyone here is convinced of the value of youth participation, and rightly so. I think the challenge is for those who haven't yet thought of it or haven't yet embraced its value. And so my answer to Omar and also to Paul Roberts would be to talk more, give more emphasis to child rights impact assessments. I think many companies understand the importance of impact assessment of all kinds, and a child rights impact assessment requires and embeds youth participation as part of its process, along with gathering evidence and considering the full range of children's rights. But perhaps it's more a mechanism in the language of companies, and so one that if child rights impact assessment were embedded in their process, perhaps by requirement, I think that would make many improvements.
Thank you, Professor Livingstone. As we enter the final 8 minutes of this very, very active and enlightening session, I'm very, very happy to invite our esteemed speakers to kindly share their invaluable recommendations in less than a minute, if possible. The question for all the panelists is, how can we involve children as active partners in the development of data protection policies to ensure great... Before I give the floor to our speakers, I would also like to strongly encourage the audience to seize this opportunity and share the recommendations by scanning the QR code, which is right now displayed on the screen, or by accessing the link shared in the chat box. I would now like to welcome Professor Livingstone to kindly share her recommendation, once again in less than a minute.
Thank you. Well, I've mentioned child rights impact assessment, and perhaps that is my really key recommendation. I think that what we see over and again in child and youth participation is that children's and young people's views are articulate, are significant, and are absolutely valid. The challenge really is also for us who are adults. Every time we are in a room or a meeting or a process where we see no young people are involved, we must point it out. We must call on those who are organizing the events, and that includes ourselves sometimes, to point out the obvious omission, and to be ready to do the work to say, these are the optimal mechanisms, and here is a way to start, because people find it hard, but it really, youth participation is absolutely critical in this domain, and is, of course, young people's right.
Thank you. Edmund?
I will be very brief. I think a children's IGF is called for, and that's the beginning of this wider awareness. And I think it's about building the capacity as well, right? I mean, you can't just throw children into a focus group for 2 hours and expect them to come up with a brilliant policy decision, right? So it's a long-term thing. So it starts with actually the internet governance community and all these things that actually have children as part of a stakeholder group, and that I think is probably a good way to go about it.
And Jamile?
Thank you. Agree with everything that I've heard. And I would add that we need to do a better job discussing digital and data rights in formal education institutions. I think we can do a much better job of that globally so that there's a welcome, encouraging environment to hear children how they would like to advance their digital identities in a digital society. They have awareness, they have tools, and they have opportunities to do so in safe ways with mentorship and guidance.
Emma?
Thank you. Some great suggestions so far. I would like to just emphasize that children are not a homogenous group, and I think it's really important to center the most vulnerable and marginalized children. That can be within a country or it can be geographically, particularly considering global reach that a lot of apps and platforms have these days. There's a particularly great scholar I would recommend reading up on Afsane Rigo's work on design from the margins, where she talks about how if products are designed for the edge cases, for the most difficult, most risky scenarios, in the end, it's going to benefit everyone much more. I'm going to share a link to that in the chat. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Theodora.
Yeah, I think that this has been reiterated a few times, but it's worth mentioning it again. Really, we need to be centering the voices of children as active participants in conversations about their well-being. And so this can be done by including them in surveys, focus groups, workshops, various methods that are children-friendly. Like I said, I think in the legislative process, I think that children should be empowered to advocate for themselves, specifically older children, but children from all different backgrounds, because this is their well-being at stake. And I also think that when it comes to companies, I would personally like to see children represented on these advisory boards. That hasn't traditionally happened. And I put a few of the advisory boards in the chat because these are ways to elevate the voices of children directly in conversation with the people making policies for the platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of this enlightening session, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers for their unwavering commitment to sharing their knowledge and expertise, and for also making our lives easier as moderators, because I see you have been responding to the comments and questions in the chat box. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to the very, very active audience for their extremely energetic engagement and thoughtful participation. Without your presence, this session would not have been as meaningful. And while we are on the subject of people who have been instrumental in making this session a success, I would like to thank my teammates, the very talented co-organizers of all the 4 workshops that we have hosted during the UN IGF 2023, Keo from Botswana and Nelly from Georgia. I cannot thank you both for your exemplary commitment, relentless hard work, awe-inspiring creativity, and tireless efforts, in the absence of all of which we would not have been able to create the impact we have. I want everyone here in attendance to be aware and appreciative of the countless hours, late nights, and personal sacrifices this team has made to keep this ship afloat. It was my good fortune indeed to have had the honor of leading this exceptional team. So thank you once again for making this happen. As we conclude this session, I urge all of us to kindly reflect on the insights we have gained and the recommendations put forth. Let us not let this be just another event or seminar, but rather a catalyst for action. It is up to each of us to take the lessons learned today and apply them in our respective fields, organizations, and communities. Together, we can create a better world for ourselves and future generations, and we are right on time. Arigatou gozaimasu. Sayonara. Thank you.